Chapter 3908, The Sword Citadel looked unbreakable. Calling it impregnable would be an understatement. The most important aspect of this technique was the divine sword hanging above. As it rotated, it also derived numerous sword Dao of both the past and the future. These Dao could slay gods and destroy myriad realms. They deterred anyone from getting closer. It became apparent for the stronger cultivators that the citadel itself has become a part of a new sword Dao. Both ancestors and high elders knew that getting close would instantly turn them into targets. Their defenses weren't enough to stop the slashes. Sword Hero believed that his magnum opus could rival any techniques from the Dao Lords. Thus, he was brimming with confidence. All eyes turned towards Lil, Yellow, an old and feeble dog facing a citadel of swords. It seemed as if one remnant sword energy alone could decapitate it. Gao! Lil, Yellow barked and stared contemptuously at the citadel. The spectators found this astonishing. They had no idea who the dog was, but its arrogance put the ancestors to shame. These top experts shuddered before the great citadel, not daring to get close. This dog, on the other hand, didn't care in the slightest. A while ago, some would attribute this to the dog being ignorant and foolish, simply courting death. Now, no one dared to say a thing after knowing Li Qia's identity. The pets of the Sacred Lord couldn't be ordinary. They actually thought that both Lil Yellow and Lil Black were divine beasts from Sacred Mountain. In other words, they were guardian deities. Amidst everyone's contemplation, Lil Yellow suddenly barked at the sky. Boom! A blinding beam of light shot out of the dog's mouth, looking as if it was trying to spew out its internal core. Space trembled as the dog grew at a rapid rate, going from being tiny to the size of a mountain. Its fur was standing on ends. Its eyes became larger than lanterns, bright enough to illuminate the surroundings. Clank! 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 Metallic sounds similar to swords unsheathing could be heard. However, it was just the dog scratching the ground with its sharp, black claws. They emitted tiny rays that could pierce through any defense. It added a bit of strength and its paws dug into the ground. Cracking noises could be heard by everyone. They thought that it had more than enough power to tear Blackwood Cliff into two halves. It's massive. They had to look up to look at the dog. Its fur looked like billions of arrows aiming at the sky. So it's actually a divine beast? One spectator shuddered. It looked gallant and intimidating without trying to do so. A duality student dropped to the ground, looking as pale as can be. I've never seen such a big dog before. The true form of Yellow frightened the students. It was a good thing that they didn't sneak in to kidnap it. It wouldn't have had any problem devouring them. Senior, is this one of the divine beasts from Sacred Mountain? An expert quietly asked a mightier ancestor. The ancestor had no response and exchanged glances with his peers. No one had an answer since they haven't been to Sacred Mountain before. However, an elderly high elder pondered for a bit before speculating. This should be a chaos primal beast, an earthbreaker Bian. What level is it, high heaven? A junior has never heard of this type before. No, a king. The high elder solemnly said. A king? Is that another classification? The junior asked for elaboration. You're unaware because you're not strong enough. High heaven level is only the starting point for beasts. Their true power far exceeds your imagination. His ancestor nearby replied. An earthbreaker Bian? I've heard of it before. My grandfather said that he saw one killing a high heaven level beast with one slash. A royal member became frightened. Others found this astounding. High heaven level beasts were monstrous enough, yet this dog killed one in one move. Die. Sword Hero's voice came from the citadel. Sword hymns echoed as a maelstrom of swords materialized above. The maelstrom instantly gushed forward like a tsunami, bringing enough destruction to kill just about anything. The crowd gasped after seeing this. Gao! Lil Yellow barked at the incoming tsunami and its body started vibrating. Whoosh! 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 The dog's hair shot out with unstoppable momentum, instantly turning the sky into a sieve. The hair strand struck the incoming swords, easily crushing them in no time at all. The bright particle remnants from the sword scattered before astonished eyes. Hair can be that tough? Mouth became agape in disbelief. Meanwhile, the praetor who was dealing with Black became serious as well. Chapter 3909. The praetor couldn't afford to be haughty like always. Though he managed to stop Lil Black earlier, the power shown by this boar indicated that he had met a mighty foe. The massacre committed by Lil Black so far was unreal. More than half of the coalition army was dead. Rain of blood poured down while bones piled like mountains. Normally, no one would take a second look at this boar. Now, they shuddered at its sight. Is this also a chaos primal beast? Someone brought this up. The survivors from the east kept a far distance from Lil Black after seeing the fate of their brethren. They were heroic and battle-hardened, yet this beast still frightened them. Hump dash, the boar growled at the praetor while slowly moving forward, still looking harmless. It was different from Lil Yellow in this regard. Normally, Lil Yellow always looked down on everyone else. On the other hand, Lil Black liked to play innocent. In reality, it was far more dangerous and nefarious. It didn't mind resorting to ambushes and despicable means to catch its opponents off guard. Some powerful cultivators would question how the hell did they die to a boar during their last moment. As Lil Black approached, the praetor became alarmed and staggered backward while shouting, "Form the arrow formation." The Eastern army was well trained. Though they lost more than half of their men, they still hurriedly formed a formation after receiving the command. Boom! The praetor took out a resplendent diagram. It immediately illuminated the battlefield. Go! Several 100,000 soldiers released their unceasing vitality and formed a boundary capable of pushing up the firmaments. They disappeared into the diagram and out came bright stars. The stars immediately assembled into celestial arrows that gather on the quiver behind the praetor's back. It seemed as if he was carrying an entire galaxy and its power. Buzz! He summoned a longbow with celestial particles pouring from it. It was crafted from an entire planet. Thus, as he pulled the string back, he also drew on the planet's power. What treasure is this? Its power was obvious to the crowd. Crystal Godbow. An expert from the east said, a treasure from this race left behind by their emperor, at least according to the ancient scrolls. When combined with the right formation, it can be immensely destructive. Lil Black roared and faculae appeared on his body. As the faculae rotated, it also grew larger. The faster the rotation, the faster the growth. The praetor didn't let the boar have time to power up. He immediately released the string and shot out the first celestial arrow. It had extreme speed on top of the power of a galaxy, resulting in an unstoppable sharpness. An ancestor thought that this arrow alone could destroy a sect. Boom! The arrow didn't hit the boar but rather, one of the faculae. The facula crumbled and the boar's size increase stopped right away. The praetor seemed to notice something and unleashed several dozens more. Each arrow managed to destroy one facula. He didn't miss a single shot while maintaining ample power. Lil Black started shrinking in size like a balloon being popped. Yes! Those from the east started cheering. The praetor lives up to his fame, such accuracy. Another became excited. He let out a sigh of relief after finding the right method to force Lil Black back to its original form. Perhaps the boar wasn't that terrifying. You brought this upon yourself. He roared as his murderous intent intensified. He channeled more power into the bow this time. As he drew the string back all the way, it became blindingly bright. Spectators couldn't keep watching due to the pain inflicted on their eyes. He looked like a god in a mortal world. This next arrow could slay immortals themselves. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Lil Yellow's hair continued flying towards the citadel. This was a magnificent scene due to their massive size. Millions of them turned the sky black. Not to mention one city, the entire world could go down to this. Even the big shots were impressed by this apocalyptic attack. Chapter 39:10. Just Lil Yellow's barrage of hair alone could instantly destroy a kingdom. The crowd's shock and fear were warranted. After seeing the sheer immensity of the arrows blotting out the sun, they thought that it should be able to break the sword citadel. Loud explosions detonated after the first wave of impact. The citadel became filled with holes but still remained standing. What a tough fortress, impregnable is the right word. Many experts were amazed to see this. Sword Hero is a capable cultivator. This project of his is impressive. His claim of being able to contend against a Dao Lord's merit law in the future seems rather plausible. One ancestor said. Others found relief in that he could withstand one move from the dog. Heavens lay. Sword Hero roared thunderously. His words seemed to be the decree from a king above the firmaments. Spectators felt the urge to gasp in admiration and kneel before him. Clank. The swords in the ocean fused together for a single cut sweeping through 8 desolaces. They couldn't believe the might of the slash and were scared out of their wits. Buzz. Lil Yellow became shrouded in a golden light. It opened its mouth and spewed out 3,000 laws soaring towards the horizon. Their momentum resembled an invisible hand lifting up the earth. The slash named Heavenslay struck the 3,000 laws, cutting through the earth and causing debris and dust to blind the spectators. What's the result? They were interested despite not being able to see. Is the dog dead? Someone murmured. Right now, the members of the Holy Ground had conflicting feelings about the outcome. Boom! On the other side, the Praetor wanted to deliver a fatal blow using his arrows against Lil Black. Lil Black also howled and shot out a pulsing Dao, splitting the ground into 2 halves. The Praetor channeled his energy to create a celestial wall. The pulse still pierced through it, causing the commander to stagger backward. The arrow formation trembled as well. Lil Black took this time to grow again. In the next second, it became as big as a mountain. The hot air coming out of its nostrils looked like 2 waterfalls. Its fangs resembled 2 curved blades. Though one was broken, it was still as frightening and effective as before. Its mane draped down in a majestic manner, completely engulfed in chaos energy. It had revealed its true form. The spots on its body were actually moving continuously. Once the speed reached a certain level, the spots exuded a black light. Lil Black's true form was grander than Lil Yellow's. Its muscles brimmed with power. The spectators thought that this beast could easily destroy the region with just brute force. They held their breath after seeing the enormous creature, still lost in shock. I know what it is. The old ancestor's mouth was wide open as he spoke. That's a Stygian king, the mortal enemy of the Earthbreaker Bian. The revelation took the crowd by surprise. Both creatures were violent and destructive, yet they could live together as Lichia's pets. The Sacred Lord is insane, his cultivation must actually be unfathomable, we just can't see it. Many big shots regained their wits and said. Forcing mortal enemies to live peacefully together required ultimate power. The ancestors here had no chance of subduing one, let alone both in this manner. The Lord of our holy ground is wondrous. The experts of the Holy Ground began praising Lichia. Due to Lichia's new status, his followers thought that anything was possible for him. Capturing these 2 beasts wasn't a big deal for someone with his abilities. Lil Black and Lil Yellow hate each other? Yang Ling was surprised to hear this. She saw that the 2 didn't get along and always competed. However, there was no big conflict and they lived together just fine under Lichia's roof. The old servant remained nonchalant. He already knew the 2's identities at the start. Die. The Praetor shot another barrage of arrows towards Lil Black. Millions of celestial arrows damaged the fabrics of reality and created black holes. The Dao spots on Lil Black retaliated by boosting its light production. Thousands of black holes emerged and fully absorbed the arrows. Rumble. Once the dust cleared, the spectators saw a crater with a huge beast inside. Yellow was covered in dirt, but the slash earlier didn't harm it at all. It shook back and forth to remove the dirt. Clank. Sharp noises echoed as the dog readied its golden claws. It leaped to the sky and went on the offensive. Chapter 39:11. It simply relied on the sharpness of its claws, no need to pretend to be mysterious with complicated movements. Boom! The claws struck the wall of the citadel and easily crushed it. The whole thing started crumbling. A while ago, everyone found this citadel technique to be unbreakable. Yellow proved this to be a silly notion. So sharp. An ancestor didn't know what else to say. Those claws didn't need power and merit laws. Their sharpness alone was more than enough to deal with anything. Some cultivators thought that the claws were the sharpest things they have ever seen. Just a slight brush could lacerate them. Kill it. Sword Hero and his 3,000 men became visible again after the destruction of the Sword Citadel. He had no other choice but to keep on fighting. His men channeled their vitality into his divine sword. He then fused his sword Dao into the treasure box. The combined effort and sacrifice of the group created a bloody sword. 3,000 Dao laws circled around it. The profundities and powers of the individual sword Dao all gathered into a single entity. Clank. Sword Hero seemed to be standing at the apex of the sword Dao, acting as the ultimate authority of this path. 3,000 Dao slash. He mustered everything he had for this slash. It didn't let him down. The affinities that made up the world faltered in its path. Clank. Yellow raised its front legs, revealing 10 sharp claws. Their flashes alone tore apart the sky as they became divine swords. Sword energies rampaged all directions, stopping them was impossible. The crowd became astounded. No one expected that a beast would be so versed in the sword Dao as well. Boom! It became a contest between 10 swords versus the single slash encompassing 3,000 sword Dao. The former easily parried the attack and kept moving forward. Crack! Crack! The 3,000 Dao crumbled and the losing side became exposed again. Pluff! The 10 claws had the same glint as a reaper's scythe, ready to devour all lives. Heads started flying in the air and blood gushed out from the neck like a spring. Sword Hero was included in this long list of victims. He saw his legs, then his ankles. Boom! He watched his body fall to the ground. He opened his mouth to scream, but no words came out. Eventually, his true fate extinguished and he closed his eyes, bidding goodbye to the world. The prideful and arrogant genius who thought that he was destined for greatness met his end to the claws of an Earthbreaker Bion. All 3,000 loyal soldiers died as well. None could escape the 10 slashes. Boom! The spectators paying attention to the second battle couldn't keep their eyes open. They had to resort to using their heavenly gazes instead. The vitality, chaos energy, and grand Dao power of the Preturn, several 100,000 troops have gathered in one place, culminating into a matchless celestial arrow. The arrow's size was beyond words. It should be enough to reach the high heaven itself. Whoosh! The largest arrow in the world flew out with extreme speed. What would be the result of something so large flying unhindered? Definitely capable of destroying all of Blackwood and leaving a huge hole in the holy ground. The spectators bellowed in horror after seeing this horrific attack. The black's fangs started glowing with a black light. Rumble. It ran crazily forward, going faster than the arrow. Its fangs looked like spears now, looking like two beams due to the speed. Once these two forces collided, the deafening blast temporarily robbed the crowd of their hearing. Crack. The unimaginably large arrow created from the formation was pulverized. Screams came next, but of course, the crowd couldn't hear them yet. Blood started dripping onto the ground. The spectators saw the fangs skewering countless bodies. The one at the top was the praetor. Someone as mighty as him still couldn't react in time. The fang pierced through his chest, instantly delivering him to the other side. He never expected to die in this manner. His eyes were wide open. It looked like he had become a piece of meat on a skewer. The survivors of the coalition army were frozen. Some soldiers soiled their pants from fear. Earthbreaker Bian and Stygian King, these king-level chaos primal beasts are too strong, a top master from the court shuddered while murmuring. Two famous characters and their men have fallen today. The fights didn't look fair in the slightest. Run for your life. The survivors from the east started fleeing away from Blackwood, forcing their shaking legs to obey them. Lilith Black didn't bother pursuing these soldiers. It shook its body and gradually became smaller until its original size. Lilith Yellow did the same on the other side. The two looked like regular animals again. Lilith Black growled and stared at its rival with one eye, telling the dog that it had killed countless more enemies. Gao. Lil Yellow responded with a disdainful bark. The crowd thought that the rumor about these two being enemies was true. However, they showed restraint when Li Qia was around. Chapter 39:12. A thick stench of blood permeated the air. Inexperienced cultivators couldn't help feeling nauseous. Prior to this, everyone thought that Li Qia was being a suicidal fool, choosing to oppose Sword Hero and the praetor. He didn't even need to get his hands dirty, just his pets alone killed those two. It seemed that in reality, they weren't qualified to even challenge Li Qia, being nothing more than ants. Our sacred lord has no equal. The experts from the holy ground felt a deep respect for their new lord. They once attributed his success to sheer luck. This was no longer the case since he suddenly became the ultimate being in their heart and mind. Thus, his pets killing two top cultivators wasn't surprising in the slightest. This only increased their respect for him. Of course he is unbeatable, that's why he inherited our system. Another said with admiration, few in this world can be uttered in the same breath as him. The members of the holy ground couldn't contain their excitement. On the other hand, those from Righteous and the 8 Kingdoms were shaken. None dared to say that Li Qia wasn't worthy of his current post. They admitted that the new sacred lord of the holy ground was unfathomable. Are we done here, gentlemen? Li Qia asked the crowd. Lil Black and Lil Yellow were back behind him now. They didn't have a fierce expression or anything, but their arrogant expression said it all: oppose Li Qia and be eaten by them. Who would dare to say anything at this point? Li Qia was the supreme lord of the holy ground and had absolute sovereignty, all needed to obey his commands. This was before taking into account his actual power and abilities. Anyone with a little sense knew that going against him was suicidal. My wise lord, we obey your command. A member of the holy ground prostrated and shouted. Everyone else copied him. Some found this unbearable because just recently, the majority of the crowd disliked Li Qia. Numerous experts and ancestors schemed against him secretly. Now, they had no problem kneeling. Of course, they had no other option. To go against the mass right now could be considered disrespectful or treacherous. Even those from Righteous and the 8 Kingdoms bowed, the ancestors and high elders included. Showing respect to someone of his status was necessary even though they weren't under his jurisdiction. Rumble. By this point, a fair number of monsters have come and began slamming the wall. In fact, the assault had already started during the previous battle. Their number had only increased, so did the pressure on the wall. The crowd began paying attention and became frightened after seeing the endless horde. Rise. Li Qia glanced at the monsters and told Wei Qianqing, evacuate to your camp and start the defense there. Wei Qianqing lowered her head and shouted, follow me, everyone. We're defending the camp, not Blackwood Cliff. The crowd didn't hesitate and followed her into the military camp. The ones in charge also evacuated the mortals from Blackwood. Fortunately, the encampment was right outside the city, so this didn't take long. The camp was large and had favorable strategic geography. Nonetheless, the population of Blackwood still densely packed the camp. However, there was something different about the camp, a particular statue at the center. It was brought back by Wei Qianqing from Miner's Sacred Mountain. This statue depicting Diana Dao Lord was brimming with Buddhist affinity and great prestige. The newcomers immediately bowed after seeing it. Buzz. After the evacuation was complete, everyone heard a chant, Amitba. The Buddhist affinity erupted and bathed everyone in its light. Oh great Dao Lord! They felt as if the statue was coming back to life. Both mortals and cultivators got on their knees. Diana Dao Lord had a special position in the holy ground and was loved by all. The light poured down along with Buddhist laws. They looked like supreme chains firmly locking the camp, turning it into a mighty fortress. We should be fine under the protection of the Dao Lord. No wonder why the Sacred Lord told us to come here. He cared about our well-being. Many heaved a sigh of relief, no longer being as nervous as before. Meanwhile, they heard loud explosions coming from the cliff. Too many monsters have gathered outside the wall. These strange creatures began attacking with all of their might. The wall shook violently, seemingly unable to stop the continuous beatings. The collapse wouldn't be long now. The wall's going down. Someone shouted after seeing the entire wall disappear. Due to a lack of empowerment, the wall couldn't last any longer. Blackwood became exposed to the invaders. Rah! A monstrous skeleton let out a deafening roar, scaring the hell out of the listeners. Chapter 39:13. The monsters in the horde leaped into Blackwood Cliff. The scene of the invasion would terrorize the bravest men. A tsunami of mighty creatures struck the area, seemingly capable of crushing the whole thing. Pavilions and houses were trampled by the large skeletons. This locust blotted out the sky, robbing others of the sun. Apocalyptic would be the right word to describe this. Nonetheless, people have evacuated from the city, so the monsters didn't find a single victim. A particular skeleton looked like it was sniffing. It noticed something and stared in the direction of the army camp. Zzz. It made a strange noise and started walking towards it. Rumble. The monstrous horde changed its direction as well, trampling everything in its path. Shit, they're coming. The spectators in the camp turned pale from fear, dropping to the ground. This is it, they found us. Others panicked and shouted. Boom. The first wave of monsters slammed into the Buddhist barrier. The ground outside had cracks everywhere. There's nothing we can do, despair took over. Some cried while closing their eyes and covering their ears, simply waiting for death. The horde could easily destroy both the camp and everyone inside, turning them into mincemeat. However, seconds passed and they found that they were still alive. In fact, not a single thing happened to them. They opened their eyes and saw that the barrier emitted from the great statue successfully stopped the monsters. Nonetheless, a great feast was right in front of them. There was no way they would give up, so the relentless assault continued. Some started crawling on top of the barrier. It didn't take long before layers of monsters were on top. The spectators looked up and saw nothing but skeletons slamming into their last hope. This bizarre and dreadful scene was one of a kind. They became buried in an ocean of bones. Worst of all, the monsters looked hungry as well, opening their jawbones. Just thinking about being eaten by these monsters left cultivators in shambles. They wanted nothing more than to escape this nightmare. We're completely trapped, an ancestor wavered. Will anyone save us? We're gonna die here. Miserable cries could be heard everywhere. Alas, the cries weren't as loud as the explosions and bangs from the monsters trying to get in. Eventually, cracks appeared on the barrier. It wouldn't last much longer. By this point, even the powerful ancestors and big shots turned pale. An old master analyzed the cracks and said, "This barrier is weaker than the Buddhist wall, it won't hold." Then what the hell are we going to do? Just wait for them to devour us? An expert cried due to a lack of countermeasure. Rumble. The cracks gradually became larger. The crowd trembled as a result. Just give up, this is the end. Many lost courage during these last moments. Suddenly, a flute temporarily woke them up from fear. They clearly heard it despite the deafening cacophonies. The notes were sharp and pricked their eardrums. It immediately took over as if it was the only sound left in this world. The monsters slamming into the barrier suddenly stopped as if they heard the flute as well. They then moved away from the barrier. Those trapped inside could see the sun again and heaved a sigh of relief despite not being aware of the situation. It's Li, no, His Excellency. One soul regained his wits and followed the direction of the flute. Everyone looked over and saw Li Chia standing on top of the Biendu's ancestral peak and playing a flute carved out of bones. Though this peak was extremely far away from the camp, both humans and monsters heard the tunes. What is going on? Spectators expressed their confusion. Is the sacred lord controlling them with a peerless flute? A master from the holy ground speculated. Ra. This was proven incorrect because a massive skeleton roared loudly. Its mouth was filled with flames. After this loud roar, monsters started rushing towards Li Chia like angry bulls. Chapter 39:14. The previous rampage towards the camp was frightening enough. Now, the movement was crazy and loud. The monsters actually roared at Li Chia. They looked furious and wanted nothing more than to take Li Chia down. The spectators had no idea what was going on, still feeling intimidated by the loud roars and rumbles. This frantic tsunami could crush Blackwood Cliff right away. At the start, some thought that Li Chia could control the monsters with the flute. This didn't seem to be the case. The sharp tunes only served to anger them. The ancestral peak of the Biendu had no chance of outlasting the horde. Will the sacred lord be able to stop them alone? Experts became worried for their leader. Of course, they thought that he was unfathomable, but the circumstances didn't look favorable. There were too many monsters while he was alone. It should be fine. A big shot hesitated for a moment before adding, His Excellency's abilities and power are above our imagination. Though he said this, he wasn't actually that confident. No one should be considering the number of those terrible monsters. I'm sure you're right, the sacred lord will be triumphant. A different expert from the holy ground raised his fist in the air, trying to make himself feel better as well. Buddha Supreme barely made it back then. An ancestor from the east said softly. He wasn't trying to mock or look down on Li Chia. In fact, he was hoping for Li Chia to win. After all, a defeat would mean death to all of them. Alas, the mighty supreme that could contend against Tao lords had such a hard time against the horde. Li Chia's age made the situation look worse. While everyone felt nervous, the horde suddenly stopped when they made it to the base of the peak. This was akin to a galloping cavalry stopping out of nowhere before attacking their foes, leaving behind deep trails on the mud. From the top of the ancestral peak looking down, the world turned into a terrifying realm of skeletal monsters. For some strange reason, none dared to take half a step further. They stared at Li Chia, still as furious as before. Li Chia ignored them and continued playing the flute. The sharp noises reached the depths of black tides. This naturally astounded the spectators. Everyone could see that the skeletons wanted nothing more than to take Li Chia down. Why did they stop? What's going on? No one had an answer. Why aren't they attacking? A powerful answer became confused. Do you know why? An amazing cultivator asked the paragon of the Biendu. The latter waved his hand helplessly and responded, I'm afraid I do not. This is rather unprecedented. It hasn't happened before, at least not recorded on any scroll. Another ancestor familiar with black tides added. It's because His Excellency is invincible in this world. They're afraid of his might. An expert from the holy ground suggested. The big shots didn't buy it. First, these skeletons didn't look intimidated by Li Chia at all. They were glaring and roaring at him. Perhaps His Excellency is in possession of an eternal artifact, powerful enough to deter these creatures. One ancestor remarked. Many found this to be reasonable judging by the current situation. What item can frighten these monsters? A high elder asked. In the past, the courageous trio fought against these monsters in person. They brought top Dao Lord weapons which weren't enough to suppress their foes. Could it be that Li Qia actually had something far stronger than Dao Lord weapons? That black metal, perhaps? Someone speculated. The majority nodded in agreement. An important character of the court replied, "There's a high possibility for this. It came from the abyss as well, perhaps it is the core of black tides. If what you say is correct, then it is priceless, far more valuable than any Dao Lord weapon." An old official from another kingdom said solemnly. This became widely accepted by the big shots. The metal from the abyss checked all the boxes. Rumble. Suddenly, tremors came from the horizon. Everyone looked over and saw another massive horde of skeletal monsters heading for Blackwood Cliff. Chapter 39:15. The second horde's rampage created a massive dust storm. From a distance, they looked like ants completely engulfing the earth. The spectators felt their scalp tingling as a result. Why are there still more monsters? The experts in the camp couldn't believe it and shuddered in horror. Where the hell did they come from? Legs started trembling after seeing the unending number of monsters. The first wave of monsters alone already packed the entire region. It was more than enough to destroy Blackwood and its inhabitants. Thus, everyone assumed that all the monsters from Black Tides had arrived. None expected for there to still be more. Li Qia's sharp tunes reached the depths of Black Tides. He seemed to be playing with an ant's nest. All the ants rushed out and wanted to take a bite in order to appease their uncontrollable anger. Nonetheless, though more and more gathered at the base, not a single one tried to climb the peak. It became abundantly clear that Blackwood didn't have enough room for the uninvited guests. Both the ground and the air were filled with strange skeletons. Blackwood turned into a mountain of bones. This was a horrifying sight for the spectators at the camp, a hellish nightmare that they would never forget. No wonder why Buddha Supreme faltered in the past, there are so many of them. An old cultivator turned pale. Despite their overwhelming number advantage, the skeletons still didn't come for Li Qia and only roared from below. I think people were right, they're afraid of something. This became the consensus. It's not the ancestral peak. The paragon of the Biandu said. He obviously knew more about their territory than anyone else. Moreover, in the past, they have attacked the ancestral peak before during previous invasions. Thus, it had to be due to Li Qia and most importantly, the black metal found in the abyss. Ra! One particular roar was louder than the rest. It made the clouds disperse and silenced the other monsters. Blackwood and all of Black Tides became hushed as a result. One particular creature appeared, the others remained quiet. Some even lowered their skull. Its body wasn't the largest compared to a few behemoths touching the sky vault. However, its skull was especially large compared to its tiny body. This made it look like a mushroom. This skull was absolutely the largest out of all the monsters. A few spectators wondered if this skull would fall off if it walked a little faster. Due to its skull's size, the dark flame that could be seen through the eye sockets was also bigger. Perhaps this was the reason for its high status. That's the leader of the monsters? People started wondering. It might be the source of the disasters each time for millions of years now. One ancestor became surprised. I didn't see it during the previous tidal recession. A big shot with experiences said. The ancestors from the Biandu exchanged glances. Their clan had seen numerous tidal recessions, so they understood this process quite well. They had no records of this big-headed creature. Roo! It stood right at the base and roared at Li Qia. He finally stopped playing the flute and glanced at it once. He shook his head and said, how disappointing, another small fish instead of the big one. Must be too afraid of death to appear. The concentrated masters heard Wuxia but didn't understand what he was talking about. Biyao. It roared angrily, seemingly understood enough to know that he was looking down on it. Fool. Wuxia smiled, still a dead entity, no intelligence at all. Not to mention insignificant bones like you, even your master will tremble to see me here at 8 decalaces. How fierce, that's the sacred lord for you. The top masters from the holy ground took pride in Wuxia's style. Their perspective of him shifted completely the moment they knew he was their sacred lord. Ignorance turned into courage, arrogance turned into heroism. He had their full support. Biyao. The creature roared furiously again. Wuxia ignored it and waved his hand provocatively. Whatever, I'll deal with you bunch all at once today, then find the coffin later. Come. Chapter 39:16. Wuxia's direct challenge against the creatures, or rather, black tides, caught everyone off guard. He wants to challenge black tides? One ancestor from righteous sect murmured. I think so, but in history, only the Dao lords dare to do this. An old man from the east replied. For millions of years, numerous cultivators have been buried in this ocean. They were all gifted and prideful geniuses who eventually reached the top of the ladder. Alas, few managed to come back alive. The real challengers were the Dao lords. For example, Pure Sun Dao Lord, Sword Queen, and a few others. Later on, with an established path, only top Dao lords such as Buddha did the same. As for a new Dao lord such as Scarlet Moon, they stood no chance against this ocean. Thus, Wuxia's challenge was an earth-shattering event. In our era, only someone like the Sacred Lord can challenge black tides. Many from the holy ground took pride in this. He's the son of miracles indeed. Once he starts, he'll eradicate them all. Another nodded in agreement. Though most praised their new Sacred Lord, the ancestors remained worried. They were aware of how monumental a task it was to challenge this region, potentially fatal for even Dao lords. Wuxia certainly was capable, but this was still a reckless ass. However, they kept their mouths shut because of Wuxia's status. Biyao. The big-headed creature roared. The other monsters did the same. Their roars echoed across the region, similar to a million thunderbolts hitting at once. The sound waves spread out and uprooted countless trees. The big-headed creature turned around and made some strange sounds. The others started calling as well. The next development surprised everyone. The skull of the leader rolled off its body. The ladder crumbled into pieces as well. Crack. 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 Bones started falling and clicking everywhere. All the skulls fell off the body of the skeletons. Their mainframe shattered as a result. Thus, all of Blackwood and a large area of black tides became filled with pieces of bones. What are they doing? The spectators became lost after seeing this bizarre scene. Wuxia hasn't done a thing yet his foes crumbled already? A passerby unaware of the situation would think that this was a mass suicide. Of course, this couldn't be the case. Did they go crazy from being too angry? One ancestor asked. They didn't have time to think because the large skulls started floating in the air. The other skulls subsequently followed. Thousands and thousands of skulls floated in the air and blotted out the sky. The spectators in the camp found this as creepy as can be. How bizarre. A youth commented. They then saw the largest skull opened its jaws and started sucking. The dark red lights hidden in the other skulls were absorbed by this force. After losing their light, these skulls fell to the ground as if they had been drained of their life force. The light inside the largest skull became far brighter than before after the full accumulation. Flames started oozing out of the eye sockets and mouth just like a volcanic eruption. Its power intensified, pulses shot in every direction and turned all geographic features into plains. Crack. 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 The mountains of bones began assembling together, not random bones but only the finest and toughest of each previous monster. The hardest bone in each monster is known as a resolute bone. The paragon of the Biendu took a deep breath and said, "They're extremely hard to destroy." Millions of resolute bones came together to form a massive body. The floating skull then landed on this new frame. A new creature appeared before them, far taller than the ancestral peak. It didn't have legs, only a blade-like tail to support its body. It had 2 hands but the fingers were thin and sharp, capable of harvesting 10 million lives with one swing. It looked somewhat like a human-scorpion hybrid, an entirely new species. The resolute bones were as white as snow, looking like stones that have been polished. Most importantly, unlike the chaotic arrangements of the other monsters, these bones fit together perfectly. It was as if the whole thing used to be a single mountain, eventually carved into this shape by a master artisan. The power oozing from it horrified the ancestors and the high elders. Regular cultivators had a hard time breathing, some became paralyzed on the ground. Chapter 39:17. Spectators found themselves to be utterly insignificant compared to this behemoth. It was larger and stronger than any previous skeletal monster. The ancestral peak of the Biendu and Seer Peak were high enough, yet they paled in comparison versus this creature. "Don't tell me this is the true form of these monsters?" An ancestor from the court gasped. "That might be true." A different ancestor calmed down and quietly whispered. The horde of monsters abandoned their own body to form this single creature with the resolute bones. Some top masters thought that this might be the real thing. In the previous invasions, it simply decided to split itself into numerous smaller monsters. Rumble. The skeletal behemoth pierced the ground with its tail, creating a large chasm. Boom! It suddenly drilled into the ground and disappeared. What is it doing? The spectators stared at the dark chasm, confused. Didn't it want to fight Wuxia? Is it running away? One expert asked. "I don't think so, the worst is yet to come," the ancestor from the court responded. Boom! Sure enough, the world seemed to be spinning after a loud explosion. A massive peak exploded next. Seer Peak. The crowd blurted in horror. They saw the peak being destroyed with debris and dirt flying everywhere. Seer Watch that has lasted for eras was now gone. "It's gone," a big shot from Blackwood murmured. "This divination observatory has always been a part of Blackwood. Now, it has become a part of history. No, as long as the people survive, so will the watch." A seer from there said, "The Grand Seer said that this is actually a blessing, not a disaster." Boom! The behemoth dug out of the ground and stood in the rubbles of what used to be Seer Peak. Gao! It roared intensely at Wuxia. This roar could tear the sky apart and make listeners explode. Since it was taller than the peak, it was now looking down on Wuxia. However, he remained calm while facing it directly. Can the Sacred Lord kill it? Cultivators became worried. Even a fool could see the power of that monster. The top masters thought that even Buddha Supreme wouldn't be a match for it. Absolutely. One disciple from the holy ground raised his fist and said, "This won't be an exception for the creator of miracles. He'll defeat this giant." Nonetheless, his expression and tone indicated a lack of confidence. Gao! The creature then looked up at the sky and began to absorb the essences from the ground. People heard buzzing noises and saw earthly energy permeating upward. The tail of this skeleton was dug deep underground for the absorption process. As it absorbed more and more, this energy circulated around its body in an endless manner. Its aura actually surged after receiving an immense power boost. The Well of Seer Watch, many thought about the famous well. That well is connected to an earth vein, it's absorbing the chaos true energy from there. An ancestor took a deep breath. Yes, it's becoming more powerful. Another seer said softly. The seers had no control over that well and couldn't stop the monster from absorbing its energy. Who'll be able to stop it after it sucks up everything? One high elder became worried. The monster itself was already strong enough. Once it drained an entire earth vein, it would become invincible. The eyes staring at Wuxia became filled with woe. Your Excellency, you must stop it now. An expert at the holy ground channeled his voice to communicate with Wuxia. Wuxia showed no sign of urgency. They only saw him raising his palm and it started to pulse brightly. Due to the long distance, they didn't know what he was doing. Once he fully opened his palm, rays of light blinded the spectators. What is His Excellency doing? People found it strange that he hasn't taken out a mighty treasure or weapon yet. Those standing next to him would see that the rays of light were falling onto the dried stump. The light seeped into the stump like water. Buzz. A miracle happened as a green sprout could be seen. The stump lit up and started growing at a shocking rate. It didn't take long before a tree with long branches and verdant leaves could be seen again. They fluttered to the wind, brimming with life and spirit energy. As the tree matured, the leaves' green light became stronger. I think I see a tree growing. One master shouted. In the next moment, the tree became large enough to blot out the sky. All the spectators could see it now. Huh? Did the Biendu's peak always have this magical tree? An expert wondered while staring at the radiant and divine tree. Chapter 39:18. The tree's branches flickered back and forth and exuded a verdant glow, resembling a laurel tree in an immortal paradise. The spectators inside the camp stared in astonishment. The locals found it strange because the ancestral peak didn't have a divine tree like this in the past. The members of the Biendu felt the same way. They obviously knew more about this peak than outsiders. It didn't have a tree like this at all. The place had no spirituality and energy to speak of either. Thus, the appearance of this tree was rather bizarre. Ancestor, did our peak have a divine tree? One of them asked his ancestor. The ancestor didn't answer because he was busy thinking about this issue as well. In reality, most have wondered why their progenitor chose this place to be their ancestral ground. When comparing the two great peaks in Blackwood, these ancestors thought that Seer Peak was simply superior compared to their own. Buzz. The green light pulsed in a magnificent manner as the tree continued to grow. The crowd couldn't believe it. It became gigantic in the blink of an eye and could contend against the colossal skeleton. As everyone was lost in admiration, the tree radiated brighter after reaching a certain size. Rumble. The ground started shaking as if two powers were contesting deep in the earth core. The even struggle beneath tore the world apart. Everyone felt the region breaking down and had a hard time standing straight. Some became dizzy as a result of the overwhelming turbulence. They're tearing everything apart. The crowd started screaming. They had no idea what powers were contending underground. Nonetheless, the result wouldn't be pretty. Boom! Finally, a majestic energy from the earth vein shot to the sky like a rainbow. It originated from the ancestral peak of the Biendu and lingered on the divine tree. The verdant glow became brighter, enough to illuminate all of 8 decimalaces. With this new empowerment, the tree grew larger. Its roots and foundation have been firmly established underground, turning it into the new ruler of the earth. Buzz. On the contrary, the energy circling around the skeletal creature started receding like the tides. It didn't take long before nothing was left. I see. The experts understood right away. The two powers fighting earlier were the creature and the divine tree. The latter seized the vein's energy from its opponent. By this point, the tree looked like a god, capable of looking down on all creations and suppressing the devils. Its leaves looked like swords pointing at the creature. The spectators felt the urge to prostrate since this guardian deity seemed to be protecting Blackwood. Has it been protecting us all this time? An expert on his knees asked. No wonder why the progenitor chose this peak, we couldn't figure out this secret. Even the paragon of the Biyao prostrated while reflecting. Thank you for protecting us. The members of the Biendu prostrated. Gao. The creature became livid. Its roar alone destroyed everything within 1,000 miles radius. Even ancestors were nothing more than ants in comparison. Bam! It finally attacked by swinging its large arm with no need for merit law and weapons. Blackwood Cliff sank downward just from the pressure even before the skeletal hand made contact. Shit! The spectators turned pale. This smash can destroy all of Blackwood. A big shot shouted in horror. The creature's brute force alone was so devastating, enough to take down the Biendu. In the past, this clan has survived numerous invasions. If it were to go down like this, it would be too much to take for the survivors. Their home would be finished and they couldn't put up a good fight. But then again, who could actually survive the smash? The strongest sect would still be reduced to ashes. Many screamed while thinking that Wuxia would die to this terrifying attack. That's strong enough to annihilate all of Vidra. An important cultivator commented, paled. In this split moment, time suddenly stopped for them. They thought that something had happened but didn't get a clear look. Some spatial and temporal morphing seemed to be going on. One thing was moving from one dimension to another in an indescribable manner. Once they calmed down, they saw something unbelievable. The tree had somehow moved inside the massive skeleton and started growing in there. Its branches made way through the gaps in the creature's bones and began coiling and sealing it. Clank. 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 The branches acted like the toughest chains, tightening and not allowing the creature to move an inch. Chapter 39:19. Because of the tight seal, the creature's smash couldn't connect with Wuxia and the ancestral peak. Gao. It roared again and became resplendent. The resolute bones erupted with power, wanting to destroy the branches. Clank. This violent upheaval wasn't enough. The individual bones have all been locked by the branches. Yes. The spectators cheered excitedly. This divine tree is mighty. An expert became emotional after seeing this. It's not just the tree. It is empowered by the energy from the earth vein. Plus, let's not forget about the Sacred Lord's peerless ability. An ancestor corrected while staring at Wuxia. He was now standing on the treetop, looking dominating and above all. The spectators then saw him taking out a treasure bottle. Does he want to trap it inside? Someone from the holy ground asked. This wasn't the case. Wuxia simply poured out ashes onto the skeleton. The moment the ashes touched the skeleton, even the resolute bones started melting. Gao! Gao! This prompted the creature to struggle and roar. Alas, the divine tree was in total control, so it had to accept its fate. The resolute bones' color changed. They were initially as white as snow, but now, the ashes made them turn gray. Poof! The flame inside the skull erupted as a last-ditch effort, wanting to incinerate the falling ashes. Alas, this was akin to a bonfire meeting a tsunami and was instantly extinguished. Ah! The loss of its flame caused the creature to roar in agony. Its massive frame twitched in pain as it became weaker. What is that? It seems to be the monster's nemesis. The spectators were astounded with their mouth agape. The ashes didn't look special at all, maybe ashes from burnt wood. However, the specks managed to weaken and corrode the resolute bones of the creature. The crowd had a hard time accepting this. The monsters from Black Tides were powerful and virtually impossible to kill. This was why each invasion left so much damage to Blackwood. This final form of the creature should be able to defeat Buddha Supreme. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the King of Bones. However, it couldn't stand against Wuxia even though he didn't resort to any offensive method. Is it an immortal grade bottle? A sacred ancestor from the court wondered. I don't know, could be an ultimate artifact of our sacred mountain. A peer responded. However, most big shots disagreed. If Sacred Mountain had these ashes in the past, it wouldn't have waited until now to use them. Buddha Supreme nearly died from the fight at Blackwood. That would have been the perfect scenario to use it. Yang Ling stared at the ashes in astonishment. Among all the spectators with the exception of Li Chia, her group was the only ones who knew about its origin. They saw Li Chia producing the ashes in person back at Myriad Beast Mountain. He spent every day collecting firewood then burning them. She was curious about it and had asked him before. However, he smiled each time without responding. The old servant didn't know why Li Chia wanted these ashes either. Nonetheless, he knew that given Li Chia's attentiveness and method, they must have some special uses. Others wouldn't be able to create them despite copying Li Chia's exact method. It required a special ability from Li Chia alone. Now, it became obvious to the group. Li Chia's time in the wilderness was for the purpose of dealing with the skeletons in black tides. This revelation was quite shocking for the group. It was as if he could see the future before setting foot into Myriad Beast. No one expected a tidal recession in this generation. He must have been the only one. Using the word omniscient to describe him wouldn't be an exaggeration. The creature weakened due to the damages to its resolute bones. Crack. One crack appeared on the top of the skull. A tiny red ray flew out of the gap, looking like the soul of the creature. Its speed was extraordinary, but Li Chia naturally wouldn't let it escape. He sent ashes towards that direction and trapped the ray. The moment the ashes directly touched the ray, it extinguished right away. Gao! The creature let out an echoing cry and squirmed. Its resolute bones were finally corroded and turned into ashes as well, wafting away with the wind. The remnant mountains of bones on the ground also turned to ashes. No more bones could be seen in the region. Chapter 39:20. The mountains of bones dispersed into specks in no time at all, wafting away with the winds. Meanwhile, the spectators looked like frozen statues due to shock. Even the sacred ancestors couldn't regain their composure. The knowledgeable existences that have lived for eras have seen plenty of strange things before. Nonetheless, this took it to the next level. Words couldn't describe the event and their current emotions. Previously, Buddha Supreme did everything he could to protect Blackwood from these skeletal creatures. He was only successful with the help of Righteous Supreme and 8 Stallion Tao Lord. Those who saw the fight in person remembered it for the rest of their life. The images of 3 brilliant beings unleashing their might against the endless horde. Today, the Lord of the Holy Ground, Li Chia, didn't resort to magnificent merit laws and invincible weapons nor his actual abilities. He showed no sign of nervousness and anxiety despite facing countless enemies. Thus, this battle was rather quiet compared to the brutal struggle back then. He didn't exude a ferocious aura in the slightest, not that he needed to do so before easily taking care of the skeletons. Nonetheless, what he did today shocked the crowd more than the trio back then. The spectators' memories of today have been carved in their mind by thousands and thousands of slashes. They became frightened, especially those who harbored malicious thoughts against Li Chia. Their legs started trembling as they broke out in cold sweat. It became apparent that cultivation didn't matter to him. Enlightened being or Samadhi realm? He would be invincible all the same. Is this what invincibility is? After a while, a big shot managed to whisper. An ancient ancestor quietly responded, "It's the greatest move in history." The Sacred Lord's cultivation is not as strong as Buddha Supreme. However, his methods are absolutely peerless. Their peers nodded in agreement. Li Chia's feat today would be remembered forever, more than enough to outshine other historical figures. So what are those ashes? One big shot turned his attention towards the ashes that took down the creatures. It's not from Sacred Mountain, that's for sure. An ancestor responded because if this were the case, Buddha Supreme would have used it back then. Maybe the Sacred Lord created them? A high elder said, "Sacred Mountain has been dealing with black tides for so long. This generation, it finally noticed something new, so the Sacred Lord cleverly used an unbelievable method to create the ashes." I agree. High elders and ancestors supported this speculation. Buzz. After the bones were gone, the divine tree's light gradually dimmed down. It then turned into particles and dispersed into nothingness. Li Qie landed on the ancestral peak. It looked the same as before. The tree's stump became conspicuous again. However, those who paid attention to it would notice something different. This stump looked dead in the past, but now, it was brimming with life and ready to bud again at the first sign of spring. The crowd was still amazed by its appearance. The ancestors of the Biandu exchanged glances. This was definitely great news for them. They knew that the tree might be gone for now, but its foundation still existed at the ancestral peak. If they could understand it one day and be able to use it, their power would reach the next level. Okay, the disaster is over. Li Qie nonchalantly declared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, finally able to relax. A second later, a celebration ensued. We're okay, everyone's okay, that's great. Someone shouted. For the locals, they were actually ready to fight to the very end in order to defend their home. But now, the invading creatures were no more. Everything seemed like a dream. Let's go home. The happy locals ran out of the camp. Joy took over as they returned to Blackwood. Venerable Sacred Lord, the protector of Buddha holy ground who blesses its citizens, someone got there first and kneeled at the base of the peak. The others also showed their respect and chanted the same thing. Their voices echoed far into the horizon. It didn't take long before the members of the holy ground prostrated without any hesitation within Blackwood. A few from Righteous and the East also did the same. Most from these regions refrained from a full kowtow but still bowed to show respect. Rise. Li Qie said casually. Chapter 39-21. The prostrating audience got up but kept their head lowered. The members of the holy ground were too excited after the battle. In the beginning, many thought that Li Qie's choice was too reckless. At this point, they thought that he was omnipotent. Recently, Buddha Supreme has not shown himself, so the holy ground lost confidence. Numerous whispered about his potential demise. At the same time, Vajra grew stronger while Sacred Mountain's influence weakened. Now, Li Qie's invincible style to save the holy ground reminded everyone of Sacred Mountain's might again. It was still the leading authority of the holy ground. As for the outsiders, they watched Li Qie with respect in their eyes. At first, the ancestors from these powers thought that Li Qie wasn't worthy of this role, whether it be his cultivation or prestige. Of course, none would be singing this tune any longer. They were completely won over by him. The young master is incredible. Yang Ling was elated as well, not knowing what else to say. The old servant who has traveled across the world couldn't believe it either. He was someone who had fought against black tides before. The dangers here required the top masters to give everything they got. But now, it seemed that Li Qie was more frightening than anything else. As for the quiet fanbai, she was still astounded but refrained from commenting. Li Qie only smiled at the girl and said, "Let's go." Okay, but where are we going? Yang Ling didn't expect this. The crowd hasn't gotten a chance to breathe yet after the destruction of the monsters. This seemed too early. Deeper into black tides, time to end this. Li Qie stared at the horizon and responded. Oh. She also followed the direction of his gaze. Her heart skipped a beat due to the terrible tales about that area. You guys can stay here. I'm only going to finish some mundane matters. He told them. Young master, I would like to follow and serve you if you don't mind. The old man immediately spoke. He also gazed in the same direction, becoming quite excited. He couldn't help touching his saber's hilt. Last time he went there was without a tidal recession. Unfortunately, he didn't make it to his destination. He knew better than to risk his life and decided to flee. Now, the lack of water made this easier, but most importantly, a peerless existence was by his side. Thus, he wanted to see what waited in black tides, the dreadful entity that has haunted the world for eras. This was one of his wishes. Young master, I want to tag along too, please. Yang Ling begged. She knew that she had no chance of getting anywhere in black tides. If she couldn't tag along with Li Chia this time, that would be the end of it. Come then. Li Chia started walking while the group followed him. Yang Ling was both nervous and excited. Fan Bai remained calm because she didn't know much about black tides. Plus, she was willing to follow Li Chia wherever he went regardless of the danger. The Sacred Lord is entering black tides again? The spectators watched the group. They thought that this would be the time for a grand celebration. The Lord of the Holy Ground has shown his supremacy. An announcement to the rest of the world should be next to let everyone hear about his exploits. He wants to push forward while having the advantage. Another disciple said. He wishes to change the tides of history with the next battle. One ancestor murmured. One man alone trying to stop the eternal chaos. Is it possible? A big shot took a deep breath. In fact, his evaluation of Li Chia couldn't be any higher. The problem was, black tides has haunted the world for millions and millions of years. There was something terrifying deeper in there. Numerous wise sages and top masters have planned expeditions against this place, yet it remains standing. Nonetheless, they were successful in the sense that it was calmer now compared to how it used to be during the chaotic era. Now, did Li Chia wish to fight and destroy black tides? Many worried about him. This isn't the right time. A sacred ancestor said, the present holy ground requires his leadership. This was obvious due to the waning influence of Sacred Mountain. He needed to show everyone that they were untouchable again. On the other hand, those with their own plans thought that it would be perfect for Li Chia to die in black tides. The decline of Sacred Mountain would actually accelerate. Sacred Lord, we are willing to follow you and be of service. A group of ancestors came over and respectfully asked. Our court will follow your commands in this battle against black tides. A sacred ancestor vowed loyalty. It's nothing, I'm only going to take a look, don't bother me. Li Chia waved his hand in refusal. Though these big shots wanted to help Li Chia, there was nothing they could do after being refused. Many experts from the Holy Ground followed along in order to see him off. They actually reached the edge of black tide's inner region. They then knew that it was time to leave. They bowed towards him and said, Please take care, Sacred Lord. Chapter 39-22. Just the mentioning of black tides alone instilled fear into the listeners. Cultivators never dared to venture to this place. Powerful sovereigns took the risk and never returned. As for the depths of this region, only top Dao lords and invincible supremes bothered trying. The area certainly became safer during a tidal recession. Nonetheless, this inner region was still extremely dangerous. After all, Dao lords could meet their end there and most people weren't suicidal. Yang Ling's group followed Li Chia towards this perilous destination. Once there, they were greeted by relentless heat waves. When looking from a distance, the place resembled a marsh. It's just that instead of being waterlogged, it was lava-logged. In a sense, the entire place looked like a sunken continent. If one were to look down from above, a great power must have devastated the area. Gorges and deep ditches could be found everywhere. Being careless would mean falling into one of them right away, akin to being swallowed by a monster. Normally, powerful big shots capable of reaching this area had total freedom in their movement, able to fly and travel underground. Their body was as light as a feather, allowing them to easily float on anything. Unfortunately, there was just something about the holes and mud here. They served as quagmires, always pulling down the uninvited travelers. Brilliant movement techniques were useless in this place. This was similar to the phenomenon seen in the abyss. Some deaths weren't accidental either. Yang Ling's group saw an expert just walking by a cave and a gust of wind pulled him inside. He struggled and roared, but it was useless. Something seemed to be in that cave and sent him to meet his maker. The flowing lava was special as well, as red as molten metal but lacking the same viscosity. It flowed quickly just like regular water. Strangely enough, the heat stemming from the lava was rather pleasant, similar to sitting in a hot spring during the harsh winter. One would actually think about jumping in there. Of course, doing so meant certain demise because the lava would turn them into ashes right away. Along the way, the group saw an adventurer confident in his cultivation. He thought that since his body could withstand samadhi flames, this lava shouldn't be a problem either. Ah! The guy screamed once before being reduced to ashes after jumping into the lava for a shortcut. Another adventurer saw a bright light in the middle of a gully. He became excited about this potential treasure and yelled, "A treasure is emerging over here." He and his friends ran over, only to hear a buzzing noise. This light swept through them like a net and turned them into dispersing particles. Nothing was left of them in the next second. No one would have a clue that they have died here. All in all, the Reaper was potentially hiding in every nook and cranny here. Only the Supremes and Tao Lords could avoid the danger. The mass lacked the ability to return alive. Yang Ling and Fan Bai could see that this place was ominous. There seemed to be eyes in the shadow watching their every step. Thus, they stuck as close to Li Qia as possible. Even the mighty old servant became tense, grabbing the hilt of his saber and always ready to perform a quick draw. What a different world, not as moving as when the water is still around though. The old man commented. What is it like before a tidal recession? Yang Ling became curious. Words aren't sufficient to describe the terror, but if I have to put it, imagine millions of devils rampaging and destroying the world. As for the gods, they howl in grief while being stuck in hell. The strongest cultivators were still at risk of being torn to pieces. The old servant smiled wryly. A glint of anxiety flashed deep in his eyes since he couldn't forget what he had seen here. The two girls could imagine how terrible the place used to be after listening to him. Fortunately, Li Qia led them through this arduous journey without any issue. Their path was surprisingly uneventful. The hidden monsters in the caves and abysses didn't dare to bother Li Qia. The eyes hidden in the darkness would run away into a darker dimension. The gaping jaws were no longer open. All wanted to hide their presence. These hidden entities seemed aware of Li Qia and didn't want to be exposed to him. Therefore, the so-called most dangerous region in West King was nothing more than Li Qia's garden. He and the group sauntered towards their goal. Yang Ling and Fan Bai didn't notice the imperceptible changes. They simply felt safe while walking behind him. As for the old servant, he clearly sensed these entities running away out of fear. Chapter 39-23, Li Qia eventually stopped before a rather normal-looking cave devoid of danger. It was only wide enough for several people to jump down at the same time, pitch black with no bottom in sight. A heavenly gaze wouldn't spot anything either, resulting in an uneasy feeling. Because of this endless property, one would think that by jumping down, they would enter a new world. This darkness would also bite back on those daring to stare at it for too long. It gave the impression of not allowing anyone to return after jumping down. What's down there? Yang Ling also attempted to use her heavenly gaze and didn't see anything. The old man had a terrible feeling about the cave. Intuition told him that if he were to jump down, he would never return alive. His grip on the saber hilt tightened as he tensed up. This is the place, very well hidden. Li Qia glanced below and said. We're going down there. Yang Ling was slightly afraid. Nonetheless, she thought that it would be okay with Li Qia around. The only problem was not wanting to be a nuisance to him. No longer want to see a magical world? Li Qia smirked at the group. I'm not afraid as long as you're around, young master. Yang Ling hesitated for a moment before answering. Go down then. Li Qia smiled and jumped first. Fan Bai followed him blindly without thinking twice. As for Yang Ling, fear of the unknown struck her, but she eventually mustered enough courage to take a step forward. The old servant was the last one to jump in. He readied his saber in order to deal with any potential complication. As the group fell down, the only thing they heard was heavy wind noises. The drop was lasting for what seems to be an eternity. Yang Ling would be screaming right now if Li Qia wasn't close by. After a long while, they finally touched the ground and heard something cracking beneath their feet. Darkness still blinded them. They activated their heavenly gaze and found this place to be virtually infinite in size. It seemed larger than all of 8 desolaces. They only saw faint outlines, something like a mountain range ahead. The rest was a blur. Crack. They felt something moving beneath their feet. Something's awakening? Yang Ling became alarmed. Watch carefully, it'll be quite a spectacle. Li Qia smiled. Due to the creepy nature of this place, his answer frightened her even more. She thought that nothing good would be here. Pop. 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 They heard quiet pops, similar to something opening their eyes. Red lights suddenly appeared in this dark world, just bright enough to slowly illuminate the area. Once enough of them manifested, the group could see again. Ah! Yang Ling screamed right away. Fan Bai turned pale as well, speechless. Skeletal monsters. The old man took a deep breath and said, still shaken despite his experience. What they saw were skeletal creatures as far as the eye can see in this infinite world. There seemed to be nothing but bones here. A while ago, the 2 hordes attacking Black Cliff were populous enough. But now, the disparity was immense. We've fallen into their lair. Yang Ling shouted. The waves of invaders they saw first could destroy Buddha holy ground. As for the army here, it might be enough to take down 8 desolaces. These creatures were awakening, evident by the red flame in their skull. Li Qia's group came uninvited to their world. Gigantic skeletons began walking over. The 4 looked as small as ants. This was enough to frighten anyone. Young master, Yang Ling tugged Li Qia's sleeve. Click, clack, click, clack, the awakened ones approached the group. They didn't roar aggressively and attack like the waves on the surface. Nonetheless, the group was still intimidated. They're coming, young master. Yang Ling spoke again. The old man was ready to fight to the very end. However, he knew that it would be futile with his power alone. Still a bit left, let's give it to them. Li Qia took out the bottle containing the ashes. There wasn't much left. He removed the cork and blew ashes in all 4 directions. Zzz dash, the skeletons hit by the ashes immediately turned to ashes. This opened a wide space for the group. Alas, though thousands of them were cleared out in the blink of an eye, Li Qia was running out of ashes. This was akin to pouring a cup of water on a burning wooden house. The endless horde didn't stop moving. They didn't need to do anything either. Just them squeezing together would be enough to make meat paste out of Li Qia's group. What should we do, young master? Yang Ling noticed that they didn't have any ashes left. Chapter 39-24. The ground shook and shadows engulfed the group. Yang Ling became as pale as can be, feeling as insignificant as a speck of dust. Li Qia looked up at the sky and let out a penetrating roar for a long while. However, he didn't do anything else afterward and simply stood there. Boom! One giant has made it here and raised its foot for a stomp. The sky turned dark above them before an immense pressure pressed down from above. It's here! Yang Ling bellowed. Alas, Li Qia still didn't do anything, so she closed her eyes. The old man was ready while staring at the incoming foot. However, he patiently waited for Li Qia. Boom! As the 2 girls thought that they were finished, something massive flew over and slammed the giant. Boom! It cut the giant into 2 halves and the massive frame fell down like a collapsing building. Bones scattered on the ground. They looked up and saw something looking like a colossal warship. They had never seen something like this before. Up we go. Li Qie ordered and leaped up in the air. The rest followed and landed on this unknown entity. Once the two girls got up, they realized that it wasn't a monster or a battleship. It turned out to be a wooden nest of unimaginable size, large enough to swallow the stars in the galaxy. It was made from an assembly of countless branches. The two girls have never seen this type of wood before, dried and black, looking tougher than any metal. The affinity of chaos engulfed the nest, always pouring down visible strands that look like heavenly waterfalls. Boom! 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 Several skeletal giants approached and started smashing the nest. Explosions shattered the spatial fabrics even though they were only swinging their hands. Regular cultivators would be blown to smithereens in the blink of an eye. Go! Li Qie ignored them and commanded. The nest instantly broke through the barricade. Its chaos energy turned into a violent maelstrom and propelled it forward in an unstoppable and domineering manner. Every monster along the way was sent flying and pulverized regardless of its size and power. This world was packed with skeletons, more than enough to deter the strongest characters. However, they couldn't stop the nest in the slightest. It left a wake of destruction behind its path. The group couldn't believe it. This was even more shocking than the previous battles to them. After calming down, they started taking a careful look at the gargantuan nest. It resembled an independent world or an ark that could take everything else with it. They saw an ancient wooden pavilion pulsing with chaos energy. It seemed to be the center of the nest. Despite not exuding any divinity, other existences didn't dare to get close without prostrating. It wouldn't be surprising to see ultimate secrets and archaic artifacts within. The group felt a mysterious power from their not allowing any intruder to approach. It would suppress them right away. What is that building? Yang Ling stared solemnly at it. A remnant of the past. Li Qie glanced at it, his expression softened. He came here once with different companions. So many years have passed by this point. Certain things remained while others were long gone. Its creator must be a magnificent character. The old man became sentimental. Only a truly terrifying being would be able to create this wooden nest and supreme pavilion. Li Qie didn't answer, his mind seemed to be wandering somewhere else. The gentle breezes of past memories, including smiles and cries, comforted his cold heart. I wonder what's in there. Fan Bai was curious since she felt something special there. Alas, she couldn't bypass the suppressive pressure. Not to mention the two girls, even the old man couldn't get close. He also felt the same way as Fan Bai but didn't have a clear idea. They no longer exist, it is impossible to pursue things that have passed. Li Qie lacked interest. The group found this answer puzzling but didn't dare to ask for elaboration. Even if those treasures are unobtainable, just sitting there to comprehend the Tao will save tens of thousands of years. The old man said. He saw the pulsing chaos strands from the pavilion. Being able to meditate inside would be an earth-shattering fortune. Chapter 39-25. The nest continued its rampage against the skeletal creatures. Its speed was matchless as well, able to travel through 10 million miles in the blink of an eye. Though the creatures reassembled themselves after being crushed, they had no chance of keeping up. Eventually, the nest left everything in the dust. Yang Ling's group heaved a sigh of relief once they got away from the horde. They thought that only Tao Lords would have managed to escape the hellish containment earlier. The nest reached the end of this world and entered a boundless void. Its speed suddenly became 1,000 times faster. While the group thought they were away from any potential danger, they suddenly felt a terrible power looming over them, rendering them breathless, akin to having billions of boulders placed on their shoulders. They struggled to look ahead and became shocked. The nest has finally stopped and floated in the air. They then saw a dark star, far larger than other celestial bodies. 8 Desolaces looked considerably smaller as well. Flames engulfed the star, capable of sucking in and obliterating all existences. It had enough power to treat planets like specks of dust, easily incinerating and turning them into ashes. Time and space were melted around it. Due to a lack of these physical affinities, the core of the star wasn't restrained by distance and the flow of time. The nest was far away enough, yet the suppressive power was still unbearable. The group activated their heavenly gaze for closer observation. They saw the star seemingly being made from numerous smaller continents pressed together with no discernible pattern. Or perhaps that it used to be one whole piece, but something else started separating them. Lava flowed on the surface and headed for the core in the center. The liquid closer to the core was different, far redder and similar to blood. This creeped out the group. Once their heavenly gaze reached its limit, they could faintly see something like a coffin in the core. Alas, they couldn't see the content inside, only flashes. It could be a living person or a corpse. It took a while for them to calm down enough to think about the situation. They didn't know why Wuxia brought them here. "What is that thing?" Yang Ling spoke softly. The old man gestured for her to be quiet because he could sense something different in the air. Wuxia's expression indicated that this was a serious moment. "Wait here," Wuxia ordered before flying towards the dark star. She was worried to see him fly towards that horrifying star but couldn't open her mouth. The others felt the same way and clenched their fists. He stopped once he got close enough, completely impervious to the dark flames. The might of the star didn't affect him in the slightest. Boom! The flames gathered together to shoot a straight beam at the intruders. The nest retaliated by exuding chaos energy to form a defensive barrier. Meanwhile, Wuxia didn't move at all. The higher concentration of flame was still ineffective against him, always 3 inches away from reaching him. The old man started thinking. Was Wuxia's power stopping the flame, or was it too afraid to actually attack him? "Looks like you recovered quite a bit." Wuxia smiled and spoke to the coffin at the core. "The hibernation is working. I see that you have found the door." Humph. A thunderous scowl detonated. The old man felt a sound wave piercing his body. His innate defense couldn't stop it at all. Fortunately, the nest's chaos energy took most of the brunt. Wuxia's shadow suddenly became large enough to encompass the nest itself, stopping the sound wave from damaging his allies. Nonetheless, the old man's palms became sweaty. Just one scowl from this being was so terrifying. "Still won't submit?" Wuxia smiled and calmly stated, "With my return, the myriad Tao and all worlds are all under my grasp." The nonchalant comment expressed his total authority and dominion. Both powerful Tao lords and deities would need to prostrate before him. The being inside the coffin didn't retort this rather haughty declaration from Wuxia, implicitly agreeing. He knew the significance of Wuxia's return and the reason for the visit. "You surely know what you're doing." Wuxia spoke. A brief silence ensued. The being in the coffin eventually responded, "You're here to judge me?" The enigmatic voice was ancient and seemingly originating from the 9 layers of shell. Yang Ling and the others had a hard time listening to the piercing words. "No, that's the villainous heaven's job, not mine. I'd rather be more direct and just reduce you to pieces instead of wasting my time." Wuxia shook his head. Boom! The flames around the star exploded in an apocalyptic manner. Wuxia finally angered the unknown being. Alas, the flames still stopped 3 inches before Wuxia despite its violent eruption. Wuxia stood there, not batting an eye. 1. The wooden nest and the dark star last appeared around chapter 557 or so. Chapter 39-26. The being in the coffin might not want to actually attack Wuxia with the flames. To do so meant a declaration of war, and he understood the consequences. "You have 2 choices, either hand the item over or I will take it from your corpse. Pick." Wuxia said flatly, not leaving any room for negotiation. His allies thought that he was more direct and overbearing than any previous encounter. The fact that his opponent was mighty didn't matter. He said something that Tao lords wouldn't dare to in such a trivial manner. The being in the dark star needed to heed his threat. "I have many of those things. The ancient voice spoke again. You know what I'm referring to, so don't waste my time. I'm in the mood to talk right now, but this might change and you'll have to be in that coffin forever. Li Qie chuckled. The being fell into contemplation. He naturally didn't want to hand it over since it was too important to him. It allowed him to see hope and the door. Unfortunately, he must make a choice right now, either to obediently hand it over or to go all out against Li Qie in a gamble. Creak, eventually, a cosmic shift occurred. Space seemed to be sweeping down and flattening everything. The creaks made the group uncomfortable despite being shielded by chaos energy and Li Qie's shadow. It felt as if the heaviest thing in existence was pressing down on them. Of course, they knew full well that without the protections, they would be meat pastes right now. The lid of the coffin slowly moved enough to leave a tiny gap. Boom! The aura rushing out was insane and destructive. The old man shuddered. Someone like him would have gotten down on his knees from the pressure. He thought he had a good idea of ultimate power before. Now, he realized that he was just a frog under the well. True power far exceeded his imagination. The Tao Lords had nothing on this being. Yang Ling couldn't speak at all. The old man, on the other hand, focused on Li Qie and respectfully said, "The young master is even stronger and scarier." Li Qie stood still, completely unaffected. This aura could crush the firmaments but failed to move him an inch. It seemed that he could easily take it down if he wanted to. Take it. The ancient voice spoke as a box flew out of the gap. The being chose to obediently hand the item over instead of escalating the issue with Li Qie. It would be foolish to challenge Li Qie in this epoch. He and other top existences witnessed their neighbor being crucified, tortured for millions of years until death. This level of torment was unbearable. That's why acquiescing was the right choice. Opportunities could always resurface in the future. He chose embarrassment for this era in order to live many more. He had already endured and toiled for so long, no need to throw all of that away because of pride. Those who live this long are never stupid. Li Qie caught the box and smiled. The being didn't reply, still feeling frustrated and helpless after being threatened. Meanwhile, Li Qie's allies heaved a sigh of relief since no battle would occur. They thought how incredible it was for this monstrous being to yield to their young master. Therefore, the real monster here was their young master. Others, regardless of their power, needed to lower their head before him. Boom! Suddenly, the dark star suddenly opened. It was as if this being opened his mouth in order to devour the world. Poof! Red flames scattered across this endless world started shooting towards the star. The crowd knew what they were right away. These flames powered the skeletal creatures earlier, serving as their soul. Without the flames, the creatures were useless husks and bones. The flames granted them power and allowed them to terrorize black tides and black wood. Though they didn't see what was going on inside the coffin, they imagined the being swallowing all the flames. Back in the starting area, the hordes of creatures crumbled and became mere bones once more. In reality, these bones only withstood the test of time due to the fire's empowerment. With it gone, the mountains of bones slowly turned into dust again. The group then understood that this being was the mastermind behind the unceasing invasions in history. Boom! As they were still occupied with thoughts, the dark star suddenly pierced through space and disappeared from sight, heading for an unknown destination. Who knows if it would ever appear again? Chapter 39-27. Li Qie returned to the wooden nest after the dark star's departure. The others finally relaxed with the pressure gone. The aura from that being suffocated them earlier. Young master, was he the master of black tides? Yang Ling spoke softly, still intimidated by that being's power. No, black tides has no master. Li Qie casually responded. So in history, multiple Tao lords underwent expeditions against black tides. What was their goal? She continued since the public didn't have access to this information. Uncertainties. Li Qie said. Uncertainties of Dao search. The old man's eyes narrowed since he knew a little about this matter. There are many uncertainties and black tides is one of them. The curtain will drop eventually. Li Qie added. The old man contemplated. He had the chance to look at existences at the Dao realm before and understood some of the reasons. On the other hand, the two girls couldn't follow the conversation. Li Qie turned his focus towards the box, gently rubbing it. It was old and had spots everywhere, looking quite damaged. It resembled an heirloom item that has been around for too long, being dropped on the ground every once in a while. Of course, the damages had nothing to do with it being dropped. They stemmed from a terrible suppression. The group became curious about the thing inside the box. It had to be something magnificent in order to be worth their young master's time and effort. Moreover, that being inside the coffin reluctantly handed it over. It should be priceless and peerless. Young master, may I ask what is inside? Yang Ling asked. Longevity loop. Li Qie glanced at her and responded. Longevity loop? The group has never heard of it before, not even the old servant. He thought that this precious artifact should be well known, yet there were no legends regarding it. Of course, if it wasn't for Li Qie, they wouldn't have found out about this dark star hidden in black tides and the origin of the skeletal creatures. Thus, certain things were clearly above their station. Li Qie opened the box and out came a lustrous glow. Time came to a halt as a result. Everything affected by this light became infinitely slow. The group saw tiny particles barely moving as a result while being bathed by the light. This light seemed to be a pathway towards a different timeline and era. They didn't get to see the item, only its light. Nonetheless, they were still lost in awe. Li Qie took a quick look before closing the box and said, Longevity loop, a wondrous creation. Unfortunately, it is of no use to me. Few in 8 Decelaces knew of this item. The same could be said about those from the 9-world epoch. Only characters similar to Li Qie were privy to its existence. The loop first belonged to the ancient Ming, but it wasn't created by them. It granted immense benefits to their race. Their immortal emperors and lords were extremely hard to kill because they possessed the loop. Later on, the Dark Crow successfully used the immortal emperor slaughtering formation to suppress the loop and crucified its master. Many eras later, the seal of the ancient Ming was finally erased by the suppression. Li Qie then fought above the firmaments and died. Some of his treasures became lost and forgotten with his death. The being inside the dark star somehow obtained the loop. Others might have been unaware of the loop's effect, but this eternal being had lived long enough to know. It helped him see the way, allowing him to recover. It was of paramount importance. He wouldn't let anyone else touch this treasure, and a fight to the death would ensue. Alas, Li Qie was a different story. It had nothing to do with Li Qie being the original owner of the loop. The problem was, Li Qie was simply terrifying in this generation and he didn't want to die. His neighbor had been killed by Li Qie, following the same path would be stupidity. The loop returned to Li Qie once more after so many years. However, it was no longer useful to him. The only thing it gave him was resurfacing memories of the bloody war. The ancient Ming era was arduous. Numerous heroes and brothers died, but their sacrifice heralded prosperity to the 9 worlds. Now, the ancient Ming was no longer around, the same with the 9 worlds. This epoch named 8 Decelaces was so familiar yet not. He became sentimental while gently rubbing the box. After experiencing the torture of time, he could understand why so many lords and top existences fell to the darkness. They have lived for too long and everything became foreign to them. The world was no longer theirs, so scruples became unnecessary. The only thing that mattered became their own survival, hence their eventual decision. I am still me, he murmured. He didn't belong to this world, or any other for that matter. This would apply to the future epochs as well. But as long as his Tao heart remained the same, so would he as a person. Li Qie, the Dark Crow, didn't soar for anyone or anything. He simply wanted to fly even higher, so he must continue flapping his wings. Keeping this mindset allowed him to endure the torment of time without succumbing. Stopping was not an option. One could be a bracelet or a ring/loop. Chapter 39-28. Not long after the group entered the depths, immortal radiance appeared once more. At first, it was faint enough to be unnoticeable. It looked just like little spirits playing around. Later on, more spirits appeared as if it was a party. Something seemed to be attracting the individual lights. Cultivators eventually took note of this, not because of the visible light but rather, their weapons reacted. The first to do so were the strongest weapons. For example, top masters bringing Tao Lord weapons in secrecy. They noticed their weapons shaking violently. These beings had been hiding in the shadows. Were they here to fight against the Horde, or did they have some other goals? No one could answer this question but them. They became shocked at this sight. What kind of omen was this? Was it auspicious or ominous? Normally, when a Tao Lord weapon vibrated, it was a warning for its master that powerful enemies were coming. In this case, none could be seen. Next, weapons at the sovereign level vibrate as well. The big shots became startled. What's happening? One of them blurted out. Lower level weapons vibrated next, even the ones stored in treasuries. Cultivators became startled. Clank. 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 The loud sounds could be heard from the Biyao clan. They had the most members on top of the largest treasury in this region. The sounds became louder as the shaking turned violent. The owners gradually lost control of their weapons. The things seemed to be wanting to fly away. Those with Tao Lord weapons were horrified. They tried sealing the weapons for stabilization. This proved to be futile because the weapons were just too strong. Losing these weapons would be unacceptable since they would become sinners of their sections. During this strange phenomenon, the air started twisting deep in righteous sect, akin to a giant sitting up. The immortal weapon has shown up. A whisper as gentle as a soft breeze could be heard by everyone. The big shots from righteous were shocked to hear this voice, becoming frozen. The Supreme. One of them regained his wits and shouted. This news spread like wildfire across the realms. Righteous Supreme is still alive. People were shocked to hear it. He was one of the two Supremes in the south. However, he was actually many years older than Buddha Supreme. The latter has only been around for one generation. He was already famous before Buddha Supreme made his mark. After 8 Stallion Tao Lord's generation, he hasn't shown up for a while, so there were rumors of his death from old age. Many didn't believe it, especially the members of Righteous. Nonetheless, the rumors continued to spread. Today, they were proven wrong since his voice was heard once more. However, for the big shots, the second piece of information was more interesting: the emergence of an immortal weapon. The legend is true, Black Tides really has an immortal weapon. One big shot couldn't stay calm. This legend was only known by the powerful and older cultivators. Black Tides had a weapon far stronger than Tao Lord weapons. In a direct confrontation, Tao Lord weapons would crumble right away. This seemed rather impossible for many because Tao Lord weapons were considered to be the strongest. Because of this particular legend, a few thought that it was the reason for the continuous expeditions against Black Tides. Alas, numerous Tao Lords and top masters have entered that place, but none came across it. Creaking noises came from the Biyao's ancestral ground. Chaos energy in an ancient aura emerged, permeating every corner of the land with a mercury-like density. Those in Blackwood Cliff felt it right away, even though the clan was under a defensive barrier. A similar sensation to the appearance of Righteous Supreme occurred. The cliff shook from the pressure of a being sitting up. Who is that? People from all over the world haven't left Blackwood just yet. They found this astonishing. What kind of invincible being is waking up in there? A big shot shouted. Today, the Biyao performed a grand ceremony to greet its sacred ancestor. A sacred ancestor from the Biyao? Who? Others found this confusing because they assumed that the paragon was the strongest living ancestor of this clan. Black Tide Saint. This title came from a member of the Biendu. The young and the weak had no impression of this title. However, the older cultivators were shaken to hear it. One of the 8 saints from back then. They gasped in response. The 8 saints and 9 sovereigns, right? Most had a hard time remembering these figures. The famous characters during the prime of Buddha and Righteous? Someone else became emotional. That's the one. A big shot answered. The 2 powers during their golden age had a group of top geniuses who swept through 8 desolaces, virtually uncontested. They then decided to work together against the 8 kingdoms to the east. The coalition defeated the eastern armies repeatedly. It seemed like a one-sided war. Chapter 39-29, The Saint is Still Alive? I heard rumors about him being dead long ago. Someone from the last generation said. The 8 saints and 9 sovereigns led the coalition army against the east. They enjoyed numerous victories until the eastern forces were pushed to the edge. Finally, the ancient empress appeared and defeated all of them alone, routing the coalition army. Black Tide Saint was a survivor of this battle, suffering grievous injuries and never appearing again. This was the reason why most thought that he had succumbed to the injuries in the clan. The regular disciples of the clan never saw him afterward. In fact, even the current elders had no idea that he was still alive. Only the ancestors had access to this secret. The clan became spirited after seeing his appearance. It meant that their foundation was still deep. On the contrary, outsiders shuddered in fear. This was someone who had fought against the ancient empress and lived to tell the tale, a truly incredible achievement. Who in the holy ground can stop him right now? Someone murmured. The first character that people thought of was Buddha Supreme. Alas, there were rumors of his early demise as well. In a sense, this meant that the Biendu's power has increased by 1 level, potentially being above Vajra dynasty or even Sacred Mountain. The Sacred Lord is here with us now. One expert disagreed. The crowd was impressed with their new lord and his miraculous deeds. However, he was still too young compared to the saint who had lived for eras. Of course, no one would dare to say this out loud. Boom! A loud explosion interrupted the crowd's rumination. The immortal light has finished gathering and tore apart the sky vault. The ray wasn't that large, but it seemingly pierced through the walls of 8 desolaces and opened a gateway to the immortal world. Chaos energy poured down like waterfalls along with Tao runes. Visual phenomena merged right away. The strands of energy emanating from this weapon could cut through Tao laws and dominate the myriad eras. Other weapons resonated loudly and became silent, a sign of their submission. Cultivators trembled emotionally by this mighty display. It seemed that even powerful supremes and sovereigns could be killed by a single strand of energy from this weapon. This made people break out in cold sweat. It's unbeatable, a big shot's knees buckled. The main ray only dissected the sky for a split second. Buzz. A different force materialized and suppressed the ray, forcing it to disperse. It's here. Big Shot started heading towards the source of the ray right away. Go. They no longer cared about the dangers in black tides. In fact, even the top masters who had been hiding their identity dropped their stealth technique in order to increase their speed. The famous weapon was more important than anything else. Boom. Violet energy surged like a rainbow, connecting one end of black tides to the source of the ray. Spectators saw an old man with surging vitality and power. An ocean of blood containing runes and lightning followed him in a dreadful manner. A Tribulation Blood King. Someone shouted. He's fast. Others were impressed by his speed and noticed that he came from Black Wood, not Divine Ghost Division. One of the 4 Grandmasters and the leader of Divine Ghost was here in person. Everyone's losing their cool. A top master said softly after seeing this. They knew that their peers had been here from the start, just choosing to keep a low profile for a multitude of reasons. However, the appearance of this immortal weapon agitated them enough to force them out. Another loud explosion detonated as the main gate of the Biendus opened. A powerful legion marched towards Black Tides. Its leader was their paragon. The clan had ample knowledge about the ocean and this legendary weapon, not wanting to fall behind. Let the sect know about this. Ancestors commanded their juniors to go back and send reinforcement. They knew that a bloody battle was inevitable since everyone coveted this weapon. Black Tides became lively again. This time, more people rushed forward in higher numbers than the previous treasure hunt. A while ago, the hidden big shots weren't tempted by regular treasures, so they continued hiding. Now, this was no longer the time to hold back. Rumble. Another legion blotted out the sky. 100,000 soldiers wearing black armor looked like a tsunami of steel. War camp. Others took note of them. Vajra is going all out. Someone commented. This isn't a personal matter any longer. More sects will send their full force. One ancestor had a solemn expression. By this point, most realized the gravity of the situation. Being alone was too disadvantageous. Winning required utilizing the full power of a kingdom or a sect. War Camp was the strongest legion of Vajra, serving as an important pillar for many generations now. Although a legion wasn't that effective against a top master, if it had some effective ace cards such as deadly formations, it could be very helpful during crucial moments. Chapter 39:30 Immortal Weapon. The arrival of Vajra's main legion surprised everyone. In the tsunami of steel, they saw a carriage moving rather slowly compared to the others. However, it became part of the cavalry and didn't hinder their movement. It wasn't gaudy, seemingly made from a single piece of metal. It was heavily guarded, not even a gap could be seen. It looked out of place and gave off an impression of being impregnable. The door to the carriage was shut and no one could see who was inside. Because of how strange it looked, numerous experts noticed it. Who's inside that carriage? Someone whispered. It should be the guardian of Vajra. In that dynasty, only Archaic Sun King and the Guardian can mobilize all of War Camp. Another answered. Others agreed with this because the Guardian was a likely candidate to pursue the immortal weapon. Moreover, the Archaic Sun King was lazy and useless. He wouldn't come to a remote and dangerous place like Black Tides, deeming it too risky. Plus, another Grandmaster was here already. It wouldn't be surprising for one more to come. Tell me more about this Guardian. An expert from Righteous asked a member of the Holy Ground. The latter had no answer. In fact, the officials in the court and the royal family might not be able to answer this question. Everyone knew that the Guardian was one of the 4 Grandmasters and had a pivotal position in Vajra. That's the limit of their knowledge. I was in the vicinity once but didn't actually meet the Guardian. An official shook his head and smiled wryly. Rumble. It didn't take long before more legions arrived at Black Tides. The other kingdoms and sects from the various divisions have arrived. Even powers from Righteous sect came running. Thousands and thousands of cultivators poured into Black Tides, creating a scene of excitement greater than before. Even big shots who haven't shown up for eras came to join the fun. Someone found it. This news erupted across the region. Really? Where? Those who were busy searching stopped right away. Go, don't fall behind. Everyone headed for the actual location of the immortal weapon. It looked like tsunamis converging towards a single point. The weapon wasn't inside the depths of Black Tides, only the core of the fringe region. This meant that it was relatively safe for everyone to come. The ancestors were the first to arrive. The place became packed with layers of people, making it difficult to reach the weapon at the center. This central area had flowing lava and hot air. No one cared about the high temperature right now since their eyes were fixated on the air. A floating mountain had appeared out of nowhere, red from top to bottom. It was devoid of life, it seemed that everything had been killed. Pinned on top of the peak was a weapon, or what's left of one. It looked like a saber due to the remaining handle. However, the blade must have been partly broken. This hilt had rust spots everywhere despite being so wondrous. The test of time must have gone on forever. White rays occasionally flashed from it, enough to pierce through the realms and cut down the hand of an immortal. Even the top sovereigns present shuddered after seeing the rays. They knew that they would be killed in the blink of an eye. This broken weapon was being sealed by thick iron chains. The chains extended around the mountain and reached deep underground. They also had a serious rust issue, making it difficult to tell the original material. Nonetheless, the crowd could imagine an eternal existence throwing down his supreme Tao laws to seal this weapon underground. Today, it has emerged before the world once more. Initially, the mountain and the weapon garnered everyone's attention. However, as they looked downward, they became shocked as well. Blood and bones filled the area, and it was recent as well. The corpses still had blood flowing out from a single wound, a hole in the chest area. All of them clearly died to a single move. Some of them were famous characters, ancestors and high elders. A few were reclusive heavenly sovereigns too. That's why the crowd only watched. The victims didn't kill themselves competing for the weapon, it took them down instead. The strongest characters remained apprehensive. A tribulation blood king floated in the air, engulfed in a violet energy. Everyone thought that he could soar for the weapon at any moment. The cavalry from Vajra wasn't far away. The carriage in the center remained quiet. Everyone also stayed away from a group of clouds and mists. No one could see how many people were in there, only that the banners were from righteous sect. It had to be someone of high status as well. That has to be righteous supreme. People speculated about the powerful pressure coming from there. He was one of the strongest characters in the south right now. His presence definitely intimidated the crowd. Of course, they kept a distance to show respect as well due to his contributions to humanity. Though numerous cultivators were present, all of them watched with bated breath instead of taking risks. Chapter 39-31. Five-colored sacred sovereign hearts beat faster at the sight of this so-called immortal weapon. Alas, it was just too powerful and could kill anyone. The corpses below were the best lessons. So what is it exactly? One spectator looked at the damaged weapon. This was the first time the crowd had seen this weapon. Their previous knowledge of it was strictly the relevant legends and tales. One tale tells of heavenly corpses and immortal weapons raining down during the Great Calamity. An elderly cultivator revealed. What the heck happened during that calamity? Raining corpses? The listeners became curious. The grand disaster was too distant for the young generation. Most have never heard of it before or only the title itself. A scene of total destruction. Numerous lineages and top masters turned to ashes in one night. They were nothing more than insects. All living beings wailed in lamentation. The old man repeated what his seniors told him before about the legend. A silence took over as people enjoyed the tale. A while later, one expert said, "This looks like a saber, right?" They could faintly see part of the narrow blade being pinned to the mountain. Not necessarily. A weapon master said, "I think it could be a sword or a long scythe as well. It's too rusty to tell. I suppose it doesn't matter too much, it's unbeatable all the same." An ancestor from a powerful clan said, "Tao Lord weapons can't hold a candle to it." True, they'll be obliterated right away. A steady voice answered. Everyone followed the direction of this voice and saw an old man riding a five-colored elk. He wore a simple white robe without any decoration. It looked common but was spotless. Keen observers would note that the sewing lines on the robe were immaculate. White hair didn't diminish his spirit and vitality. He had the appearance of an old man yet the vigor of an 18-year-old. He had hidden his aura, but each of his movements still gave off the style and control of a master. The Dean of Duality, Five-Colored Sovereign. A crowd member shouted. "Sir! Both the young and old bowed towards him. The dean was well respected in the south. After all, numerous cultivators had the fortune of learning at duality. Those from the smaller sects or vagabond cultivators would love to study at the academy and were fans of the dean. His comment made the crowd emotional. Dao Lord weapons stood no chance against this broken thing. No one would question him either. The academy had plenty of treasures, so the dean was an expert in this regard. So what severed the blade? This became the key question. If the weapon was so mighty, what thing bested it in the past? No one could come up with an answer. It was difficult to imagine something stronger. It has to be an immortal. One ancestor boldly speculated. The crowd exchanged glances after hearing this. Immortals are real? A doubter said. Numerous Dao lords have broken through the sky and left. However, none of them returned or became immortal as far as people know. Wasn't true immortal sect left behind by an immortal? One youth said. A big shot opened his mouth but eventually kept it in. True immortal was the strongest lineage in 8 decimalaces. It was better to exercise prudence. Nonetheless, many have heard the legend of blessed Dao Lord during his youth and the immortal. How do we take it? People didn't wish to dwell on this sensitive topic and changed their focus. It would be more frightening. 5-colored sacred sovereign spoke. There's no doubt that this weapon is being sealed right now. Removing the chains might result in a murderous rampage. They stared at the thick chains keeping the weapon together with the mountain. It seemed that the weapon was actually in a weakened state. Alas, it was tough for people to restrain their greed. They would do anything, no matter how reckless, for this weapon. I'll overestimate myself and give it a shot first. An elderly cultivator walked forward. The Prime Minister of Celestial. Others recognized this big shot from the holy ground. He stroked his beard and said, I'll regret this my whole life if I don't at least try. I'll play the role of a scout for everyone even though it might end in death. We pray for your success. Many supported him right away. He certainly was doing this for himself, but he put it in a pleasant manner. Plus, they didn't mind having someone else take the risk first. Boom! His power erupted with flashing celestial rays as he shouted, Activate! He became a cosmic defender with large stars circling around him. After putting on this defensive technique, he leaped towards the peak. Once he got close enough, he roared, Cosmic Rain. With that, he shifted the stars and separated his position from the rest of the world. Not bad. An ancestor praised after seeing this defensive technique. The top cultivators thought that the Prime Minister's full force effort was impressive. He then reached for the weapon in the next second. The weapon retaliated right away with a simple bright flash. Ah! Blood splashed afterward. Chapter 39-32, The Monk of Wisdom. Another white ray pierced the chest of the Prime Minister. He screamed and fell backward on the ground. Bam! The pile gained another corpse. None here could say that they could break the old man's celestial defense easily. Alas, even a stronger merit law or defensive treasure couldn't have stopped the white ray. Silence took over right away. He wasn't the first and wouldn't be the last to die to the rays. The crowd has seen numerous deaths so far but still became frightened. The rays seemed capable of nullifying all defense and treasures. This immortal weapon lives up to its name. An ancestor shuddered and said softly. Just the random rays alone had such power. What if the weapon was actually activated in battle? Would it be capable of destroying 8 decimalaces with one move? What should we do now? An expert looked at his senior and asked. This big shot had no response. In fact, he wasn't the only one. No one had a clue on how to deal with this immortal weapon. Maybe a Dao Lord weapon can last a bit against the rays? A high elder stated a new idea. True. A few big shots nodded in agreement. Thus, eyes turned towards the clouds hovering above, the location of Righteous Supreme. Of course, He was the prime candidate to have a Tao Lord weapon or even several. Another candidate was Sacred Mountain. This sect might have more Tao Lord weapons than Righteous Sect. Alas, their Sacred Lord has entered the depths of black tides, so he couldn't be here. I heard Vajra dynasty has a Tao Lord weapon too. One ancestor quietly said. Attention focused on the carriage inside war camp. Another whispered, Vajra really has one? Although the dynasty was proud to bear the title of Vajra Tao Lord, he never admitted this. Most thought that he didn't leave his legacy to them. They do. An old man with deep knowledge of the dynasty said, their ancestors did everything they could to curry favors with the Tao Lord. He eventually granted them a treasure out of old affection. I see. The questioner replied. Therefore, the next issue became, did the guardian of Vajra bring this treasure along? I know for a fact that Myriad Blood Sect's heirloom weapon isn't inferior to a Tao Lord weapon. Their god monarch was a supreme sovereign. One high elder brought up. Right, Myriad Blood God Monarcha's weapon should be on the same level. Others agreed with this assessment. The God Monarch was the strongest ancestor of Myriad Blood Sect, the second to become a supreme sovereign after Space Dragon Emperor. Myriad Blood dominated that era thanks to his talents. The crowd then stared at a Tribulation Blood King who didn't react at all. They wondered if he brought this weapon with him. Amitba. A dignified chant could be heard. It commanded respect from all the listeners. An old monk appeared out of nowhere, sitting on a damaged mat for meditation. His white eyebrows were long, his face was covered in wrinkles. His kasaya was turning gray from being washed too many times. He had a treasure glow despite not having any visible Buddhist treasure on him. This made him look enlightened. People couldn't help but respect him despite a lack of aura and divinity. The monk of wisdom. Many bowed after seeing him. Those who have never seen him before had still heard of his title. They bowed as well. Another Grandmaster was present. Most importantly, he was the leader of Heavenly Dragon Division and the monks of Buddha Holy Ground. Even though he always kept a low profile, his status and prestige were exceedingly high. Brother Xingxian, you don't want to try? The monk smiled while glancing towards the Biendu camp. He was talking to their paragon. The paragon smiled wryly and shook his head. You think too highly of me, my slight skills can't last a single ray. Others were surprised at his humility. The Biendu rarely acted like this. Your clan obtained a regalia from Black Tides by chance, I'm sure it's connected to this. You have put so much effort in searching for this weapon, this is your time to shine. The monk placed his palms together. The crowd then realized how strange the Biendu's passiveness was. They were the first to arrive in this place yet maintained their patience. Did they know something or had a special treasure capable of resisting the rays? Nothing can elude your eyes. The paragon sighed. Amitba. The monk chanted without revealing anything else. Everyone became anxious again, waiting to see what the Biendu could do since they were the most knowledgeable of Black Tides. Yes, we have indeed come across a certain thing in Black Tides. The paragon stopped hiding it. The crowd listened with bated breath after hearing the confirmation. What is it? Someone wondered. They benefited so much from having the most knowledge regarding Black Tides. Another murmured. This was indeed the truth. The clan had searched Black Tides and found numerous treasures across the years. That's why they became increasingly more powerful. Chapter 39-33, Immortal Regalia. The paragon of the Biendu slowly took out an old-styled box made from rare celestial sandalwood. Everyone could smell a pleasant and comforting fragrance, akin to being bathed in starlight. It was obvious that the thing inside was extremely precious. However, they were caught off guard after the paragon took it out. It wasn't an awe-inspiring treasure or anything, only a rag. This was a shocking contrast to the precious material used for the container. The rag's old age made it impossible to tell the original color. It became white after numerous washes before storage. There were tiny holes resembling termite damage. The edges were messy with broken threads as well instead of clean cuts. It looked as if it was ripped off of someone's robe, looking more useless than a tablecloth. No one would pick it up if left on the street since they would think that it was trash. On the contrary, it was obviously important since it came from a paragon. Furthermore, he had a solemn expression as well. Therefore, no one laughed at him. They simply focused on observing the cloth. What could this piece of cloth do? What was its origin? They couldn't come up with an answer. This thing is not from our world. A Tribulation Blood King finally spoke. I've never seen this type of thread before. The crowd became shaken, realizing why it was special. The king was knowledgeable due to his power and the resources of his sect, yet he had never seen it. Indeed, it's from outside. The monk of wisdom agreed. My horizon is broadened after seeing this divine artifact. Five-colored sacred sovereign nodded. 3 grandmasters had nothing but praises for the cloth. It became clear that its appearance was deceiving. The paragon didn't look conceited while holding something so precious. He smiled bitterly and revealed, we obtained this from the depths of black tides, losing several wise ancestors in the process. This was a shocking statement to those aware of black tides. The inner region was extremely dangerous, but the top ancestors of the Biendu were no slouches. Alas, several still lost their lives in order to obtain this cloth. The Biendu paid a staggering price for it. Does it have a name? A hoarse voice came from the carriage in war camp. The speaker wanted to hide their identity. It doesn't, we simply call it the immortal regalia. The paragon answered. Immortal regalia? Others exchanged glances. Something looking like a rag being given this high classification would be hilarious in other circumstances. No one was laughing now. The paragon carefully wrapped the cloth around him. In reality, it was too tiny to fully wrap around him. He deliberately shrank down in order to have full coverage. This became another funny scene, but the crowd remained silent. The paragon then leaped towards the immortal weapon on top of the mountain. Eyes widened while watching this. Even the grandmasters didn't want to miss a single detail. Once he got close enough, a ray shot out to meet him. Careful! One crowd member shouted while others became nervous. They all knew just how powerful these rays were. However, when the ray hit the cloth, it looked like a regular ray shining the material instead of killing the paragon. It's working! Many shouted. Immortal regalia indeed, using a piece of cloth to stop the immortal ray. How miraculous! One ancestor murmured. They're both from outside, that might be the reason. One big shot said. The paragon himself heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like this treasure was effective. He became excited after seeing the nullification. This was his chance to grab the weapon for his clan. He drew even closer and reached out for the weapon. In this split second, the latter exuded numerous rays. They also shined the cloth without piercing through. This assured the paragon even more. However, the rays didn't stop there. They seemed to be sentient and started moving around. One eventually found a tiny hole in the cloth and drilled inside. Ah! The paragon became grievously injured and ran with everything he got. Bam! He smashed onto the ground in front of his clan's camp. His juniors immediately took off the cloth and saw how bloodied he was. Nonetheless, he managed to survive. It's an emergency. These men immediately brought the paragon away to heal him. The spectators didn't expect this development. Even the cloth didn't work. The immortal regalia has imperfections, it's not a perfect defense. One big shot saw the event clearly. Chapter 39-34 Heaven Devourer Scaled Gauntlet. Everyone thought that the Biendu Paragon had a good chance of obtaining the treasure, but their expectation was betrayed. An immortal ray made it through a tiny hole and nearly killed him. The clan found this immensely regrettable. If only they had obtained the immortal weapon. If it was possible, they would try to repair their immortal regalia. Unfortunately, it wasn't something from this world, so this was out of their reach. They had tried before in the past with numerous methods only to fail. Damn it, so close. A crowd member expressed his disappointment. Their chance of obtaining the immortal weapon afterward was slim to none. Nonetheless, they still wanted to see its true power. Boom! A mighty divinity erupted and swept through the area, stopping the crowd from wallowing in regrets. It came from the group of clouds, exploding continuously like the end of countless suns. It could flatten the land and destroy the strongest cultivators. Righteous Supreme! Someone shouted after feeling this power. The Supreme channeling his power suffocated the crowd, causing them to tremble in fear. They could already imagine a god up above. Just one hand wave could annihilate everyone, including the high elders and ancestors. Many cultivators couldn't help prostrating on the ground, unable to handle the pressure. His power was obviously many levels above those present. Righteous Supreme is starting. Others stared at the sky with reverence. If he can't do it, no one can. Even someone like a Tribulation Blood King had no arrogance in his eyes. This was the case for the other grandmasters as well. They became serious in eager anticipation. Righteous Supreme was famous alongside Buddha Supreme. Both were comparable to 8th Stallion Tao Lord. Nonetheless, Righteous Supreme didn't dare to act carelessly against this immortal weapon. Boom! The sky turned dark as a tornado manifested into reality, ready to crush space and the world. The oppressive pressure on the crowd intensified and became unbearable. People had trouble breathing and even standing up. A dried and aged hand came out of the tornado, looking feeble in terms of appearance. However, it exuded extremely thick chaos laws. The laws coiled around the hand and formed numerous barriers, completely sealing it from the rest of the world. This was the only defensive measure by the Supreme. The crowd heard clanking noises first before seeing a golden radiance. A sun seemed to be rising from the ocean and blinded everyone. In this case, a golden gauntlet covered the withered hand. It had yellow snake-like scales with runes on the surface, seemingly depicting a rising sun. Boom! The world shook violently as if it was firmly under the grasp of this hand. Everyone else felt the same way, that their lives were in someone else's hand now. Heaven Devourer Scaled Gauntlet. An ancestor shouted in astonishment after seeing this. Heaven Devourer Tao Lord used his own scales to create this treasure. Others became visibly moved after hearing this. Everyone knew that the Tao Lord was a serpent demon who managed to reach the top. His skin would shred whenever he reached a certain level. The remnant skin was then used to create a top Tao Lord weapon. Now, Righteous Supreme was already strong enough. With the help of the gauntlet, the result would be unimaginable. The large hand reached for the immortal weapon before the frozen crowd. Some were praying for his success because he might be the only one capable of this feat. Crack! A ray flew out in retaliation and struck the Chaos Law barrier, leaving a tiny hole at first. In the next second, the remaining blast left cracks everywhere. Spectators gasped after seeing this. That chaos barrier was immensely powerful, yet it still wasn't enough to stop the ray. Fortunately, the remnant ray was stopped by the golden gauntlet. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but this sweet reprieve didn't last long. The weapon shot out more rays and completely destroyed the chaos barrier. Their target was the golden gauntlet. Rays stuck to the gauntlet, making it look like a hedgehog. Some dug deep enough to nearly pierce through the outer layer. Nonetheless, the gauntlet didn't let people down. The Supreme still managed to move his hand closer towards the weapon. Bam! He finally grabbed it. Yes! The crowd applauded. He did it. Many became excited. He's the strongest in the South indeed. An ancestor became emotional. Ever since this event began, many have died without being able to touch the weapon. Righteous Supreme became the first. Chapter 39-35, I'm here. Everyone saw hope and felt that he would be the one to seize this immortal weapon. The gauntlet greatly improved his success probability. Buzz. The rays from the immortal weapon suddenly intensified after the hand made contact. Though they weren't overly bright, the spectators felt as if thousands of suns were exploding inside their eye sockets. Despair suddenly took over. Crack. They had no idea what was going on before hearing a crack and a groan from the clouds. Righteous Supreme most likely suffered a serious injury and had to let out a cry. When they could see again, they saw the immortal weapon still pinned on the peak. The great palm, on the other hand, was nowhere to be found. They could see bloodstains on the peak and some blood dripped down the weapon as well. It became obvious that the Supreme had failed. None commented on the sudden failure. His injuries weren't visible to the crowd, but it had to be something serious for him to warrant giving up. The gauntlet failed too? One high elder murmured. The crack earlier sounded as if the gauntlet had been penetrated. Not sure if it's a full break, but it should still be damaged. That's why the Supreme pulled back. An ancestor solemnly responded. This weapon is far above the Tao Lord level. Whoever gets it will have everything. One big shot murmured. Many agreed with this sentiment. Just the rays alone defeated a Supreme protected by a Tao Lord artifact. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the greatest weapon in the world. So what? No one can control it anyway. An old ancestor had a more insightful take. This was indeed the case. Even if someone gained possession of it, they wouldn't be able to control it. Its master might be the first one to die to the rays, not the enemies. Seems like it's nothing more than a nice dream. A king smiled wryly. What a waste of effort. Another big shot added. The top masters present didn't say anything. All of them searched for this mythical weapon for so long now. Some risked their life in the process, hoping to become stronger for personal reasons and for their sect. Now, it was finally here before them. Unfortunately, they weren't qualified to wield it. Their previous effort was trying to fetch the moon out of the sea. We're really giving up? One member couldn't help but ask. What can we do? If you don't want to quit, it's right there. Anyone can try to get it. Another said. By this point, it became apparent how suicidal it was to try and get it. Righteous Supreme himself was seriously injured. Not one soul in this world can take it down. Some were still unwilling to accept this. It's not over yet. A big shot from the east mused, worldly immortal might be able to do it. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this title, feeling both admiration and respect. For the Eastern kingdoms, worldly immortal was a guardian deity. As long as this cultivator was around, so would their kingdoms. This was a being capable of forcing Tao Lords back. No one dared to invade the East afterward. Most importantly, Tao Lords have come and gone, but this being still stuck around. It's a shame no one has seen him after the generation of Diana Tao Lord. I don't think there's any event worthy of his presence, not even this. An ancestor from the East said. The Eastern cultivators started bowing towards the direction of the 8 kingdoms while talking about worldly immortal. Despite his hermit nature for millions of years in the ancient immortal kingdom, the Eastern inhabitants knew that he would always protect them. Sure, worldly immortal might be able to do it. Even those from righteous and Buddha holy ground didn't dare to disrespect him. His invincibility has been recognized for a long time now. Thus, he became the most likely cultivator in West King to obtain this immortal weapon. There's another person. Someone from the holy ground shared his opinion. Who? Others asked right away. He cupped his fist in response. His Excellency, our sacred Lord. He'll definitely perform another miracle here. Sacred Lord Wuxia. An expert from Righteous replied, I wonder. Not long ago, the crowd would say that Wuxia wasn't qualified as a comparison to Righteous Supreme, let alone worldly immortal. This was no longer the case due to his new status. I think it's unlikely. The Eastern ancestor replied, Sacred Lord Li has done some magical things, but I don't think he's stronger than Righteous Supreme. In terms of status, he was indeed equal to Righteous Supreme. This assessment wasn't insulting. Let's say that the Sacred Lord is indeed capable. He's deep in black tides right now and can't get here. A big shot from the holy ground found this regretful. Li Chia hasn't shown up since his trip to the inner region. Some thought that he was dead there. Humph, I don't buy it. If Righteous Supreme can't do it, neither can he. A crowd member snorted. No one else dared to express this opinion. Did someone say my name? Suddenly, a lazy voice could be heard. Chapter 39-36. One and only the crowd found this voice to be too familiar. Their eyes followed the source. They saw Li Chia's group slowly walking over with a relaxed expression. It's Li. His Excellency. One expert blurted, then quickly corrected himself. Calling Li Chia by his name was no longer acceptable. Your Excellency. Five-colored sacred sovereign got on his knees. The monk of wisdom placed his palms together and did the same. It is an honor to finally meet you, Your Excellency. With these two prestigious cultivators taking the lead, the rest of the Holy Grounds members did the same. Someone as prideful as a Tribulation Blood King had to follow the crowd. Li Chia was the real deal, the true lord and representative of Sacred Mountain. War Camp and the Biendu followed suit as well. A fair number of cultivators from Righteous and the East prostrated. As for the big shots, they cared more about face and only bowed from a distance. One person who has yet to appear was the guardian in the carriage. Who knows if this person was bowing in there? Rise. Li Chia glanced at the crowd and said. They finally stood up and stared at him. The Sacred Lord returned alive from the depths. One expert was shaken but refrained from discussing this too loudly. Most experienced the same astonishment, including the strongest ancient ancestors still in hiding. When people sent him off, most thought that everything pointed towards disaster. They didn't expect him to actually return. After all, the inner region was extraordinarily perilous. The ancient ancestors themselves had no confidence traveling to that region. Thus, Li Chia proved his ability once again. His Excellency is truly divine. One expert praised. I told you, miracles always appear around him. He came back completely unscathed. Another acted as if he knew all of this already, firing after the horse. His return allowed hope to resurface again. They wanted to see an attempt from him for this weapon. Sacred Lord, the immortal weapon is before us. Please display your might and take it, turning it into a holy artifact for the holy ground. Someone from the last generation politely beseeched. Everyone waited to hear his response. He had a faint smirk on his face as he stared at the weapon. Yang Ling, who was next to him, took note of this peculiar smirk, not understanding the insinuation. He was obviously familiar with this so-called immortal weapon since he was the one who broke it during the battle back then. He then sauntered towards the peak while everyone had their full attention on him. Can he do it? They became nervous, especially the disciples from the holy ground. The latter broke out in cold sweats. This wasn't only an issue of seizing the immortal weapon. It pertained to the prestige of the holy ground. Righteous Supreme had failed, so if their Sacred Lord could do it, he would be one level above Righteous Supreme. The holy ground would then rise above Righteous Sect as well. They thought that this was a perfect opportunity for glory. It ought to be. An expert stated, albeit without confidence. The issue was Li Chia's age compared to Righteous Supremes, definitely a considerable disadvantage. Nonetheless, the Holy Grounds members still hoped for his success while swinging their fists in the air. This act served to bolster their own confidence while cheering for Li Chia. By this point, Li Chia stood at the base and didn't head for the peak like the others. Okay, spectators, time to move back. I won't be responsible for any injuries. Li Chia smiled and casually told the crowd. They exchanged glances and many hurriedly retreated to a safe distance before stopping. Li Qie grabbed an iron chain and started pulling. Clank. The chains became agitated like slumbering dragons being woken up. Since they started shaking violently, the rust spots fell off, revealing their true form. Each was radiant but wasn't made from precious metal. The spectators noted that they were just Tao laws created by numerous profound runes. Each law represented a supreme grand Tao that has lasted for an eternity. Just one alone would be able to suppress any monster for eras. Someone tried this before, an expert became surprised. Sure enough, a few wanted to pull the peak down using the chains. However, the chains didn't react in this manner. It's because they didn't understand the grand Tao enough. The Sacred Lord, on the other hand, is able to stimulate these Tao laws. An aged cultivator explained. I actually guessed from the start that they were Tao laws, not chains. That's the only way to suppress an immortal weapon like this. So I was right. An ancestor became excited and loudly claimed. His Excellency just does things that no one else can. An expert from the holy ground praised. Chapter 39-37, No problem obtaining the weapon, down. Li Qie roared and pulled down hard. Clank. The chains clanked before the mountain floating in the air was dragged to the ground, resulting in a violent shake. The mountain was perfectly fine, impervious to the smash and the high temperature. The immortal weapon was even closer than before. Nonetheless, no one could get close, let alone seizing it. He slowly walked over while everyone watched with bated breath. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were 1,000,000 times more nervous than him. A ray started flashing once he got close enough. Watch out. An expert loudly warned him. These rays were just too frightening. Ancestors and high elders couldn't withstand a single move. Moreover, Li Qie had no activated defensive technique and merit law. One ray could potentially take his life. However, the chain-like Tao laws flashed and seemingly locked the weapon even tighter. This prevented the first ray from attacking Li Qie. Spectators relaxed just a little bit as he came even closer. This prompted the weapon to retaliate again, shooting out a thicker beam this time. Dodge. Many were scared out of their mind and shouted at him. There would be a hole in his body if he couldn't dodge in time. Not even a god would be able to save him then. Li Qie's hand became resplendent and affected the Tao law he was holding again. The Tao law began exuding what seemed to be the essences of the Tao. All of the laws became stronger and tightened around the weapon, stopping the beam at the source. The weapon still didn't give up and continued vibrating, wanting to get out of the suppression. Alas, these matchless Tao laws rendered struggling futile. I can't believe it. Eyes widened as a result. Everyone thought that Li Qie would use another top weapon to stop the beam. In actuality, he simply controlled the Tao laws to stop the immortal weapon. This granted him safe passage until he grabbed the weapon. He got it. The crowd erupted, not wanting to miss a single detail. He was the second to touch the weapon after Righteous Supreme. Tension and anxiety intensified since this was the climax. Clank. The immortal weapon let out a hymn, causing a total weapon harmonization. Clank. 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 The audience firmly gripped their own weapons so that they wouldn't fly out. It became a struggle between the light of the immortal weapon and the Tao laws. The latter left it no room to breathe, let alone exert its power against Li Qie. His resplendent hand released an ocean made up of top grand Tao, mighty enough to rule the myriad realms. Of course, the spectators didn't spot this at all. They only saw his hand becoming bright and thought nothing of it. The dual-pronged pressure from Li Qie's grand Tao and the existing chains damaged the immortal weapon and crushed its resistance. Eventually, the vibration and shaking subsided along with the harmonization noises. Okay, get back, I'm taking it out. Li Qie warned the crowd again. Earlier, the crowd had already moved back. They thought that this was a safe distance already. Nonetheless, they still heeded his warning and retreated once more. Clank. The Tao laws coiling around the weapon suddenly loosened. Up. Li Qia added more strength in order to lift the weapon out of the peak. The rust on the weapon began peeling off, piece by piece. Its rays became free again and began rampaging without showing any mercy. They weren't bright compared to some visually impressive techniques. Nonetheless, just the flashes alone could pierce through this world. Ah! My eyes! Some spectators began screaming in pain. Run! One ancestor reacted quickly and got far away. Those standing too close still felt a throbbing pain in their eyes even though the rays didn't hit them. The weaker cultivator's eyes began bleeding profusely. Fortunately, these rays only lasted for a split second. Li Qia had it under his control now. Alas, spectators were still horrified. Just looking at the flashing weapon alone instilled massive damage to their eyes. Some were actually blind now. An actual slash from this weapon could easily sever a corner of the world. Most moved back twice after listening to Li Qia, thinking that they were safe. They had underestimated the potency of this weapon and were left speechless. Chapter 39-38, Black Tide Saint. Once the flashes disappeared, the crowd could finally stare at the weapon. The damaged blade was long, narrow, and white in color. Its material was unknown to the crowd. That's the ultimate weapon. Others swallowed their saliva while staring at the weapon in Li Qia's hand. No one could stay calm before its sight, whether it be regular cultivators, ancestors, or even the hidden big shots. They all understood that Tao Lord weapons couldn't compare to it. It would be a lie to say that they weren't tempted to seize it from Li Qia. Our sacred Lord is peerless, the heaven favors our holy ground. Many members of the holy ground started cheering. Favored by the heaven indeed, this is a blessing for the holy ground. Prosperity will come soon. One expert took pride in this. Right, his momentum is unstoppable, he'll absolutely become the next Tao Lord. Others started chiming in. Since others including Righteous Supreme have tried and failed, this meant that Li Qia was the best. The holy ground won over righteous in this contest and this momentum should carry forward. Moreover, Li Qia was so young yet already so terrifying. He could become a Tao Lord in the future, not to mention possessing this immortal weapon. That's why the members of the holy ground felt so confident in their bright future. Those from the other powers became emotional as well. They thought that the holy ground would rise like the sun. None would be able to stop them. In fact, it wasn't limited to this region either. Li Qia could lead the holy ground and sweep through 8 desolaces. I can't believe he actually did it. Those lacking confidence in him at the start were astounded. How many weapons in this world can compare to this one? A hushed voice came from the clouds yet everyone heard it clearly. Its powerful divinity made them feel uncomfortable. Righteous Supreme. Everyone knew who the speaker was. The members from the holy ground became vigilant and wondered about his goal. Would he try to seize the immortal weapon? No one could resist the temptation, not even Righteous Supreme. Silence took over the scene. Few could hold a conversation with the Supreme. Even the Grandmasters were considered juniors. It's unbeatable for sure, unique in history and born because of black tides. Someone actually dared to respond. This voice seemingly came from the inner region of black tides. Each word lingered in the listener's mind, they couldn't block them out. Some felt the skies suddenly turning dark due to black tides rushing over them. This was a bizarre and creepy feeling. Once they calmed down, they stared in the direction of the voice. They saw a palanquin in the Biendu's camp that wasn't there before. It was black from top to bottom. However, the curtain at the front had a special symbol consisting of the tides and was made from special fabrics. The top had black beads for decoration. Each of them exuded a dark golden luster, creating a unique appearance. It became abundantly clear that the person sitting inside had prestigious status. Only an authoritative figure could ride something so precious. Who is that? The crowd noticed ancestors from the Biendu guarding it as well. Even their paragon didn't have this treatment. Saint, it is good to see you doing well. Righteous Supreme spoke. So that's Black Tide Saint, others became aware right away. One ancestor lowered his voice, the strongest ancestor of the Biendu. Those nearby became shaken after hearing this. This person was one of the strongest heavenly sovereigns back many generations ago. I heard that he's the third strongest out of the 8 saints, only behind Righteous and Vajra Saint. A mighty ancestor said seriously. The crowd became increasingly impressed with his power. Thank you for the kind words, Supreme. Righteous Saint's fall was truly regrettable. The voice in the palanquin could pierce through the world. Senior brother was fine with losing to a stronger cultivator. Righteous Supreme paused for a moment before answering. The listeners became startled since they weren't privy to this information. First, Righteous Saint died in battle despite being the strongest. Past historians even believed that he was far stronger than the other 7. His power played a large part in the Alliance's decision to invade the East. Alas, the ancient Empress still took him down. This wasn't a story told to future generations. The second interesting piece of information was Righteous Supreme being his junior brother. Most only knew that Righteous Supreme had lived for a long time. Now, they had a clearer idea of his actual age. It's a shame that I was only a novice back then and couldn't meet all the saints and sovereigns. Righteous Supreme said. I'm sure you'll have a chance to meet them soon enough. Black Tide Saint responded. I agree, I wonder how many came here today. Righteous Supreme laughed heartily. This comment stirred the crowd and made their legs tremble. It seemed that more than one saint survived the war and actually managed to live to the present day. Black Tide Saint wasn't the only one present. Some of his contemporaries were already here. Chapter 39:39. Come, Cauldron. The 8 saints and 9 sovereigns shouldn't be underestimated for losing the war. In fact, they were unstoppable. The experts and ancestors from the East were continuously forced back, unable to stop their momentum. Their fame reached an all-time high, soaring like a rainbow across the sky and instilling fear upon the world. Alas, this stopped with the appearance of the ancient Empress. Future generations assumed that they died during the war. After all, they disappeared from the public and were gradually forgotten. Today, Black Tide Saint's emergence reminded everyone of their past prestige and power. The conversation thus far revealed that more saints and sovereigns were still alive. The high elders and ancestors in the crowd took a deep breath to regain their composure. As for the still hidden masters, their expression became serious. More powerful rivals have been revealed. Who is still alive? Someone murmured. Righteous Saint isn't, that's confirmed. A big shot replied. If more saints and sovereigns are actually here right now, I have to commend their patience. A king quietly said. This was indeed the case. The immortal weapon was right there. Even Righteous Supreme couldn't help giving it a shot, yet these ancient beings remained in the shadows. What was the reason for this? What were they waiting for? The crowd speculated that they wanted to take advantage of the situation. The risk of obtaining the immortal weapon was too high, but if someone actually managed to do so, that would be their chance to take advantage of the situation. All eyes turned towards Li Chia and the immortal weapon. The pressure was on him. There's no way. He's the Lord of Sacred Mountain. One ancestor from the Holy Ground murmured. At least half of the group were ancestors from the Holy Ground. Despite their prestige and status, they were still under the jurisdiction of Sacred Mountain. Li Chia was absolutely their leader. Scheming against Li Chia was considered rebellious, treacherous, and disgraceful. It would turn them into enemies of the public. Nonetheless, the temptation of this immortal weapon was overwhelming. Furthermore, these top masters had immense influence in the Holy Ground as well. If they were to team up against Li Chia, how many countries and sects would pick their side instead? This possibility worried the crowd members. Who would they side with? Sacred Mountain or the ancient cultivators? They began calculating the pros and cons. Some glanced over at the black palanquin, wanting to see black-tied saints dance. In history, the Biendu has always been loyal to Sacred Mountain. In theory, this saint should be loyal as well. However, he chose to stay in the palanquin instead of coming out to greet Wuxia. Contrary to the anxious crowd, Wuxia didn't look like he knew about the potential danger at all. He didn't listen to the conversation between Righteous Supreme and Black-Tide Saint, only focusing on the immortal weapon in his hand. To the crowd, it looked as if he was drowning in the joy of obtaining the weapon and forgot about everything else. Go, leave now. A loyal ancestor muttered under his breath. Some experts started placing their palms together, praying for Wuxia to run away. It would be fine if he could make it back to Sacred Mountain on time. Alas, Wuxia didn't run. He gently rubbed the weapon for a while before speaking, broken but still a good embryo. The crowd exchanged glances. Wuxia didn't sound overly impressed with this priceless treasure. His reaction was rather mild. Cauldron, come. He suddenly shouted and raised his hand in the air. Runes started to form. The crowd had no idea what he was doing. They suddenly heard explosions from the horizon. They looked up and saw something flying over with insane speed. Bam! This massive shadow slammed onto the ground, causing an earthquake. They then finally saw what it was, a gigantic peak. What is this? A confused spectator asked. Huh? Isn't this Myriad Cauldron Peak? An expert from Duality couldn't believe his own eyes. Another big shot from there took a careful look and nodded, yes, but what is it doing here? Many who weren't students from Duality have still visited the academy before and saw the peak. It didn't take long before everyone reached a consensus that this was indeed Myriad Cauldron Peak. How did he summon it? A teacher from there found this perplexing. First, the distance between Duality Academy and Black Tides ranged for billions and billions of miles. Moreover, this was unprecedented too. The peak didn't show any sign of being able to answer a summoning call before. Dean, I thought the peak was connected to an earth vein. Someone asked Five-Colored Sacred Sovereign. There had been rumors about the peak being connected to an earth vein. The latter served as the source for the fires. This allowed the fires to last for so long despite numerous weapon refinements. This no longer seemed correct since Wuxia could summon it. The sovereign only smiled and didn't answer the question. Meanwhile, Wuxia had reached the top of the peak, the scorching place filled with molten iron and furnace slag. I wonder what the Sacred Lord's intention is. Everyone had the same question. Wuxia didn't run away after obtaining the immortal weapon and summoned this peak instead. None had an idea of his goal. Chapter 3940, Refining the Immortal Weapon, Poof. The main cauldron unleashed a devastating fiery torrent upward. The entire peak was lit ablaze as well, with all the other cauldrons activating. It became the mountain of flames in the legends, fully engulfed in fire. The inferno showed the crowd its scorching temperature. Some couldn't tolerate the heat waves and had to retreat far away. Of course, most were still curious about Wuxia's intention, also equally impressed about the raging inferno. Even the students and experts from Duality have never seen the peak like this before. It's magnificent. An expert was startled. Also unprecedented. The Tao Lords refining their weapons back in the ancient eras still didn't produce a spectacle like this. A big shot said. Meanwhile, molten liquid surged and rampaged beneath the inferno. The heat was strong enough to melt the remnant pieces, resulting in vapor and steam filling up the air. Remember, these remnant materials were left behind by top Tao Lords and heavenly sovereigns. They still couldn't burn these dregs away during the process. However, this unprecedented inferno gradually vaporized them. Spectators were horrified. They knew that if they were caught in the inferno or the boiling liquid, they would be vaporized as well. Mighty weapons and materials stood no chance, let alone their body. Splash. As this process continued, the molten liquid became purer since more impure dregs have turned into vapor. This new state of liquid was far superior than the previous. As the inferno intensified, the crowd was smart enough to back the hell away from the peak. They were afraid of potential complications. What if the cauldron were to explode? The uncontrolled inferno would turn them into nothingness in the blink of an eye. By this point, the molten liquid was reduced down to only filling up half the main cauldron. However, the inferno still didn't subside, the temperature continued to increase. Going on top of the peak was suicidal at this point. Alas, the remaining molten dregs were stubborn and wouldn't break down. Strangely enough, this liquid was indigo instead of bright red. It looked quite pure, seemingly having undergone a million refinements. It looked quite pretty as it emitted bright and clear rays, akin to the reflection of the moon on the ocean surface during the night, gentle and beautiful. "Can anyone tell me what's going on?" one cultivator asked. Everyone knew that the remnant metals have lasted numerous refinements from top masters before. Moreover, they were completely useless. However, this end product seemed to be different and special. How did they turn into this liquid? Another wondered. Maybe this is the paramount metallic essence, one old ancestor murmured. "Can you elaborate, ancestor?" a disciple nearby asked. "It's a theory in blacksmithing." The ancestor replied, "It states that not all metals are fully refinable. This is especially true for the particular precious ones. They contain tough metallic essences, albeit in minuscule amounts. Most consider them to be impurities, so they are removed during a regular refinement process. So what we refined thus far had plenty of metallic essences?" The disciple became surprised. Obviously not. The ancestor gave him the side eye and continued, "Metallic essences only exist in immensely precious metals. For example, metals that are worthy of becoming Tao Lord weapons." He then stared at the molten liquid in the main cauldron and explained, "Keep in mind that this is still only a theory or an idea from top blacksmith masters. It's hard to prove it because the dregs are too tough for further refinement." "You're saying that the wastes up there are potentially metallic essences?" the disciple asked. The ancestor shook his head because this was only an unproven theory. No wonder why the young master was melting the remnant dregs. Yang Ling also watched attentively. Though she didn't know the liquid's true nature, she was still aware of its value. "It's futile trying to guess the young master's intent," the old servant said. He was in charge of breaking down the remnants in the past and had a faint idea. Now, this still exceeded his speculation. At this point, Li Qie tossed the immortal weapon into the molten water. "What? Why wouldn't that damage the weapon?" Some spectators were astounded. "Ridiculous. This doesn't make any sense, putting the weapon in together with the liquid waste." Another bellowed. "Zzz, the immortal weapon looked as if it was melting, but this wasn't the case. The rays from it started becoming chaotic. Something magical occurred next, a crystallization process from the water. It started at the damaged spot with the condensation of metallic essences. They seemed to be recreating the missing part. Meanwhile, Li Qie grabbed the special hammer from the anvil. Boom! 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 The hammer pulsed with a cluster of lightning bolts, looking magnificent. Bam! He then smashed the molten liquid with it. Normally, liquid would start splashing after being smashed by a hammer. This didn't happen in this case. It was as if the hammer was hitting a burning anvil. Fiery sparks splattered everywhere while lightning bolts infiltrated the liquid like swimming dragons. Smashing and cracking noises happened repeatedly. Li Qie was putting his strength into reforging the immortal weapon. He's fixing the missing part. Everyone finally knew what Li Qie was up to. The members from Duality exchanged glances. Li Qie had started burning the remnant dregs a long time ago. Was this all in preparation for today? That would be too frightening. The young master can see 100 moves ahead of anyone else while we can only see the next. The old servant reflected. Chapter 39-41. Big shots showing up. People who saw Li Qia's prior actions at the peak were shaken. For example, 5-colored sacred sovereign. He had started the refinement process even before the tidal recession or any sign of the immortal weapon. No one found logic in anything he did. They thought that using the main cauldron for refining waste metals was ridiculous, similar to a monk still searching for hair on top of his head. Many even mocked him. But now, it became obvious that Li Qia predicted everything, from the tidal recession to him being able to grab the immortal weapon. Others thought that he could read the future, something truly unbelievable. However, the sovereign knew that this was just perfect planning. The old servant was right, Li Qia was many moves ahead of anyone else, a truly frightening disparity. As for the sovereign, he realized that Li Qia was at an unreachable height. Bam! 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 Bright flashes and detonations occurred with each smash. The lightning bolts became thicker and more violent, the same with the rays emanating from the molten liquid. It was as if the liquid was flowing towards the gate of an immortal world. The rays made people want to rush closer. He's fixing or recreating it. I can't believe that such a method is possible. The crowd was astounded. Not long ago, they thought that just obtaining the weapon would be the biggest fortune possible. None thought about actually fixing it. Li Qia didn't only think of it but was actually carrying it out. Either way, it'll be unstoppable once finished. An expert murmured. Perhaps this weapon will be greater than heaven. An old ancestor focused on the pulsing light and said. Better than heaven? Other ancestors became emotional. I think so. I saw heaven in Sword Kingdom once during my youth. I think heaven is one level below this. The ancestor said earnestly. I'm so jealous of Sword Continent. We don't have anything like that in West King. Another big shot became emotional. That's why our West King can't compare to Sword Continent and the other realms. A different peer added. How does it compare to the 9 heavenly treasures? A king brought this up. The powerful group exchanged glances. A high elder among them shook his head. The 9 treasures are legends that haven't been seen before. No one knows what they're like. True, but we're looking at the immortal weapon right now. It has to be peerless once completed. Another nodded in agreement. This is history in the making. They became emotional and felt their heart beating faster. Its completion is inevitable. What do you think, Brother Black Tides? A cold and distorted voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw an old man wearing a golden imperial robe. He looked gallant while holding a pagoda. His long beard reached his chest, looking like a great general. Who is that? Most didn't know him, but since he addressed Black Tide Saint as brother, he was obviously someone important. They noticed that the disciples around him were from the Li clan. They looked proud with their chest arched forward, seemingly confident after gaining a strong backer. The Li, it might be him. A high elder from an ancient clan narrowed his eyes. You're right, Celestial King. Black Tide Saint responded. Celestial King? I know who he is, the strongest ancestor of the Li. The high elder shouted. Other big shots have all heard of this notorious title. Who's that? A youth had no idea and became curious. One of the 9 heavenly sovereigns, Celestial King Li. His ancestor solemnly responded. People finally understood why he could speak to the saint as if they were on the same level. His appearance wasn't too surprising due to the prior conversation between Righteous Supreme and the saint. He simply didn't want to reveal himself until now. It became too tempting. The Li just got a lot more powerful. Those from the holy ground reflected. This took the clan to the next level. Masters like 5-colored sacred sovereign and the monk of wisdom remained calm. Perhaps they already knew that these ancient beings were still alive. Only regular cultivators had no idea. Whoever possesses this weapon will dominate the era. A voice in tune with the Tao spoke. The crowd shifted their attention again and saw a Taoist standing in the camp of the Zhang. The disciples there had the same arrogant expression, their chin aiming up at the sky. He wore a Taoist robe, simple yet embroidered with golden strings. His eyes pulsed with auspicious energy, seemingly capable of piercing the world and seizing the soul. Master Zhang, another sovereign. The old ancestor recognized him and still became emotional despite already expecting this. The crowd then understood why the disciples from these two clans had those annoying expressions on their face. No wonder why the Li and Zhang are so influential in Vajra. A big shot from the holy ground reflected. Everyone knew that the two clans were strong supporters of Vajra. They were extremely strong with deep roots everywhere. There were many reasons for their power and influence, but the fact that these two ancestors were alive might play a large role. How many others are still alive among the 8 saints and 9 sovereigns? Someone wondered. Vajra is showing its fangs. Another thought after seeing 2 more top cultivators. Chapter 39-42, Heavenly Tribulation. Celestial King Li revealed his identity first and then Master Zhang did the same. Everyone knew that this was no coincidence and the atmosphere became awfully tense. Could this be a reunion for the 8 saints and 9 sovereigns? The last time they were together was for an expedition against the east, wanting to divide the 8 kingdoms. What would be their goal this time around? All eyes couldn't help but converge on Li Qie and his weapon, more so the latter. These top masters were clearly here for the immortal weapon. However, their sacred lord had it now. What would be their choice? The crowd wondered how many of them survived against the ancient empress. Were all the survivors here? Is a fight going to break out? A few cultivators started thinking about this undesirable outcome. When the immortal weapon first appeared, these top masters didn't do a thing. Only Righteous Supreme became impatient and gave it a shot. Now, they showed up one after another after Li Qie successfully tamed the weapon. Li Qie destroyed those 2 clans' mansions at the capital. Someone from the holy ground reminded. Thus, there was an existing feud between Li Qie and the 2 clans. This trivial matter isn't worth mentioning. No one dares to be lawless, at least not because of it. An ancestor shook his head. But they might, for the immortal weapon. His friend, a high elder, quietly responded. Others took a deep breath after hearing this. As the sacred lord, what Li Qie did to the Li and Zhang clan could be construed as taking care of internal business. Not to mention outsiders, even these 2 clans wouldn't dare to demand justice. Otherwise, other sects would chastise and mobilize against them for doing so. But would this immortal weapon make them abandon everything else? Meanwhile, Li Qie didn't pay attention to these big shots at all. His sole focus was on refining the immortal weapon. With each subsequent smash, the molten liquid gathered on the damaged part and slowly became solid. The immortal weapon was being finished, so the immortal rays became brighter. The cauldron looked like a portal to an immortal world. Lightning bolts and bright flashes engulfed the area around it, resulting in a magnificent spectacle. Buzz. The immortal divinity permeated across the region. People suddenly saw visual phenomena through the cauldron, soaring phoenixes and young immortals greeting guests. Immortal materials could be seen as well. Some spectators were fully immersed in this paradisiacal scene. What will this weapon look like at grand completion? Many big shots exclaimed in admiration. Suddenly, the sky turned dark with black clouds looming ahead. The clouds became thicker and denser, eventually spinning around to form a maelstrom issuing loud explosions. The black maelstrom grew in size, seemingly opening the sky vault to let down a terrible tribulation. Rumble. The blasts were deafening and discomforted the listeners. What the hell is going on? They became horrified at the cataclysmic maelstrom. A tribulation is descending. One ancestor said seriously. Other cultivators gasped because tribulations rarely happened, especially heavenly tribulations. Only a few Dao lords experienced the latter during their Dao ascension. Now, there was a chance of this being a heavenly tribulation, so the crowd became frightened. Why is it happening? Is it really a heavenly one? One expert loudly shouted. Should be. An old ancestor solemnly said, the immortal weapon might be excellent enough to alarm the heaven, resulting in a punishment. Even the top existences shuddered after hearing these words. A punishment from high heaven would only descend when something unallowable was taking place. This weapon shouldn't exist? One expert asked. That's just a testament to how heaven-defying it is. Another quietly answered. This is unprecedented. Vajra Dao Lord had experienced this before too while crafting an incredible item, at least according to the legend. A king from the holy ground said. Vajra Dao Lord wasn't the strongest among his peers. However, he was known to be the best blacksmith. It shouldn't be surprising that he could create something inciting a heavenly tribulation. Boom! Boom! Lightning started to gather in the center of the maelstrom. Look, it's actually happening. Spectators realized that it was indeed a heavenly tribulation. Will His Excellency be able to stop it? Some became worried. I don't know, he's occupied right now. Another responded. They saw Li Qiye being fully busy with the crafting process. How could he handle the tribulation as well? Excuse my tardiness. A powerful voice with a strange metallic ringing could be heard. Though it came from the horizon, everyone still heard it clearly right away. They then saw multicolored lights appearing from afar, looking like the reflection of a crystal. The lights turned into a rainbow, allowing one to cross through two worlds. One end was at black tides while the other was to the east. Thus, a newcomer arrived on the scene. Resplendent radiances of various colors blinded the crowd. It was as if they were staring at a mountain of treasures. Chapter 39-43, Crystal God Monarch. A middle-aged man appeared before the crowd. He had a tall and sturdy figure, surpassing everyone else. Celestial King Li had an impressive stature but looked like a dwarf compared to this man. It was clear that his body wasn't made from flesh and blood. This wasn't strange in the cultivation world due to the countless races. However, the majority maintained a physical form consisting of flesh and blood. In history, this type of body was the most suitable for cultivation. On the other hand, the man looked like a cornelian carved in humanoid form. In spite of this, his expression and actions were vivid and smooth. The circulating halos around him were eye-catching as well. As they rotated and illuminated his body, different colors were reflected back to the spectators. The rotation seemed calculated and harmonious. He wore an ancient royal crest on his head and exuded a regal aura. The crest actually seemed to be a part of his body as if it was there during his birth. It was the perfect ornament for this man. He was born to be noble and lofty, always commanding respect and love from others. Who is he? Some spectators forgot about the tribulation for a moment after seeing him. They could tell that he was a formidable being. He looked relatively young in terms of appearance, but this didn't deter his imposing pressure. Welcome, God Monarch. Black Tide Saint greeted him. I know who he is now. He has to be Crystal God Monarch. An old king realized who this person was right away after hearing his title. Indeed, he is our supreme God Monarch. Greetings, Your Majesty. A big shot from the east immediately bowed. The eastern cultivators prostrated before the great cultivator while outsiders became startled. Everyone has heard of the title, Crystal God Monarch. The East had three great legends in history, Worldly Immortal, the Ancient Empress, and lastly, Crystal God Monarch. The monarch might not be on the same level as Worldly Immortal but was still world-renowned. He came from the celestial crystal race, blessed with both talents and nobility. Rumor has it that he successfully defended one of South Conk Dao Lord's 3 attacks. This was enough to go down in history. Though he looked young, he was far older than nearly everyone in the crowd. The hiding monsters were still his juniors. Gentlemen, I can't miss this exciting event when everyone is already here. Do excuse my tardiness though, since I'm farther away and not up to date with news. The monarch smiled and said. It was strange for these undying monsters to be so cordial with each other. After all, they were enemies once. As he was making casual talks, he stared at Wuxia and the immortal weapon. Bam! 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 Meanwhile, the concentrating Wuxia didn't pay attention to the tribulation gathering above. Boom! One violet bolt descended. It didn't hit Wuxia yet but still pierced through the peak, creating cracks spanning for thousands of miles. Just one bolt alone showed its devastating potential. What if the entire tribulation came down? The crowd thought that it made sense for even Dao lords to be afraid of them. Gentlemen, what do you think about the incoming tribulation? The monarch glanced at the sky first, then, whether purposely or otherwise, at Wuxia. Some listeners took a second before understanding a shift in the atmosphere. Of course, only those on the same level as him were qualified to speak: Righteous Supreme, Black Tide Saint, Celestial King Li, Master Zhang, and some others. Celestial King Li and Master Zhang didn't respond, seemingly waiting for something. Gods and immortals still can't survive a heavenly tribulation. The saint was the first to break the silence. Some thought that Celestial King Li and Master Zhang were waiting to see the saint's stance. They have fought together on the battlefield. Outsiders didn't know the extent of their relationship. Yes, frightening indeed. The monarch's eyes narrowed. The conversation contained a few key pieces of information for the attentive listeners. For example, the immortal weapon would be up for grabs again after Wuxia's death. Or, even if Wuxia could survive it, he would be in a weakened state. That would give them a great opportunity to seize the weapon. Thus, some top cultivators began to imagine the various scenarios. Sure enough, the monarch's group had the best chance of winning. This tribulation is a disaster warranting precaution. We need to prevent it from spreading. Celestial King Li stroked his long beard and said. Master Zhang nodded in agreement. Yes, we should be responsible for limiting potential casualties. Am I right, God Monarch? Indeed, do you agree with us so far, Saint? The monarch replied. I am always ready when it comes to helping the world. The saint pondered for a bit before answering. The other hidden masters took a deep breath after hearing their conversation. Five-colored sacred sovereign and the monk of wisdom became serious. These four have come to an agreement and created an unbelievably powerful alliance. Chapter 39-44, Start of the Tribulation. Crystal God Monarch, Celestial King Li, Master Zhang, and Black Tide Saint have formed an alliance to the crowd's chagrin. The scale has tipped in their favor. They had an absolute advantage right now. Supreme, what is your opinion on this? The monarch looked up at the clouds. The crowd suddenly froze after hearing this question, eagerly awaiting a response from the Supreme. What should he do? One ancestor wondered. The odds were already stacked against Wuxia. If Righteous Supreme were to join too, gauging his power was rather difficult. He was famous alongside Buddha Supreme and considered one of the strongest ancestors in the south. No one knew if he was stronger than Black Tide Saint and Crystal God Monarch or not. However, his senior brother, Righteous Saint, was the leader of the 8 saints and 9 sovereigns. His power far exceeded theirs. Righteous Supreme, being the junior brother and all and possessing top talent, should at least be as strong as these cultivators. His decision to join could firmly decide this issue. Wuxia wouldn't stand a damn chance. However, no response came from the clouds. Righteous Supreme neither accepted nor refused the monarch's invitation. Even if the Supreme wants to stop them, I don't think he can. An old cultivator said softly. The alliance had more than enough power to suppress the Supreme. Boom! Suddenly, another loud explosion came from above. This time, a golden lightning bolt descended. Here we go, a lightning bolt from a heavenly tribulation. The crowd became alarmed. Boom! The bolt struck Li Chia and spilled blood. It coursed down to the ground and left behind a deep pit. The sacred lord is in danger. Countless members of the holy ground bellowed. The loyal members wanted to help Li Chia, but unfortunately, the golden bolt was just too powerful. Willingness wasn't a substitute for ability. Buzz. Rays exuded from him and formed a massive barrier around the entire peak. Li Chia then continued with his task. Rumble. The tribulation above finally had enough and sent down waves of heavenly lightning bolts and earthly flames at Li Chia. The power of this assault could instantly reduce the world into lava, to the horror of the crowd. However, the light barrier managed to stop the first wave. Yes. Most spectators started cheering. Our sacred lord is invincible. The members of the holy crowd turned red while loudly cheering. His Excellency got this. Some waved their fists wildly in the air. Boom! 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 The bolts and flames still couldn't make it through the barrier. The rays empowering the barrier seemed to be originating from the source of the Tao, the purest type of light. Thus, though it wasn't a special technique and lacked divinity, the tribulation still couldn't break through. Those from the holy ground loved seeing this development. They fully supported their sacred lord after his status became known. After all, Sacred Mountain stood at the apex in the holy ground. Black Tide Saints group discreetly exchanged glances after seeing this. They didn't expect Li Chia to be able to stop the first wave. Moreover, the crowd's reaction looked unfavorable as well. Boom! An explosion capable of starting a new world detonated and interrupted the applause. Black clouds in the lightning pond above expanded, forcing the horrified spectators to retreat further. A while ago, the tribulation was limited to the area above Li Chia's head. Now, it encompassed the entire region. This forced his loyal supporters to keep a safe distance from Li Chia, not wanting to be accidental victims. I've never heard of a heavenly tribulation like this before. The knowledgeable ancestors found this astonishing. Yes, this is new. An ancient ancestor from a powerful gate said solemnly. Once the tribulation expanded enough, it illuminated the world with a golden radiance. The maelstrom in the middle sent down 4 tribulation pillars. They landed and formed a square around Myriad Cauldron Peak. They had different colors, dark red, gray, dark green, and blue. Tribulation flames engulfed them. Each wisp of flames could burn time and space. What are those things? Even the big shots became horrified. They haven't seen these pillars before, but the destructive nature of the flames was obvious. What kind of terrible tribulation is this? Another murmured. Chapter 39:45. Terrible Tribulation. The 4 tribulation pillars and their horrifying rays could pierce through anything. Others didn't dare to stare because the rays could pierce through their soul. Clank. The rays began coming together to form energy spears, fully surrounding Li Chia. Buzz. Another group created multiple paintings. The appearance of each turned the world dark as if an apocalypse was coming. The diagrams loomed above Li Chia and turned into an ocean of lightning and flames. It seemed eager to reduce Li Chia to ashes. Everyone knew that there was a maelstrom of tribulation above. However, these diagrams brought the battle closer to Li Chia. They became horrified because his surroundings turned into no man's land. No one would be able to survive. A tribulation right in our world. I've never seen anything like this before. It doesn't matter how strong and capable a cultivator is, they still have no chance of surviving. One expert trembled with fear. 2 tribulations have emerged, one in the sky and one directly above the ground. This was completely unprecedented for the cultivators present. This is a tribulation that only comes for Tao lords, right? One pale youth stammered. His ancestor shook his head, proving their Tao success and becoming a Tao lord won't necessarily herald a tribulation. It's a low possibility. Crack. Crack. The tribulation above started again. The maelstrom released a torrent of lightning bolts. A golden one had an overwhelming divinity and destruction. The dark one was sinister, looking like silks and strings that could pierce its target's body. Another had a blood hue, its essence contained an unstoppable murderous intent. No living beings could ever survive the numerous bolts. Shit! Many were scared out of their mind while screaming, but it was only the beginning. The bolts exploded on the way down, wanting to erase Wuxia from existence. The explosions then morphed together to form a single beam that melted space and time along its trajectory. Boom! Meanwhile, the ocean of tribulation on the ground didn't waste time and also activated. It erupted and created a tornado of lightning bolts and flames. The tornado spun around Wuxia while the beam descended from above. How can something like this exist? The crowd was astounded. Even the top masters such as Righteous Supreme and the old servant turned pale. They thought that they would only last one round at best before disappearing from the world. What thing necessitates this level of destruction? Someone murmured. The immortal weapon must be too powerful. Another replied. I don't think so, one didn't come down for it before this. A third speaker said with uncertainty. Maybe the crux of the issue is the sacred lord. One cultivator said, the immortal weapon is still just a weapon. Its master decides what to do with it, good or bad. The voice was indistinct but everyone still heard it clearly. Who can stop someone wielding this weapon from committing heinous acts? No one. The listeners thought that this made sense. The wielder could massacre billions in an unstoppable rampage. If there's evil in the heart, the person in possession of the immortal weapon will absolutely rampage. That's why this tribulation is coming down to end this. The voice became emotional. A disciple from the holy ground didn't like this assessment. What the hell are you implying? That our sacred Lord is evil? I'm not the one implying, the heavenly tribulation is here for a reason. The voice spoke again. Some wavered after hearing this. One expert said with hesitation, there's logic in this. An evil person wielding this weapon can definitely turn 8 desolaces into hell. The sacred Lord isn't someone like that. The disciple sided with Wuxia. Who knows? He has shown malicious tendencies before. Someone in the group said. Right, he killed plenty back in the capital before, millions from the Li and Zhang. He's a butcher. Another remarked. It's dangerous for him to have the immortal weapon. He'll kill anyone who dares to oppose him and a scene of carnage will show up all over the world, not just in West King. Sects will turn to ashes. More began kicking a man while he's down. It will be too late for regret then. Another instigation spoke. More and more bought this belief because that explained the terrible tribulation currently happening. Chapter 39-46, Idiotic barking. The instigators managed to move many of the audience. Moreover, the stronger experts coveted the immortal weapon. This simply gave him a justification and an opportunity. A scourge to the world must be eliminated. Another unknown soul shouted loudly. No one knew who said it, but the words could be heard by all. Eliminate the scourge. Others felt the urge to shout as well. Nonetheless, a minority from the holy ground still supported Wuxia. They shouted back, the sacred Lord is our leader and spiritual totem. Scheming against the sacred Lord is opposing the holy ground. Does the holy ground wish to harbor someone who can cause untold misery? The world will not allow this. Someone else loudly retorted. The holy ground needs to take care of its mess and rid itself of evil members for the sake of justice. Another shouted. That's right. A vocal group supported this notion. By this point, some members of the holy ground were swayed to the other side. They thought that Wuxia could become a source of disaster. Get rid of evil members for the sake of justice. The chant gained immense support and only intensified as time passed. Wuxia's few supporters couldn't be heard at all due to the waves of opposition. As the adage goes, wealth beckons trouble. One ancestor quietly murmured. Some of the crowd actually believed in this notion, while the instigators only wanted to obtain the immortal weapon. Saint, you are an ancestor of the holy ground. We are ready to listen to your direction with regard to our future. Please make a decision. Another unknown crowd member roared loud enough for everyone to hear. The deafening chant stopped since they decided to wait for the saint's response. Though they shouted about wanting Li Qia's head, they still needed a leader. This was especially true for the members of the holy ground. After all, regular ancestors couldn't deliver a judgment on Li Qia. Someone of higher status had to do so. In other words, only characters like Black Tide Saint or Righteous Supreme. However, Righteous Supreme wasn't appropriate for this occasion since they were from rival sections. Black Tide Saint became the focus since he had enough authority and status. Few here could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, so he was the most qualified to sentence Li Qia. People forgot about the explosions from the tribulations since they cared about the sentencing. In a sense, this could decide Li Qia's fate. Upholding justice and equality is everyone's responsibility. I will shoulder this mission. Black Tide Saint finally broke the silence. Though he didn't directly accuse Li Qia of being evil, his attitude was extremely clear. Members of the holy ground can't sit idly by and watch. Celestial King Li added. Yes, eliminate evil with haste. Master Zhang didn't waste any time. Eliminate evil with haste. Those prepared in the crowd immediately shouted. Eliminate evil with haste. Loud chants began again. Li Qia's supporters had no chance of contesting the majority. It's unsalvageable. One expert from the holy ground lamented. Eliminate, eliminate. The chant became orderly, turning into a slogan. Some started taking out their weapons while glaring at Li Qia. Alas, no one made a move. First, Li Qia was still the sacred lord. Even the ancestors from the holy ground wouldn't dare to attack him. This was putting aside his actual power and abilities. As long as he remained the sacred lord, any offensive action would be considered traitorous. As for those from Righteous and the East, they had a bigger reason to remain passive. If they were to fail, Li Qia would definitely lead an expedition for revenge later. Moreover, he would still have the immortal weapon then. Their lands would be massacred. That's why they waited for the top dogs to make a decision first. Blind fools. Someone snorted and said. Though the chants were deafening, his disdainful remark was still overwhelming and forced everyone to listen. Talk to my blade first before. An old man holding a saber appeared. Clank. His sharp aura and energy forced everyone back even though the saber was still sheathed. He looked unbeatable and prideful, not putting anyone else into his sight. It was none other than the old servant. He glared at the crowd and no one dared to meet his gaze. Who is he? Others only knew him as Li Qia's servant. Mad Blade, Guantianba. A few already knew who he was long ago but didn't reveal it, the third. The third, others gasped after hearing this. Guantianba had worldwide fame. People even referred to him as the Third Supreme. The crowd didn't expect someone of his stature to be Li Qia's servant. I can't believe it. Another found this astounding. Yang Ling's mouth was wide open. She knew that he was strong, but he turned out to be one of her heroes, Guantianba. Who dares to test my blade? He laughed heartily and challenged the crowd. His dominant style was obvious after a single glance. The inconspicuous servant has returned to his imperious self. Chapter 3947. Mad Blade. Listeners normally shuddered upon hearing the title, Mad Blade. In terms of fame and prestige, he might not be on the same level as Buddha and Righteous Supreme back then. However, he was still considered the Third Supreme. His power shouldn't be inferior to them. Most importantly, he was far younger in comparison. This meant having vigorous vitality and greater battle endurance. One main difference was their interaction with others. The other two supremes acted like normal ancient ancestors. They rarely cared about mundane matters or showed up in public. On the other hand, Guan Tianba was always itching for a fight, raising his blade against all provokers. Virtually all famous cultivators during that generation had a taste of his aggressive temperament. This resulted in many tales about him. Back to the two supremes, they would ignore disrespectful comments from a junior since any retaliation would be considered inappropriate and beneath them. As for Guan Tianba, he would actually attack the junior's sect and demand an explanation. He never cared about anyone's background or status. This still seemed to be the case as he stood stoically, his saber energies pricked the crowd. They no longer dared to chant against Li Qia. After all, this was a top master ready to fight even the juniors for offending him. Thus, opening one's mouth was akin to courting death. Both the instigators or those falling for the scheme didn't say a thing. Just his pressure alone fully intimidated them. None dared to look at him directly. The atmosphere became oppressive as a result. They felt suffocated by his rampant aura. Boom! Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere. His footsteps crushed the space beneath. A golden radiance illuminated all 8 directions and stopped Guan Tianba's saber energies. This allowed the crowd to heave a sigh of relief. Fellow Daoist Guan, you're being overbearing. The newcomer spoke with a voice similar to that of a god, awe-inspiring and commanding respect. This old man wore golden armor with ancient and sacred symbols. He seemed to have come from a distant past. He had yet to activate his power, yet his innate aura felt peerless. His glare alone could inflict untold destruction. Despite his impressive appearance, the golden cauldron he was holding stole the crowd's attention. Chaos energy surrounded it along with the sounds of the Grand Tao. Its inactive form was still enough to crush the firmaments. Even a fool understood what it was, a Tao Lord weapon. He has a Tao Lord weapon, many were shaken to see this. Possessing a Tao Lord weapon was a sign of status. Who is he? Many juniors didn't recognize the old man but knew that he was important, so they spoke with a hushed tone. A few ancestors recognized him but didn't dare to utter his title. However, Guan Tianba had no such qualms and stared at the old man. His eyes narrowed before he burst out in laughter. Vajra Saint, seems like nothing happened to you. Humph, finally showing up today? I visited your ancestral shrine but didn't see you there. Vajra Saint, others became astounded after hearing his title. He was the illustrious cultivator in the holy ground before Buddha Supreme. His counterpart was Righteous Saint. These two were the strongest among the 8 saints and 9 sovereigns. Of course, Righteous Saint held the #1 spot. Furthermore, Guan Tianba's comment revealed several pieces of information. It looked like he had visited the ancestral shrine in Vajra and defeated other ancestors. However, the saint never answered the challenge. Vajra really has a Tao Lord weapon. One cultivator from the holy ground said, no wonder why they have been in charge for so long. The Li and the Zhang had capable ancestors too. Alas, they chose to be loyal vassals of Vajra. This Tao Lord weapon might be a big factor in their choice. Putting Sacred Mountain aside, very few powers had a Tao Lord weapon in the holy ground. Potential candidates were Heavenly Dragon Temple and Duality Academy. Therefore, Vajra maintained a firm grip despite having an incapable ruler in archaic Sun King. A Tao Lord weapon was simply too intimidating. Nonetheless, Guan Tianba showed no fear while facing a mighty senior. The crowd thought that he lived up to his fame. My old bones couldn't handle the trouble. Vajra Saint wasn't angry at all and explained, it's just that I have no choice but to join the fray this time. Chapter 39-48, Vajra Saint spoke calmly but with an unshakable conviction. The words seemed to be carved in the air. Well, let's see if my blade is sharper or your cauldron is tougher. Guan Tianba never backed down to anyone. Vajra Saint's eyes narrowed and shot out rays. This was akin to being chained and looking up at an executioner with his blade raised. Anyone would be horrified at this moment, ancestors included. Alas, they couldn't avert their gaze from a potential battle between Mad Blade and Vajra Saint. Though they weren't from the same generation, they were the top dogs in their respective time and could act as its representative. This was a battle between two generations. Who will win? Cultivators became curious about the result. In my opinion, Vajra Saint has the overwhelming advantage. Putting cultivation aside, his cauldron is just superior to anything Guantianba has. An elder from a clan quietly spoke after a brief rumination. Are you forgetting that Guantianba is far younger? Sure, he's not that young relative to us, but the saint has 1 foot in the grave. He's a vigorous youth in comparison, having ample lifespan and vitality. How many times can the saint activate that Tao Lord weapon? A different old man whispered. The group agreed with this as well. A Tao Lord weapon was undoubtedly strong. However, it wasn't the saint's own weapon. On the other hand, Guantianba and his saber were virtually one and the same. He could unleash 1,000 slashes without a problem. As for the saint, his vitality wouldn't allow him to use the Tao Lord weapon in a prolonged fight. Since it wasn't his, activating it required an immense amount of vitality and energy. His lifespan must be depleted by this point. The only thing keeping him going was his vitality. Once his vitality went down, the years would start flowing again. Thus, the saint might be stronger, but Guantianba could also delay the battle long enough. Time was on his side. However, before the saint could answer, Righteous Supreme spoke instead. Brother Guan, you have improved quite a bit. I have prepared a board. Would you like to play a match with me to make up for last time? Listeners were surprised to hear him. Crystal God Monarch had spoken to him before, but he didn't respond. But now, he asked Guantianba to play a chess match with him. Of course, this was a polite way to challenge someone. Guantianba had challenged Righteous Supreme before? One listener speculated. An ancestor nodded, very likely considering Guantianba's disposition. He was ready to take on the world during his prime. They haven't heard of a battle between these two, but it sounded like there had been a battle before. Guantianba most likely lost as well. Guantianba's eyes narrowed. He replied, "Have it your way, Supreme." He then took 1 step towards the sky and disappeared into the clouds. No one could see through the clouds because they were most likely created from a supreme treasure. It was an independent realm above. They found being unable to watch this battle a damn shame. It would have been a brilliant fight. With Guantianba gone, no one else stopped Vajra Saint from fulfilling his goal. People's focus returned to Wuxia, who was still under heavy fire. The terrible tribulations have drowned out the peak and Wuxia couldn't be seen. Who knows if he was still alive? Looks like the outcome is clear. His supporters found the situation to be hopeless. The mighty alliance grew stronger with the addition of Vajra Saint. These 5 could sweep through the region uncontested. Even if Buddha Supreme were to come back to life, he still wouldn't be able to stop them. This spelled how grim it was for Wuxia. They're usurping. A royal lord from the holy ground quietly said. The crowd took a deep breath while becoming emotional, especially the members of the holy ground. Vajra wants to replace Sacred Mountain. Most understood the current development but didn't want to say it out loud. For millions of years, Sacred Mountain still reigned over the holy ground despite being elusive. In history, numerous sects desired their position. Vajra was no exception. Alas, it wasn't possible before. In the present day, this was a great opportunity. Sacred Mountain seemed weakened in both actual power and prestige. Moreover, their current leader was stuck in a precarious situation. Most importantly, they had a legitimate excuse to take him down. The circumstances were perfect for replacing Sacred Mountain. The vast holy ground was too desirable and tempting. Vajra couldn't help taking this risk. Some spectators watched with a heavy heart. Though they wanted to help Wuxia, they couldn't change the tides in the slightest. It's time for someone to uphold this responsibility. Vajra shall take the vanguard. Vajra Saint stared at the center of the tribulation and declared. You're right, ancestor. Vajra wishes to be a defender of justice. A voice came from the iron carriage. Brothers, prepare to spill blood for this great cause. Creak. The door of the carriage slowly opened and an old man came out. He looked rather ordinary, his exquisite clothes attracted more attention than him. Chapter 39-49. Though the materials weren't particularly rare and expensive, the craftsmanship was perfect and could be seen in the embroidery. Archaic Sun King. Many became astounded after seeing the old man and started looking around in confusion. From the beginning, they thought that the man inside the carriage was the guardian of Vajra, not Archaic Sun King. Why is he here? He wants to lead the troops. An expert said. Others didn't respect this prominent figure, thinking that he was lucky to win the throne. Black Tides was a dangerous playground for tigers and dragons right now. A fool like him shouldn't be here. Plus, he couldn't lead war camp anyway because of his shallow cultivation. The best case scenario would be him not holding them back. Ha ha ha. Five-colored sacred sovereign couldn't help laughing, must have been tiring playing two roles. You're finally dropping the facade. What? Most became astounded after hearing this. The Key King is the guardian too? One guy stammered. In the last millennium, everyone thought that they were two separate people since there was no resemblance at all. One was a foolish king while the guardian was a grandmaster, a mighty cultivator of the holy ground. If someone else were to make this claim, it would be met with doubt and skepticism. However, Five-Colored Sacred Sovereign wouldn't falsely claim this. He was a grandmaster as well and had access to more information. He did a good job hiding this for so long. One ancestor smiled wryly. No wonder. Another suddenly realized that this made sense. Initially, most thought that it was tragic for Vajra to have such an incapable ruler. However, if this was truly the case, there was no way that Vajra would have been able to maintain its authority for so long. Thus, the crowd quickly accepted this revelation. It only took them by surprise at first since the king did an impeccable job hiding it. In fact, some top experts and ancestors have been thinking about this issue for a while. The guardian of Vajra was too secretive and mysterious. Thus, a few actually made the connection. It's just that they lacked substantial evidence. That's why Sword Hero couldn't become the king. An official from the court smiled wryly. The officials and royal members once felt indignation for Sword Hero. They deemed him to be the superior candidate, whether it be in terms of cultivation talent or ability. Nonetheless, he still lost the competition. Rumor has it that Archaic Sun King only won because of Sacred Mountain. Now, it became apparently clear that Sacred Mountain had nothing to do with this. A grandmaster was indeed worthy of becoming the king of Vajra. Sovereign. Archaic Sun King smiled and shook his head. I never denied this before. People simply misunderstood. This was indeed the case. The king never claimed to not be the guardian and vice versa. Plus, why couldn't one man be both the king and the guardian? I see. The sovereign chuckled and coldly said, Treacherous wolf, do you think Vajra can take over the holy ground? Vajra's goal was as clear as day to the spectators. It's just that they couldn't break the veil of pretense, only the sovereign didn't hold back. Sovereign, that's a close-minded perspective. The king responded, Vajra is only thinking about the people. Any source of disaster should be swiftly dealt with, regardless of his status and nobility. Thinking about the people, huh? The sovereign glanced at war camp and said, missing some personnel, I see. Few in number, sure, but we make up for it with courage and determination. Blood might spill and heads might roll, but not a single soldier will back down when it comes to upholding justice and peace. The king laughed and rallied his men. Eliminating evil is our responsibility. The members of war camp roared back. Today, Vajra shall fight to protect the holy ground. the king confidently declared. The spectators weren't fooled by his heroic rhetoric. They knew that this was his best chance to kill Wuxia. Amitabha, it's not too late to turn back. The monk of wisdom placed his palms together and said, "The sacred Lord is supreme, he is the guiding light of the holy ground. Your treachery and betrayal will be answered with merciless retribution." The monk's words brimmed with strength and Buddhist affinity. Listeners couldn't help becoming serious while feeling enlightened. Heavenly Dragon Temple maintained their historical stance and chose Sacred Mountain. This loyalty earned them great rewards in the past. "Sacred monk, loyalty blinds you," the king said. "You will become a sinner if anything happens to the people. Heavenly Dragon Temple will be condemned by all. Amitabha, turn around to see the shore." The monk interrupted him and continued, "If you will not withdraw your troops, we'll have no choice but to consider you as a traitor and eliminate Vajra." He made it clear that the temple was ready to defend Wuxia until the last man standing. Some members of the holy ground took a deep breath after seeing his firm stance and prayed for his success. They still wanted to support the Orthodox branch but were too afraid to speak up before. It's too bad that Elder Samantabhadra is no longer around. Vajra Saint stared at the monk and said, "Otherwise, the temple would be able to play a main role today." Elder Samantabhadra was the strongest monk in Heavenly Dragon, being the master of both the Monk of Wisdom and Untethered Monk. The temple was indeed weaker compared to the past. They lost their strongest monk and their successor, Untethered Monk. It seemed weaker than Vajra right now. "Heavenly Dragon, stand with me." The Monk of Wisdom ignored him and commanded his juniors. Chapter 3950, Rumble. High monks descended from the sky after hearing the command. Their kasaya pulsed brightly and hymns could be heard. Heavenly Dragon Temple clearly came prepared. The Monk of Wisdom wasn't alone. The temple was ready to stand with Sacred Mountain regardless of the odds. Their loyalty has been proven time and time again through actions. "Traitor, your head is mine." The Monk of Wisdom didn't waste time and reached for the king. Though he was normally a benevolent monk who would turn the other cheek, this had crossed the line. He turned into a Buddhist warrior, merciless when dealing with the enemies. His technique of choice was one of the 6 Buddhist Tao, fingers of the living. He opened both palms, his fingers bloomed like a raging lotus from hell. "Let's see what you can do." Archaic Sun King glared at the incoming monk and roared. He became engulfed in a golden radiance. A sun materialized behind him and crushed the spatial fabrics. It headed straight for the monk. Boom! The area around the impact exploded in a blinding manner. Loud footsteps could be heard. When people regained their sight, they saw the king being pushed several steps back. His face was red and his chest heaved up and down. He clearly lost the previous exchange. Yes, Wuxia's supporters cheered in their mind. Many still preferred Sacred Mountain over Vajra dynasty. The Monk of Wisdom's power is immense, worthy of being the number 1 of the 4 grandmasters. One ancestor commented. With more time, he might be able to catch up to his master. It's a shame that his senior brother chose to leave instead. Another king brought Untethered Monk up. Perish! The Monk of Wisdom roared thunderously and swung his hand downward. The sky seemingly collapsed as a result of the devastating attack. This technique was Grand Palm, another of the 6 Tao. Golden Cicada Buddhist child had employed this technique against righteous Sion before. However, the Monk of Wisdom's version was far stronger and contained the rage of a Buddhist warrior. Ancestors were astonished, thinking that they wouldn't be able to block it. Archaic Sun King's expression also soured. Enough! Someone fiercely shouted and unsheathed their swords. A torrent of swords flew towards the monk's hand. It was none other than Attendant Hong. With this opportunity, the king set up his defensive move and summoned a treasure that emits a lion's roar. It became a divine mountain to block the palm strike. Rumble. The 3 started an earth-shattering battle. The monk didn't have any trouble dealing with this master-servant duo. He borrowed the momentum of the land and only became fiercer as time passed. For His Majesty, the generals in war camp commanded. The legion began forming formations in the form of dragons and tigers. Their bloodthirst was palpable. This was indeed a fierce legion that had fought all over the world. Merciful Buddha, the high monks from the temple chanted before getting ready for battle, kill them all. Their first line mentioned mercy, yet the next was a murderous battle call. The contrast was quite interesting. These monks began leaping towards the formations and didn't hold back. They didn't show mercy when it came to defending the holy ground. There was an adage in the southern West King, one needs to get through Heavenly Dragon first before reaching Sacred Mountain. It rang truer now than ever before. Loud explosions detonated along with bright Buddhist lights. War camp had capable formations and experience, allowing them to stop the onslaught of the monks. However, as time passed, the monks still had the advantage despite being fewer in number. Each monk was just far stronger compared to the individual soldier. Vajra versus Heavenly Dragon, this first-round battle included the strongest fighting forces in the Holy Ground. This is the time to make a choice. It'll be too late afterward. Vajra Saint glared at the crowd, successfully intimidating them. They naturally understood that they needed to pick a side, either Vajra or Sacred Mountain. Otherwise, it would be too late later in the case of a successful rebellion. As one of the strongest ancestors, Vajra Saint looked like a god and didn't join the battle yet. His sole target was Li Chia. Nonetheless, his aura still instilled unbearable pressure onto the crowd. Some ancestors had no choice but to make up their mind. The clans from Metropolis have always served Vajra dynasty. If they were to refuse, Vajra would exterminate them after taking over. Warriors, follow me, we'll uphold justice. An ancestor from the Du shouted and led his members into battle. Several other clans followed them to fight against the high monks of Heavenly Dragon. They chose to stand with Vajra. Of course, they still didn't dare to talk about killing the sacred lord, so their battle chant consisted of upholding justice. Time's running out. Other ancestors and high elders talked among themselves. They didn't need to make a choice right away, unlike those from Metropolis. Nonetheless, they knew that it was inevitable. Buzz. A five-colored radiance manifested as the sovereign stepped forward and declared, I stand with the sacred lord, who dares to stop me? His eyes were fixated on Vajra Saint despite being weaker. Chapter 3951. Despite not being a match for Vajra Saint, few in the present could actually take the sovereign on. Moreover, Duality Academy was a behemoth in 8 decilaces as well. You're not a match for me, Vajra Saint nonchalantly uttered, only giving the sovereign a quick glance. Just these few words indicated his power and prestige. They rendered the crowd breathless. No one questioned his claim either. Vajra Saint was definitely stronger than five-colored Sacred Sovereign. This was before taking the Tao Lord weapon named Vajra Cauldron into account. Sacred Sovereign, if you need a partner, I am free right now. A third party with an impressive violet aura interjected. 8 Tribulation Blood King. Others knew who he was right away. The king wasn't only the sect master of Myriad Blood Sect. He originated from the Nightwalker tribe in Divine Ghost Division. His stance also reflected the division's choice. Divine Ghost wants to rebel too, an expert quietly said. The rift in the holy ground gradually grew larger. So far, Duality Academy of Metropolis and Heavenly Dragon Temple chose Li Chia. On the other hand, the core division in Vajra and Divine Ghost Division made up the other side. There were 4 major divisions involved already. Only Mortal King Division has yet to show its attitude. This battle could divide the holy ground into 2 separate entities in the future. This is what happens in every power struggle. One neutral spectator murmured, looking quite solemn. The crowd was occupied with thinking about which side to peek. So be it, Blood King. The sovereign didn't waste time and summoned 5 swords of different colors for an attack. Whoosh! Scars were left behind from the ferocious attack. Let's do this. The Blood King wasn't afraid in the slightest and laughed, ready for battle. His vitality surged along with his violet aura. He summoned an 8 tribulation seal to deal with the incoming slash. Boom! The destruction from the impact horrified the crowd. The 4 grandmasters live up to their fame. They shared this thought. These 4 rarely took action, but when they did, the resulting ferocity and devastation were always magnificent. The Blood King and the Sovereign exchanged numerous blows in no time at all while going upward in the air. They looked like mortal enemies who didn't hold back. Of course, they were indeed mortal enemies now, since one side had chosen to rebel against Sacred Mountain. Brothers, it is time to contribute for the right cause. For justice. The ancestors from the Zhang and Li actually rallied their men against Li Qie. For justice. The members from the 2 clans began surrounding Myriad Cauldron Peak. How impudent. Yang Ling, who was nearby, became alarmed. Alas, she was powerless against the horde, akin to being an insect before a rampaging army. The spectators watched with bated breath. Could Li Qie deal with the 2 armies while still being assaulted by the tribulations? You're not getting to the young master. Fan Bai, who was standing behind the nervous Yang Ling, shouted. In reality, this didn't stop the armies at all, since they thought nothing of 2 little girls. Fan Bai lowered her head and started chanting and forming mudras. A majestic aura gradually formed around her, seemingly coming from the primordial age. It was boundless and violent, capable of harvesting billions of lives. It felt different from other auras, natural and a bit similar to raw energy or murderous energy. Her erupting aura finally attracted others' attention. This girl, how does she have this type of aura? Even some ancestors became startled. This was surprising because she wasn't an expert at all. The aura didn't match her cultivation. Buzz. Buddhist rays suddenly emanated from her body and illuminated the region. The ground seemed to be covered by a kasaya. Countless Buddhist runes appeared around her. She looked like a treasury right now. Thousands and thousands of Buddhist Tao were hidden inside her. Amitba. The chant echoed, but it didn't come from Fan Bai. Amitba. 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 These chants came from the core of the holy ground, as something had activated there. The unsuspecting crowd then saw the same rays shooting all over the holy ground. They had a similar target, Fan Bai. Once they illuminated her, her white dress became golden. This turned her into a Buddhist deity, looking holy and dignified. The power of the land poured into her like a tsunami. Something unbelievable happened next. Majestic figures emerged behind her and started chanting as well. Buddha, Vajra, and Diana Tao Lord. Shock overwhelmed the spectators. These supreme figures began blessing Fan Bai and lent her their power. It's the foundation of our holy ground. Some became uncontrollably emotional and were moved to tears. Nonetheless, the question became, why did this immense power appear on Fan Bai and not the Monk of Wisdom? Chapter 3952, with her head lowered, her eyes closed, and her hands forming mudras, Fan Bai gained the power of the Tao Lords from the holy ground. Rays from all over the land continued to illuminate her. She became a Buddhist lord, ready to enlighten all living beings. Just one simple stance completely transformed her to the crowd's confusion. All Buddhas shall bow before my supremacy. Yang Ling quietly repeated this phrase while having knowledge of this particular merit law. On the other hand, all the other spectators found this astonishing. The big shots like Vajra Saint and Black Tide Saint felt the same way after seeing her visual phenomena. This was the first time seeing something like this for them. How could this average girl harmonize with the foundation of the holy ground? The members of the holy ground became emotional after seeing their forefathers. These beings were the pride and symbol of their sect. Who is she? Someone asked. In fact, no one would question if they were told that she was the successor of Sacred Mountain. That would be one explanation for this development. She's been following the Sacred Lord. One ancestor spoke softly. Those who have seen her before assumed that she was Li Qia's servant. Maybe she's really the successor of Sacred Mountain. Another expert boldly speculated. Many agreed with this because the successor of Sacred Mountain should be able to possess this peerless ability. Boom! A boundless Buddhist barrier emerged and stopped the two armies' path. Break it down. The ancestors of the clan channeled the power of their entire troops. The vitality and Tao power of all the members gathered into a single attack aiming at the barrier. Rumble. They unleashed one wave after another. Fan Bai staggered backward as a result, her radiance dimmed down. It became clear that she herself was still weak. Though she was borrowing the power of the foundation, she couldn't use it to its maximum potential and was having a hard time dealing with the barrages. Alas, she wasn't in the position to give. She gritted her teeth and channeled her ability again. Her own radiance intensified while the weakening barrier became tougher than before, seemingly unbreakable. She was ready to die buying time for her young master. Take it down. The two clans weren't weak either and continued to attack under the command of their ancestors. The contest began once more. Fan Bai trembled during the struggle but didn't give an inch before the two armies. You can do it, some crowd members secretly cheered for her. Unfortunately, beads of sweat streamed down her face. Her weak cultivation didn't allow her to keep up. Chi Dash, the Maharaga that had been sitting on her arms suddenly flew outside. Ah! Ah! Miserable screams could be heard along with blood splashing from the forehead of many soldiers from the two clans. Stop that thing! The ancestors roared and summoned their weapons, aiming them at the little creature. Everyone assumed that it was only a pet. However, it had killed several thousand soldiers by now, completely uncontested. That little thing, Vajra Saint slightly frowned after seeing the baby fight against several ancestors. It was far from reaching adulthood or it would be horrifyingly powerful. It managed to direct the attention of the ancestors away from Fan Bai. This helped her handle the weakened barrages. Nonetheless, the spectators on Li Qia's side were still tense. The main characters such as Vajra and Black Tide Saint have yet to do anything. Once they joined, all of Li Qia's supporters would lose right away. Boom! A five-colored radiance blinded the spectators as it tried to fight against a flood of violet energy. Both five-colored Sacred Sovereign and 8 Tribulation Blood King have finally used their best techniques. Sunraiser Pentasword and Omnipresent Violet Tribulation. The Sovereign's Sky-Splitting Slash and the Sovereign's technique were recognized right away. They're going all out to end this fast. Cultivators gasped after seeing this decisive exchange from two grandmasters. However, Vajra Saint noticed something strange and his expression soured. How dare you? He roared and leaped upward. What is this? Archaic Sun King shouted as well. At the same time, Attendant Hong became aghast yet still tried his best. Break. They all shouted in unison. The whole event happened faster than the blink of an eye and caught spectators off guard. Ah! Blood splashed in the air. It turned out that the Sovereign and King's technique wasn't targeted at each other but rather, Attendant Hong who was busy fighting against the Monk of Wisdom. Attendant Hong was quite strong but he wasn't a match for these two. Thus, he was instantly reduced to blood. The two didn't stop either and directed their attack towards Archaic Sun King instead. Archaic Sun King alone wasn't a match for the monk. With the death of his loyal attendant, the monk managed to suppress him right away. Plus, even if he could use his best technique, it wouldn't have been enough to deal with these two anyway. I'm finished, he muttered before inevitable demise. Chapter 3953, Boom. Something crushed space like glass. Little spatial fragments crumbled before dispersing. A figure appeared in front of Archaic Sun King and saved him from the fatal blow. Otherwise, he would have been sent to hell from the combined attack of 5-colored sacred sovereign, 8 tribulation blood king, and the monk of wisdom. Nonetheless, this person was still one step late. The resulting blast wave sent the king flying while vomiting blood. On the other hand, the trio also staggered backward. The space-crushing move earlier was truly formidable. All of this happened too quickly, from the first exchange between 5-colored sacred sovereign and 8 tribulation blood king to the death of attendant Hong and the attack on archaic Sun King. People didn't know what was going on before it already ended. The power of the various moves rendered them breathless for a brief moment. Once they regained their wits, they saw that it was Vajra Saint who saved archaic Sun King. The biggest victim was none other than attendant Hong. He didn't even have the chance to resist, only managing to let out one last cry. He was only beneath one man and above all others back in Vajra, someone who can call for rains and winds. Alas, he died like an insignificant insect, leaving nothing behind in this world. Previously, everyone assumed that the Blood King was representing Divine Ghost Division to support Vajra. This appeared to be a ruse in order to catch archaic Sun King off guard. They would have been successful too if it wasn't for Vajra Saint. The most impressive part was how they managed to fool everyone. It seemed that the Blood King and the Sovereign were actually going all out against each other. This was the only way to fool the saints. I see. 5-colored sacred sovereign, 8 tribulation blood king, you two put on quite a brilliant show. Archaic Sun King finally got time to breathe and calmed his churning vitality, seemingly amused by this. What else can we do but to resort to this unsavory method? The sovereign said. Sacred Mountain is and will always be the orthodox branch. The holy ground does not exist without it. Thus, we will do anything possible to kill traitors like you. The Blood King calmly stated. Ambushing or a sneak attack was unbecoming of famous cultivators like them. Alas, the situation demanded them to do so. Personal reputation didn't matter when it came to defending the orthodox branch. In fact, some respected them for sacrificing personal prestige for the bigger picture. The Blood King was right. Sacred Mountain was the holy ground. If Vajra took over, this region would become a different sect. Only the name would be the same. It's a good strategy. Unfortunately, you miscalculated. Archaic Sun King laughed. The Blood King and Sovereign remained silent at first. The king eventually responded, men propose but heaven disposes. Their goal was rather simple, killing Archaic Sun King. With him dead, all the Grandmasters would be on the same side. Heavenly Dragon, Metropolis, and Divine Ghost would back Sacred Mountain. Vajra dynasty would be isolated as a result. Alas, Vajra Saint stopped their plan from coming to fruition. Many members of the audience felt bad for them. Now, they wouldn't be able to focus on dealing with Vajra and Black Tide Saint. That scenario was also grim, but at least they had a fighting chance. Is there nothing that can turn the tides? A supporter of Sacred Mountain said helplessly. Heavenly Dragon and Divine Ghost should still have slumbering ancient ancestors. I wonder if they will come out, that's the only way. An ancestor responded. What a disaster for our holy ground. One expert mourned. It was abundantly clear that Vajra had an overwhelming advantage. Stronger characters needed to appear or the holy ground would have a new leader. A tense confrontation between 3 Grandmasters and Vajra Saint seemed inevitable. The latter was strong enough to fight all 3 without a problem. Unfortunately, you're not my target, or I would love to see the new generation. Vajra Saint smiled and shook his head. I have more important business to take care of today. The Grandmasters were indeed far younger compared to an old man like Vajra Saint. Referring to them as part of the new generation wasn't an exaggeration. Sorry to bother you, God Monarch. Vajra Saint asked Crystal God Monarch. I will do my best, Saint. The monarch laughed heartily and took Vajra Saint's position. The 3 Grandmasters remained serious. They didn't dare to underestimate this famous cultivator. To battle. 8 Tribulation Blood King ordered. To battle. The men from Divine Ghost Division rushed towards war camp without any hesitation, wanting to slay the traitors. The students and experts from Duality Academy did the same and jumped into the battle. This new force seemed too much for war camp to handle. Children of the Biendu, show them your might. An ancestor from the Biendu ordered his clan members to help withdraw. A large-scale skirmish ensued between the various sections. Last chance to pick a side. The winners will be bestowed titles and lands. Archaic Sun King personally led war camp since he was no longer occupied with fighting the Grandmasters. He reminded the neutral parties that time was running out. For justice. A few of them finally made a decision and joined the battlefield. The situation was still exceedingly favorable for Vidra. Though they had fewer men, Vidra and Black Tide Saint more than made up for this. Picking the losing side would result in being considered traitors after Vidra took over. That's why they chose the less risky route. Chapter 3954, Kill Them. Battle cries and screams echoed continuously. Two camps existed among the still neutral spectators. One side supported Sacred Mountain while the other chose to follow the flow and joined Vidra in battle. For the first side, though Sacred Mountain never directly bestowed anything for them, they still knew that the holy ground existed because of Sacred Mountain. If one were to envision the holy ground to a tree, Sacred Mountain would be the roots. Their sex would be the branches and leaves. Thus, there was an intimate connection between them and Sacred Mountain. Their ancestors, more or less, had something to do with it. Their merit laws were most likely derived and originated from there as well. Moreover, their sects were established in the holy ground and supported by its foundation. This made it far simpler because establishing a sect in an uncultivated land was extremely difficult. In a sense, the non-interference Sacred Mountain was still the reason for their prosperity. In fact, it gave them more freedom to do what they wanted. Because of this, Sacred Mountain was recognized and accepted by virtually all sects in this region. Many understood that once Vidra took over, the holy ground would never be the same. They would become direct tributaries or even puppets of Vidra, only to be taken advantage of. That's why some of them knew that Lichia had no shot in this battle yet still chose to fight for him. The skirmishes became fiercer as the combatants fought to the death. On the other side, the three grandmasters have begun as well. I've heard of the talent in Buddha holy ground. Crystal God Monarch smiled and said, "Let's see what you three are capable enough to get through me." Buzz. An unmatched radiance engulfed the monarch, making him look sparkling and translucent. The legendary heavens will art from the ancient era. An ancestor blurted. The crowd noticed something special about the monarch's state. He seemed to be completely impervious to anything while being shrouded by this radiance. A peerless merit law belonging to the celestial crystal race. An aged sacred ancestor became serious. The name is Heaven's Will Crystal Physique, right? A curious expert asked his senior. Many have heard of this legendary technique before, but only a few had seen it in person. Correct, it is extremely magical. No attack can harm its user. The ancient ancestor nodded. Doesn't that mean he'll never be defeated regardless of the opponent's power? The junior took a deep breath. Indeed, that's why according to the tale, he managed to survive a fatal strike from South Conch Dao Lord. The ancient ancestor elaborated. So it's actually true? The juniors nearby found this astonishing. It's not because the god monarch is comparable to South Conch Dao Lord. The physique is just too magical and the Dao Lord couldn't break it. The ancient ancestor said. Wow. A junior replied, if no one can break the monarch's physique, he's not afraid of anyone then, virtually unbeatable. It's not that simple. The ancestor shook his head, nothing comes that easy in life. Rumor has it that his physique can only last for 3 days and 3 nights, no more. The Dao Lord just needed to hold him for that long and he would be dead. The juniors exchanged glances, thinking that 3 days and 3 nights were long enough to accomplish many things. This physique is extremely difficult to cultivate as well. That race only had a few people succeeding in history. That's why the monarch is special. A different ancient ancestor said. Putting aside the limitations, the juniors were still impressed by this defensive technique. Make your move, let's see if you can make a miracle happen. The monarch laughed heartily after activating his physique. The trio exchanged glances and thought about the situation. They were plenty strong enough to deal with this monarch in a normal fight. However, defeat was inevitable in this case. A fatal strike from a Dao Lord wasn't enough to take down this physique. Therefore, they had no chance either. Nonetheless, the only thing they could do right now was to buy time for Wuxia. Let's do this. The sovereign commanded his 5 divine swords again, slashing vertically and releasing sword energy along the way. The Blood King roared and used his treasure seal again. It descended like a meteor with unstoppable momentum. Amitba. The monk of wisdom chanted and summoned the Buddhist affinity. Images of Buddha appeared and empowered him. His power reached its limit and he unleashed another grand palm. The ground around its target instantly caved in. The spectators felt their chest being pressed in as well. The trio gave it everything they could without holding back. Boom! The blast caused violent earthquakes, even the stars above were shaking. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to harm one strand of hair of the monarch. He stood there, completely nonchalant. Incredible! The spectators shouted. That combination attack would have eliminated any ancestor or king, but the monarch was perfectly fine. This was the expected result, but seeing it unraveling was still astonishing. The trio exchanged glances again, realizing the futility of the situation. They could only take a beating, unable to retaliate. Chapter 3955, My Turn. The monarch laughed and waved both hands. The radiance around him became a bright red. His current state made others see him as a large piece of ancient ruby rather than a regular cultivator. If his background wasn't already known, they would have assumed that he used to be a demon gem reaching the Tao Realm Annihilator. He roared. Rumble. People heard explosions coming from above. Once they looked up, they saw the sky darkened with meteoric gems coming down. They looked unique and bright with a drill-like shape. The edge was extremely sharp and cut through the air, issuing loud gusts. Their accuracy was immaculate as well, only targeting the trio. It only took a second for them to reach the 3, seemingly capable of piercing through everything. One gem alone could destroy a sect and leave nothing behind. The trio roared and released their vitality. The Blood King still used his seal, the sovereign moved his swords back into a defensive stance, the monk's kasaya created a massive Buddhist wall. The world started spinning, on the verge of breaking apart. This resulted in the spectators becoming dizzy. Rumble. Though the trio's defensive measure was nothing short of impressive, the meteoric gems still crushed through the defenses and pushed them back. They felt their vitality churning and blood flowed out from the corner of their lips. The 3 grandmasters are losing against the monarch. Experts took a deep breath after seeing this. He's a heavenly sovereign who had fought against South Conk Dao Lord before. They still have a long way to go. An ancestor didn't find this surprising and said softly. The grandmasters were considered powerful in the present day. Alas, they have yet to reach the level of these undying beings. A considerable length of cultivation time was necessary. Meanwhile, Vajra Saint didn't bother watching this fight or the battlefield. In reality, he thought that the outcome of these skirmishes didn't matter in the slightest. Boom! Tribulation bolts were still striking Wuxia's barrier. Their power made ancestors look like ants. The fact that the barrier lasted this long was miraculous. Nonetheless, its light dimmed down, no longer as bright as the start. It won't last for much longer. Celestial King Li happily said. This was a great development for them. Sure enough, cracks finally appeared on the barrier. Yes, any time now. Master Zhang was sure of Li Qia's death. Being struck directly by those bolts was a death sentence. Not even an immortal would be able to survive. The Sacred Lord won't last much longer. Li Qia's supporters turned pale after seeing the cracks. However, Li Qia's body lit up like a fiery spark. The cracks on the barrier started coming together again. The Sacred Lord will be able to last a bit longer. Some supporters started cheering. Of course, the saints didn't feel the same way. What if Li Qia actually managed to get through the tribulation? He would have the immortal weapon then, and all traitors would have their clans exterminated. We need to obey the will of the heaven. Vajra Saint said. I agree. Celestial King Li immediately responded. We are ready to follow your lead, Saint. Master Zhang stroked his beard. Let's get started then. Vajra Saint nodded while his eyes gleamed murderously. So be it, it's time to get rid of this evil. Black Tide Saint's voice came from the carriage. The curtain of the palanquin curled up neatly and an old man walked out. He was dressed in black from top to bottom and had a fierce glare. People sensed an aura similar to that from Black Tide's ocean emanating from him. Black Tide Saint, Celestial King Li, and Master Zhang posed behind Vajra Saint, ready to follow their leader. They're taking action. An expert blurted out. These four were renowned cultivators. The auras coming from them now were as intimidating as can be. The supporters didn't dare to help Li Qia. Putting the dreadful tribulation aside, these four could annihilate all of them in the blink of an eye. They blamed it on the heaven wanting to destroy Sacred Mountain. No one could salvage this situation. Ra! A beast roar greeted the four as they walked closer towards Li Qia. It was none other than Lil Black and Lil Yellow. Both chose to protect Li Qia. Boom! Something bright flashed, then two beastly auras swept across the region. The two revealed their true form. The Stygian King and Earthbreaker Bian. Some were elated to see this. Animals. Black Tide Saint's eyes turned cold. The group started thinking about how lucky Li Qia was to have Mad Blade and these two beasts as companions. Chapter 3956, Impudent Beast. Celestial King Li stepped forward and roared. Master Zhang followed him before speaking. Saints, leave these two animals to us. We will stop them. Very well. The saints nodded and stopped paying attention to the Stygian King and Earthsplitter Bian. Ra! The two beasts released their energy like a tsunami, wanting to stop the saints. Alas, two other foes stood in their way. Celestial King Li chose Lil Black, then said, Brother Zhang, I'll leave the other to you. Good. Master Zhang appeared in front of Lil Yellow and waved his Daoist whisk. These two weren't pushovers and fiercely attacked right away. Come get it, beast. Celestial King Li sent his pagoda into the air. Boom. It released chaos energy along with Tao laws, becoming big enough to blot out the sky and loomed over the Stygian King. It then descended with the intention of crushing the beast. Lil Black was no slouch either. It had experienced plenty of life or death battles and showed no fear against the incoming pagoda. Ra! Its roar shook heaven and earth. Clank! It used its fangs like two swords. The slashes left behind long shadows and scars in the air. They seemed like a judgment from heaven against the pagoda. Boom! The fangs struggled against the descending pagoda, resulting in a deafening blast. On the other side, the Bian took the initiative before Master Zhang. Whoosh! It shot out millions of hair strands as if they were arrows. Each strand could pierce through the earth or kill a regular ancestor right away. Master Zhang wasn't afraid to see the sky turning dark because of the arrows. He let out a battle cry, Don't be conceited now, beast. He swung his whisk and the strings became longer and larger. One could hear numerous gusts of wind coming from it. Stars appeared all around the Bian, wanting to penetrate and turn it into a sieve. Rumble. They were evenly matched during this exchange. That's a top historical cultivator for you. An expert said, he's doing just fine against such a powerful primal chaos beast. The spectators saw how the two beasts annihilated two armies in no time at all. However, they didn't have an upper hand against Master Zhang and Celestial King Li. They have to win. One member of the Holy Ground said, otherwise, no one else can protect the Sacred Lord. Well, maybe it's time for a new leader. Sacred Mountain had kept this position for too long. Someone else from the other side said quietly. Among the neutral spectators, there were quite a few anti-Li Chia members left. However, they still kept their mouths shut since the battle wasn't over. Since the two beasts were busy, the two saints have made it to Myriad Cauldron Peak with a solemn expression. They knew that Li Chia was terrifying, but this was their only chance. In the case of victory, all of the holy ground would be theirs. Most importantly, they would also gain the immortal weapon. This would be enough for them to take over West King, then all of 8 Desolaces as well. They would no longer be afraid of the ancient empress. Hell, they could even kill her then. On the contrary, losing meant dragging their clan and sect down with them. Everything would turn to ashes. They were fully aware of the pros and cons of this serious situation. Alas, the temptation was too much even for masters like them. Just one victory and they would be remembered in history forever. Plus, another opportunity like this wouldn't show itself again. By now, the neutral spectators from the distance watched this scene with bated breath. They knew that regardless of the outcome, this battle would change the fate of the Holy Ground and even the entire southern region. One move. Vajra Saint glanced at his ally and made up his mind. Yes. Black Tide Saint nodded solemnly. Vajra Saint took deep a breath and raised Vajra Cauldron before speaking. I will unleash the full power of a Tao Lord soon, please lend me your assistance. Very well, I will give it everything I got. Black Tide Saint didn't hesitate. Listeners shuddered after hearing the two. The full power of a Tao Lord? An ancestor gasped in response. Tao Lords were mighty beings who could unleash untold destruction or control the Grand Tao with one hand wave. They were absolutely the top dogs in present times, at least in the eyes of regular cultivators. A technique of a similar power level would be terrifying. The crowd didn't dare to imagine it. Vajra Saint opened the lid of the cauldron and out came a massive force sweeping through the realms. A Tao Lord weapon, the aura of a Tao Lord horrified everyone, causing their knees to buckle. Go! The 3 Grandmasters and all of Li Chia's allies started rushing over to block in front of Li Chia. On the other hand, their enemies knew how decisive this blow was, so they also tried to stop any reinforcement for Li Chia. Just like that, the skirmishes turned increasingly bloody due to the urgency. Blood and bodies rained down from the sky. Boom! Meanwhile, Vajra Saint began adding his vitality and chaos energy into the cauldron. His power started crushing the area around him since he wasn't holding back. Activate. Black Tide Saint also did the same, channeling his vitality and chaos energy in a torrential manner. Their power was as clear as day. However, keen observers could tell that they didn't have long to live. This ferocious level of vitality wouldn't persist for long. Chapter 3957, Boom. The saint's power poured into the cauldron, immediately activating it. The aura of a Tao Lord erupted from this cauldron and could crush everything as if they were dried branches. The stars above exploded into dust. My God! Not to mention regular cultivators, even the ancestors found it hard to stand straight. A true flame soared to the sky and turned its path into the void, culminating in a massive black hole. The true flame of a Tao Lord. The ancient beings started trembling after seeing this. A few embers fell off and instantly burned a bottomless hole on the ground. This only scared the spectators even more. They knew that the embers alone could incinerate them. The cauldron's peak state has been activated, forcing most cultivators on the ground. Some tried to get up, but it was useless. Its suppressive nature fully immobilized them. The two saints were roaring and channeling everything into the cauldron, going as far as using their lifespan. This was a ridiculous price to pay even in the case of victory. Nonetheless, they wanted to use the cauldron to its fullest potential. Pop! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the aerial inferno, looking like the ruler of the myriad Dao. Vajra Dao Lord. He was recognized by the astonished spectators. His presence froze both time and space. He seemed to be coming from a distant era, looking dominating and capable of eliminating all things. The hidden ancestors found it hard to breathe, wanting to retreat before this Dao Lord aura. They thought that death was inevitable in a direct confrontation. Forefather. Many from the holy ground were moved to tears and got on their knees. A full-strength blow. One hidden master took a deep breath. Prideful heavenly sovereigns still shuddered when facing a full-strength blow from a Dao Lord weapon. They needed a Dao Lord weapon on top of possessing high mastery with it in order to survive. At the same time, the power of the tribulations only grew. Cracks appeared as the barrier was on the verge of collapsing. Now! Vajra Saint shouted after seeing this development. By this point, those who were ready to die for Sacred Mountain couldn't move an inch due to the weapon's suppression. Moreover, it also frightened the majority and took away their courage. It's over, an ancestor on the side of Sacred Mountain lamented. A high elder thought that this next attack would be able to break the barrier. Li Chia would either die from the attack or the tribulation. Die! Vajra Saint roared and unleashed the technique. Boom! The end of the world reared its head. Everyone momentarily lost their vision since everything turned dark. All of the southern West King seemed to be moved from its original position. What the hell is going on? Those not close to the battle screamed in horror. Silence and peace returned after the blast. Nonetheless, the participants were still at a loss for words, their eyes looked empty and confused. After a while, they finally tried to find Li Chia and only heard crackling noises from the rampaging lightning bolts. The tribulations seemed to have lost control. If these lightning bolts were to get out, they would massacre the region. However, the main focus was the destruction of the barrier. This didn't surprise the crowd too much. Is he dead? Someone stared at the aftermath. Has to be. Even Li Chia's supporters lost hope. Vajra has taken over the holy ground now. Victory is ours. Those on the side of Vajra started cheering. They could see a bright future ahead. Celestial King Li and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It would be ludicrous for anyone to survive that attack. I can see something, over there. A keen-eyed spectator could see the scene inside the tribulation. Lightning bolts were still dancing and wanting to destroy everything. However, one man stood there with a saber possessing a faint glow. This feeble light stopped all the lightning bolts in an effortless manner. I'm impossible. Vajra Saint bellowed after seeing this. Who else could it be but Li Chia? Everyone felt the same shock to see him alive, even his supporters. Chapter 3958. The saber had a long and narrow body, lacking divinity and murderous intent. It had an ashen color and gave off the impression that it was a single unpolished piece. This wasn't the first time they've seen this saber. Prior to this, they saw its incomplete form. Now, Li Chia has repaired it and eliminated any trace of its previous imperfection. The blade looked natural as if it came to the world in this form, not forged by a blacksmith. Nonetheless, it resembled an entirely new weapon versus when it was trapped on the peak, born supported by heaven and earth while fueled by the tribulations. With a heavenly gaze, one would see minuscule runes made from concentrated Grand Dao. Thousands of Supreme Grand Dao were refined together to form the blade, a feat that should have been impossible. Li Chia casually swung the blade, looking to be one with the saber. The casual swings could divide heaven and earth or purity from impurity. He still looked as ordinary as can be and lacked an oppressive aura. However, no one questioned his status as a lord. The faint glow from the saber protected him from the lightning bolts of the tribulations. He turned his sight towards the tribulation, still looking relaxed before deciding to slash upward. Everything can be cut. This sentence perfectly encapsulated the fundamental nature of this saber. The heavenly bolts and earthly flames were severed by the slash as if they were blocks of tofu, unable to slow the slash in the slightest. It brought serenity back to the legion by removing the dreadful and flashy tribulations. The gentle breezes and blue returned once more. The crowd who had just calmed down became shaken again. The slash simply removed entities from existence. Have a taste. Li Qiye then swung it again and froze time itself. Once time flowed again, heads and bodies dropped to the ground. Millions of Vajra's supporters have been slaughtered, those from the Biendu, Li, Zhang, and Vajra. They couldn't utter a single sound since their neck had been severed. Their eyes opened wide with horror and shock. There was no pain at all, not even when their head rolled on the ground and saw their own corpse. This was naturally a horrifying scene and prompted them to scream. Alas, no sound came out at all. Millions died from a single slash. Vajra and Biendu, in particular, have suffered incalculable losses. Their allies' sects would decline from now on as well. The blade was stained with blood, but after a buzzing noise, all of it was gone. Spectators felt as if the blade had just devoured it. Nonetheless, it wasn't enough to satiate its appetite. This seemed like a sacrificial ceremony for the saber. Even the ancestors weren't spared. The saber definitely had a taste, true to Li Qiye's words. Vajra's war camp, martial hall, and ancestral temple were mighty. The Biendu brought their top ancestors as well. The Li and the Zhang also didn't hold back. Alas, they couldn't stop a single slash from Li Qiye's saber and became its victim. Go! Vajra Saint and his peers were scared out of their mind. They already palpitated the moment they saw Li Qiye alive. Now, this slash made them realize the futility of the situation. They have lost in a devastating manner with no chance of a comeback. Thus, they decided to run with all of their might, heading for the horizon. Leaving so soon. Li Qiye smiled and swung his saber again. Defend! Vajra Saint and the others roared, then took out their strongest weapon. Vajra Saint used the cauldron again, Black Tide Saint put on a great helmet, Celestial King Li used his pagoda, Master Zhang swung his whisk. They became resplendent and exerted their strongest state versus the incoming slash. Unfortunately, they seemed rather feeble compared to the slash. Clank! All four treasures were cut through by the slash, even the Tao Lord level cauldron. No! The group bellowed in horror, realizing that they could only accept their death after the exchange. They suffered the same fate as the rest of their men, being decapitated. Bam! The bodies fell to the ground. Their eyes expressed just how shocked they were by the development. They have dominated their entire lives. No other beings could kill them with a single slash until now. Resistance was utterly meaningless. They were mere fish on the chopping board. Normally, no one would buy a story like this. No one in the world should be able to kill these ancient ancestors. Alas, all the spectators witnessed it in person today. Chapter 3959. Though only 4 died this time around compared to the millions earlier, this spectacle was far more magnificent and astounding. These 4 could be considered the strongest living ancestors in the south. Surviving the battle against the ancient empress was a testament of their strength. This went double for Vajra Saint. He even brought a Tao Lord weapon along and used all of his vitality to activate it. Unfortunately, he still lost his life. The incredible treasures from the 4 were mere pieces of tofu compared to Li Qiye's nonchalant slash. Regular cultivators always thought that Tao Lord weapons were unbeatable, the apex of weaponry. Today, Li Qiye's saber disproved this notion. Using the word ghastly to describe it wasn't enough. This completely changed the paradigm on what constitutes being unbeatable. The crowd thought that what they knew before was extremely limited and naive. The frog under the well adage aptly described them. The prideful masters in the area felt that the same slash could easily kill them. This evoked a primal fear of death within them. Vajra Saint and his allies must have felt the same way before meeting their end. As for Li Chia, he didn't bother looking at the result after swinging his saber. The whole act was as trivial to him as stomping a few insects. Ebon Scythe. Not a bad name. His focus was on the saber itself and decided to name it. Ebon Scythe. The composed members of the audience murmured its name. In reality, they didn't think that the name was a good match. It didn't sound fierce and intimidating enough. For example, a better name should have the word immortal or divine. Other good choices included God-slaying saber, world annihilation saber. Compared to these names, Ebon Scythe seemed rather common and a bad match for this supreme saber. At the very least, they thought that it should be Ebon Immortal Scythe. They were right. Li Chia didn't put much thought into naming the weapon. For him, the name didn't matter at all. Nonetheless, the original form of this saber was indeed a scythe. He changed it to the form of a saber after the repair process. Despite the lackluster name, the world would still soon remember its name after the battle today. The spectators lucky to be present trembled while staring at it. It seemed that one property for this saber was one-hit decapitation. Heavens will crystal physique. Li Chia then stared at the god monarch with a smile on his face. This made the god monarch's knees buckle. He became doubtful of his own physique, not knowing whether it could stop one slash. He has always acted imperiously despite not being the strongest. After all, it was impossible to defeat him. People always brought up the fact that he had survived one blow from South Conk Dao Lord. This was the most glorious tale of his life. However, he knew that the Dao Lord had no intention of killing him since there was no feud between them. The Dao Lord simply wanted to see and test their race's technique. Now, Li Chia certainly wanted to kill him. His confidence wavered while staring at the weapon capable of severing Vajra Cauldron. Li Chia pointed the saber at the monarch and smiled. This physique can be considered a miracle of cultivation, enough to last for one era after another. Very well, I will let you leave this place if you can withstand one slash. The crowd became interested right away after hearing this. They stared intensely at the monarch. Will it be able to cut the legendary indestructible physique? One expert quietly asked. Everyone knew that the crystal physique could nullify all attacks. However, Li Chia's saber had just taken down a Dao Lord weapon. The monarch didn't answer Li Chia. He took out a strange conch and started blowing. The sound echoed and reached the depths of the 8 kingdoms. What is he doing? Many wondered. He's asking for help or reinforcement. An ancestor replied. That's right. An ancient ancestor from the east had a serious expression as he elaborated. The conch is named Divine Beacon, there is only one. When blown, it means that a calamity has come for our 8 kingdoms. It was blown once before, during the invasion led by the 8 saints and 9 sovereigns. This revelation startled the crowd. They all thought about one particular person in the well-known legend regarding this expedition. Buzz. Green rays shot to the sky and illuminated the 8 kingdoms. Their citizens panicked since it has been a long, long time since the last rays were recorded in history. The Eastern ancestors became frozen since they didn't think that the mythical existence would come out again during their lifetime. Splash. A green ocean manifested in the sky. Its waves flowed from the 8 kingdoms towards black tides. A woman rode the waves. She wore an ancient garment with phoenix embroideries, looking dignified and noble. Her beauty didn't diminish her authority in the slightest. Her eyes pulsed with a time-worn radiance. Dao laws were being born and destroyed within them. The ancient empress. An ancient ancestor screamed after seeing her. Greetings, your majesty. Those from the east immediately got on their knees. Chapter 3960. The ancient empress name has been whispered with respect for eras now. The southern West King had produced numerous Tao lords before. Some were extremely gifted and renowned, Buddha, Righteous, Vajra, and many others. They walked proudly across the land and proved their supremacy. However, they would depart after their respective eras. Only a few names stuck around for this long. The most famous in this region would most likely be worldly immortal. Even Tao lords exercised caution when dealing with this being, preferring to take a long way around. Right beneath world immortal was the ancient empress. She appeared to save the eastern kingdoms from the clutch of the 8 saints and 9 sovereigns. This propelled her fame to the next level. The supremes from the holy ground paled in comparison. Her prestige was at an all-time high. No member of the crowd thought that they were her equal. Some ancient ancestors from Righteous and Buddha holy ground were still lurking in the shadows. A few among them were confident in fighting against Vajra Saint and the others. This wasn't the case when it came to the ancient empress. She alone managed to defeat the saints and the sovereigns. Who could stop her right now? Just her presence alone commanded respect and submission from the crowd. All of the cultivators from the east were on their knees, even the ancient ancestors. Those from Righteous and the holy ground were startled as well. The powerful ancestors from these 2 powers didn't prostrate but still bowed deeply. Your Majesty. Crystal God Monarch was elated to see her and came over with his fist cupped. The Empress merely glanced at the crowd for a bit. The proud ancestors who were only bowing earlier gave up and prostrated as well. However, her focus stopped on Wuxia. The area became creepily silent. No one dared to breathe loudly and became extremely tense. One could hear the drop of a needle right now. No one uttered a single word, but they had various thoughts running in their mind. Most thought about the winner between Wuxia and the Empress. This question would have an obvious answer in the past. Though Wuxia was the sacred lord, he still shouldn't be able to fight someone who had lived for eras. But now, he had an immortal weapon. Its power was abundantly clear. As for the god monarch, he was in a great mood since he had a good idea of the Empress' abilities. There was a good chance that they could obtain this immortal weapon. Moreover, their strongest cultivator, worldly immortal, has yet to appear. Everyone anticipated an earth-shattering fight. They had no doubt that it would be brilliant. None could imagine the actual event. The Empress suddenly landed on the ground and hurried over. She then prostrated before Wuxia and respectfully shouted, "Your Majesty, please forgive this lowly one, Biyao." For the lack of reception, the crowd turned into statues, becoming speechless. This supreme empress was calling herself a lowly one before Wuxia. It was more shocking than the sky falling down. They thought that she would come to avenge the fallen members of the 8 kingdoms. This development was beyond their wildest dreams. Who else would be on Wuxia's level if the Empress had to address herself in this manner while speaking to him? Suddenly, the ground started rising. Dirt and stones came together to form a floating throne. Wuxia sat down on it and suddenly became different. He still looked the same as before, but the air around him changed. No words could describe his current invincibility. It's been too long, I don't remember many people since time spares no one. Wuxia gently shook his head. This lowly one was fortunate enough to see your sacred appearance from a distance in sacred netherworld. The Empress replied, I also got the chance to see your ascension later. It's just that your eyes are as high as heaven and your body resides in the immortal world. Someone insignificant such as myself never made your acquaintance. I was born in Jadewater country and served as its queen. Jadewater Queen. Wuxia nodded and had a faint impression of this woman. He continued, I remember now, the charming spirits. You were a top talent then. You're too kind, your majesty. The Empress said, it is the greatest honor to be remembered by you. I am prepared to follow all your commands. Rise. Li Qie seemed to be in a good mood. The Empress stood up but kept a bowing position, not daring to a hint of arrogance. Meanwhile, everyone was still shell-shocked by this conversation, realizing that Li Qie was on an unreachable level. This was a meeting between two apex cultivators. Everyone else was not qualified to speak. My old friends in this land are long gone now. Li Qie stared at the horizon and sentimentally commented, seeing someone from back then such as yourself brings back some memories. Your Majesty, there is another. The Empress hurriedly said. I'm aware, I've heard of her legends. He smiled and turned his sight towards the east. Would you like me to send a message? She asked. No need, she already noticed. To which he responded. Rumble. Explosions came from the far reach of the eastern lands. The ground started shaking. It was a secretive location untraveled by others. A tree from there became gigantic enough to cover all of the 8 kingdoms. Dao laws poured down along with pleasant ringings as a figure appeared on top of the tree. 5 different colors invaded the entire region. The presence of this cultivator amplified the surroundings, causing it to become a peerless area. The immortal. Those in the east prostrated and smashed their forehead on the ground. Warworldly immortal. Even the members of the Holy Ground and Righteous sect felt great pressure and started prostrating as well. Chapter 3961. Worldly Immortal's fame wasn't limited to the Southern West King. This title could make any living being in 8 Desolaces trembles. Halting all things, stopping Righteous, and testing Diana, Worldly Immortal showed up 3 times and shocked the world each time. The opponents were all Dao Lords. Moreover, they were the more exceptional ones as well. Thus, Worldly Immortal stood at the apex in the Southern West King. In terms of appearance, armor plates hid the sex of this cultivator. It exuded a 5-colored radiance. Each ray contained a special visual phenomenon, towering trees, heavenly flames, incredible treasuries. They contained powers strong enough to destroy worlds. Just a casual pose exerted enough pressure to crush the firmaments and force everyone else on their knees. Your Excellency. Those in the east started performing a full kowtow rite. I can't believe I get to see the immortal again. Even the ancestors had tears streaming down their cheeks. The eastern inhabitants took pride in having a cultivator like this in the region. As long as this being was around, so would the eastern kingdoms. Worldly Immortal had stopped appearing after the Dao discussion with Diana Dao Lord. No one knew where this being went. According to the rumors, Worldly Immortal was from the ancient Immortal Kingdom. The origin and location of this so-called kingdom were unknown to even the eastern inhabitants. On the other hand, everyone knew that the ancient Empress was a supreme existence from Jadewater country. Worldly Immortal was far more mysterious in this regard. So far, the precedent was that only Dao Lords were worth Worldly Immortal's time. Now, the being came out for Li Qie. This also astonished the crowd. It meant that though he didn't have the cultivation of a Dao Lord, he was virtually one already. Spectators' glances shifted between Worldly Immortal and Li Qie. The same question popped up in their head, who was stronger? Either way, it became obvious that Li Qie's appearance was deceiving since he was another supreme existence. Boom! The world became slanted after this being took one step forward. The 8 kingdoms were billions and billions of miles away from Black Tide's ocean, yet it only took one step for Worldly Immortal to make it to Li Qie's position. The atmosphere became unbearably tense as speculations arose. Xian Fan apologies for the lack of reception, Your Excellency. Worldly Immortal prostrated towards Li Qie to show her reverence despite being an apex existence in 8 Desolaces right now. This shocked the listeners even more than when the ancient Empress referred to herself as a lowly one. Jaws and eyes nearly dropped to the ground. Your true form is set in one place, so it's not your fault. This Dao avatar will count as a meeting between old friends. Li Qie smiled and said. Everyone took a deep breath and exchanged glances. They didn't realize that this was only an avatar from worldly immortal. Just an avatar alone was so impressive. What about the real worldly immortal? Ancestors shuddered in fear after this revelation. However, such a great being still assumed an inferior position to Li Qie. None dared to lift their head to look at Li Qie at this point. Thank you, Your Excellency. Worldly immortal stood up and remained in the bowing position. Li Qie waved his hand and separated the domains. The two of them appeared above the sky vault for a private conversation. Everyone else remained on the ground. They looked up but couldn't see or hear anything. This applied to the ancient empress as well. It's not a bad feeling to meet people from back then after so many years. Li Qie stared at worldly immortal and said, "Your return is unexpected, Your Excellency." Worldly immortal was none other than Xian Fan, a supreme genius from Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom of Sacred Netherworld. Li Qie and Xian Fan were considered the two best prodigies of the human race back then. She started recalling the things that have changed through the eras. The 9 worlds were no longer around. Her sacred netherworld was gone, and now, the young cultivator has become worldly immortal. Few from that era were still around. She didn't expect to meet Li Qie again either. Li Qie's ascension was a sight to behold and would never be forgotten. However, there was no more news of him afterward. Surprising yet still within expectation. Li Qie smiled. "You chose to stay instead of ascending. I once thought about it but gave the opportunity up. I didn't force the issue, and by this point, I would rather stay here." She spoke softly. "The items from the immortal's domain are impressive indeed. This simple precious tree opened quite a path for you." Li Qie nodded approvingly. "You've lived until now, yet your vitality is still exuberant. There is a price to pay since no one can truly be immortal." "Right, I was fearless back then and thought that it was possible. I risked it all and here I am now." Xian Fan replied. "Where this is a blessing or a curse is up to you," Li Qie said. "Everyone had their own path to walk. May I inquire about the reason for your return, Your Excellency?" Fan Bai asked. It seemed that both the 9 worlds and 8 desolaces didn't have anything worthwhile for Li Qie. "I fell down from above, half dead." Li Qie chuckled while pointing upward. Xian Fan became emotional. The vagueness of the response still gave her plenty of information. "The great calamity," she murmured. She personally experienced that monstrous event that ended the 9 worlds. So many people turned to ashes. Chapter 3962. Li Qie stared at Xian Fan and smiled. "Are you sure you don't want to leave?" Xian Fan stopped thinking about this because she couldn't leave this land for millions of years now. "I'm afraid I can't." She smiled wryly. "Everything is possible, especially for me. Just one thought is enough." He responded casually. Xian Fan became emotional after hearing this. It has been a while since she last felt this emotion. "So would you leave if you can?" he asked again. Xian Fan had plenty of achievements and life experiences by this point. Nonetheless, Li Qie's words were too tempting. Where would she go? She couldn't help looking up above. "The firmaments above?" she murmured. "That works. The world is vast and can accommodate your heart's desire. There are many things you have yet to experience." He nodded. She nodded back, agreeing with his assessment. Though she was at the apex in the 9 worlds and others needed to look up to see her, she knew that this wasn't the world's limit. She focused on the stars flashing deeper up the crevices. It seemed to be the unknown waiting to be explored. "I'm not sure." She then glanced down at the 8 kingdoms and the towering tree. Her heart and mind were firm before, but Li Qie had messed with her Tao heart. This left her in a tough position. "I suppose it's hard to give up." He understood and sympathized. "What can't you give up in this world, Your Excellency?" she asked while staring at him. Big shots like them stopped caring about mundane matters and treated most things with triviality. Virtually all things were ephemeral with a few exceptions. These exceptions would always linger in their mind after millions of years. I don't remember most things from the old era. It's a difficult question, I don't have a precise answer. He shook his head. She thought that this was understandable for people like them. They have given up and forgotten many things to get to this point. Never looking back was a necessity for cultivation. This mindset became increasingly harder to change further on the path. It eventually ended with a tough choice. This was the case for her, but she didn't know what Li Qia's choice was. The opportunity is within your grasp. He smiled and raised one finger. Tiny Dao laws looking to be alive circled around the tip. He then touched her forehead and the Dao laws drilled into her mind. Pop! Her body lit up right away. A mysterious force seemed to be enlightening her. It illuminated her face palaces and opened a supreme treasury. Within the treasury were peerless mantras, unparalleled laws, and matchless Dao. The mysteries within couldn't be described with words. The light eventually dispersed and she became normal again. However, that second just now lasted for an eternity. She has experienced many eras. Millions of years were only a blink of an eye to her. However, that second earlier was longer than all of that since it opened a Dao treasury for her. Thank you, Your Excellency. She bowed after calming down. I have given you the key, it is up to you whether to stay or leave. He smiled. She had no response while becoming emotional. Her gaze turned back towards the familiar land. A traveler always yearns for home. It's unavoidable. He said. Right, but we can't go back in time. She pondered for a bit before responding. Her tone was calm, but those on the same level would feel the same helplessness. Her friends and loved ones were dust now. There's another adage, inner peace is the same as being home. He said. Inner peace? She carefully thought about it. Yes. He elaborated, ultimately, when people walk on this path, whether it be facing the darkness or choosing the light, they simply want inner peace. That's why waves of people have tried in history. I see. She didn't have an answer right away about the choice. She stopped thinking about it because she couldn't move away. But now, Li Qia gave her the key and changed the circumstances. Thus, she started thinking about the possibilities again. I understand. She eventually concluded in a vague manner. Gaining inner peace still required a long journey. She had ample time before needing to make a choice. He stopped talking and gazed at the horizon with a smile. She followed his gaze, then said softly, You want to take a trip there? Yes, they're asking for it, so I have to finish the cleanup. He nodded. Seems like you will always look back regardless of how far you go, Your Excellency. She said. It has nothing to do with emotions and attachment. It's just better to clean up some mess to avoid needless trouble later on when I'm gone. He replied. She thought that he would have no problem doing so given his current ability. Meanwhile, cultivators started at the sky vault, but they couldn't see or hear anything. Heavenly gazes could only see two faint figures. Mad Blade Guantianba returned as well, looking completely untouched. Normally, people would be curious about the outcome of a match between Guantianba and Righteous Supreme. However, they were captivated by Li Qia and Worldly Immortal. They couldn't blink even though they only saw two dots. No one uttered a single word as they exercised patience during this momentous event. Chapter 3963. Some people were still prostrating during the wait. After a while, two figures descended. Li Qia sat down on his throne with Worldly Immortal next to him. Others didn't have the courage to stare directly at them. They thought about the content of the conversation. After all, the words from these apex existences could cause a tsunami. If it was a Tao discussion, being able to listen would mean a lifetime of benefits. The words were worth more than gold due to the embedded Tao mysteries. The crowd patiently waited for the two to speak first. Where was I earlier? Li Qie smiled. Right, I said that if your heavens will crystal physique can withstand one slash, you may leave this place alive. He pointed his saber forward. Attention suddenly shifted towards the monarch. Earlier, he called for reinforcement and the ancient empress and worldly immortal eventually came. Unfortunately, they weren't here to help him. It became blatantly clear that no one could save the monarch today. Only death awaited him. His face turned pale since even his strongest backing didn't work. It was impossible to escape, a true nightmare. You're telling the truth? The monarch spoke while his legs trembled. He had met South Conch Dao Lord before but he wasn't as afraid. The Dao Lord had no intention of killing him, unlike Li Qie. Don't worry, my words are more effective than anything. Start. Li Qie smiled. None dared to question his authority and seriousness despite his nonchalant tone. Very well. The monarch shouted, still hanging on to a sliver of hope. After all, his crystal physique stopped a Dao monarch back then. Maybe it could stop one slash from Li Qie as well. No one has been able to solve the mystery of this physique. This was the key to staying alive. Boom. He released all of his vitality without holding back. He even burned his lifespan in order to exert the physique to its fullest potential. His body became resplendent. Shiny rays protected him, looking like the toughest things in creation. Layers of defense stacked up around him. This was the strongest state of the crystal physique. It certainly amazed the crowd. They thought that it might be the best defense possible, akin to an impregnable fortress. Decent training, but unfortunately, even your ancestor has no chance of stopping my slash, let alone you. Li Qie shook his head before swinging his saber. Clank. A white flash appeared for a moment. People didn't even see the swing clearly before Li Qie was finished with his attack. In the next second, they saw the monarch being split into two halves starting from the head. Splash. Blood splashed, then the internal organs fell out. The two body sections collapsed as well. The monarch's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt death approaching but had no idea how it happened. The only thing he saw was a glint before dying without any pain. The blood and organs were still hot while everyone felt suffocated by Li Qie's power. Even the crystal physique couldn't stop Li Qie. Nonetheless, this was the best possible outcome for the monarch, a painless death. This rather shocking development was quietly accepted by the crowd. After all, this was a being above worldly immortal. It was understandable for him to be able to defeat this physique. With this task done, Li Qie spotted the next target and smiled. I recall that I told you if you were to kneel right then, I would spare your life later. Who else could it be but the pale archaic Sun King? It turned out that the carriage driver who met Li Qie when he first got to the south was the king. He even gave Li Qie the saber then but still missed the overarching picture. He became occupied with thoughts. If he had grasped this opportunity, both he and Vajra dynasty would have soared. It only required him to get down on his knees. This could have changed his fate completely. At that time, he assumed that Li Qie was a disciple from Sacred Mountain on a review mission. Thus, he wanted to test the guy. There was no way he would kneel down to a junior disciple. Only Buddha Supreme could make this demand. Unfortunately, even the ancient empress and worldly immortal were kneeling in front of Li Qie. He was nothing compared to them, not even qualified to kneel close to Li Qie. A once-in-an-era opportunity appeared before him, yet he completely threw it away. Li Qie could have been Vajra's ally. He spent his whole life calculating and scheming for Vajra's rise. This was all in vain. Too clever and conceited for my own good. The pale king smiled wryly before striking his own head without any hesitation. Boom! He crushed his own head and brain splattered. The corpse fell backward to the ground. He didn't try to struggle or beg. Of course, everyone knew that struggling was useless. Dying like this made him look like a brave man and protected his dignity. The next question became the inevitable bloodbath. Vajra and its allies have betrayed Sacred Mountain. If Li Chia were to swing his blade, blood would rain across the Hoi ground. Thousands of sects would cease to exist. Chapter 39-64. The death of the god monarch and archaic Sun King silenced the crowd. They knew that it was time for retribution. The entire thing felt like a dream. Not long ago, Vajra dynasty had all the momentum and was pushing back the supporters of Sacred Mountain. Everyone assumed that Sacred Mountain's loss couldn't be avoided. There would be a new ruler in the holy ground. Vajra's allies were ecstatic since victory was within grasp. They could become regional monarchs afterward. Unfortunately, everything popped like bubbles afterward. Chances of victory crumbled. Top masters such as Vajra Saint were killed by one slash. Another murdered millions of disciples, high elders, and ancestors. Their advantages were annihilated by Li Chia. Top behemoths were finished even if Sacred Mountain didn't wish to pursue the matter beyond this. The losers would decline at a blinding speed before going into seclusion, their names forgotten. All eyes were fixated on Li Chia, the new Supreme Lord. Each word and action of his could determine the fate of countless lives. Li Chia stared at Ebon's scythe and smiled, a top weapon indeed despite lackluster materials and insufficient repair. Its sharpness is comparable to a Paragon artifact. Paragon artifact, most have never heard of this title. Only a few top masters knew its significance. These weapons were horrifying. People could search their whole life and never catch a glimpse of one. Thus, the crowd was fortunate to see Ebon's scythe today. Go now, he ordered. Clank. The saber flew out of his hand and disappeared into the horizon. This astounded the spectators. What was he doing with this ultimate weapon? The saber traveled across the land with blinding speed and appeared above Duality Academy before inserting itself into the ground. Dao hymns and clanks resonated continuously. All of the weapons in the academy, whether they belonged to students or teachers or simply resided in the treasury, started to resonate as well. The members had to grasp their weapons tightly in order to prevent them from flying away. Clank. The saber exuded a blinding light that engulfed the entire academy. The rays were gray, so they made the buildings have a metallic shine. A massive phenomenon emerged above after loud explosions. This was a gray galaxy with countless stars. Their rotation was never-ending. The galaxy poured down starry particles onto the academy, seemingly gestating it and connecting with the saber. Buzz. Dao runes came out of the saber as more particles descended. The Dao runes also took over the academy. What is happening? Both normal cultivators and famous ancestors found this puzzling, having never seen a phenomenon like this one before. More orderly clanks could be heard. The academy seemed to be undergoing a recrafting process. Eventually, sharp rays exuded from the region. These slashes seemed capable of killing the gods and devils, even immortals. Therefore, the academy became an ultimate weapon with zero mercy. Any intruder would be killed right away. After a while, the sharp rays gradually dispersed and the academy became the same as before. Ebon's scythe was nowhere to be found. It most likely became one with the academy. Where is the saber? One expert blurted out but hurriedly covered his mouth, afraid of bothering Li Chia. The same astonishment struck the spectators. The powerful ancestors were particularly shaken due to their understanding of the situation. The Paragon artifact has become one with Duality Academy. This was the greatest gift, a contribution not inferior to creating the academy. Your Majesty, the academy shall be eternal thanks to your bestowment. Five-colored sacred sovereign led the members of the academy and started kowtowing. This act wasn't enough to show their gratitude for what he had done. All ceremonies were warranted in order to show their respect. He accepted their gesture while sitting on his throne. The other powers became envious, only the academy got something of this level from Wuxia. He turned his attention towards the ancient empress afterward. What do you want? He smiled. Jade Water Empress stood at the apex in 8 decalaces. Nonetheless, she bowed and said, "This lowly one wishes to follow and serve you, your majesty." Others couldn't believe it. This top character still wanted to follow him? It became clear that very few were qualified to be Wuxia's servants. Guan Tianba was fortunate to be one right now. Nothing good might come out of it. Wuxia shook his head. Plus, you clearly like this land, that's why you're still here. The Empress glanced towards the east and sincerely nodded. He then took out the black piece of metal from the abyss in black tides. He tossed it up and down while speaking. I wish to find a master for this, someone capable and worthy. He paused for a bit before adding, it's quite special and unfathomable. Chapter 3965. The entire audience knew the notorious origin of this black metal. He had shown its incredible power before as well. In reality, that's the extent of their knowledge. Some would consider it an immortal metal. Others assumed that it contained supreme Tao scripture within or just a plethora of Tao mysteries. All in all, their curiosity couldn't be understated. You aren't considered a brilliant genius in the grand scheme of things. Wuxia spoke, surprising the crowd in the process. This would sound ridiculous coming from anyone else. The Empress had lived for eras and became one of the strongest cultivators in the present. How many in history had the same achievements as her? Quite a pitiful number. Alas, Wuxia didn't sound like he was impressed. Of course, they didn't think that he was being purposely pompous and insulting either. But, the fact that you're still here right now goes beyond external help. He continued, it also has to do with your exceptional wisdom and firm Tao heart. You are still the same as before, quite commendable. Thus, I am bestowing this item to you, hoping that you will meticulously research and understand it. Your future is in your hands. With that, he handed her the black metal. She got on her knees and accepted it with both hands. I am moved to tears from your generosity, your majesty. I will not let you down. She bowed afterward. He also accepted her gesture before waving for Fan Bai to come over. Fan Bai calmly stood in front of him, not sharing the same excitement as the rest of the crowd. They stared at her with envy in their eyes. Wuxia has clearly shown himself to be a supreme existence. How many people were qualified to stand before his throne? To be in his presence was a great honor. Only the Empress or worldly immortal had this privilege, and now, Fan Bai. It meant that her future would be incredible, a phoenix among men. Wuxia took off his ring and personally put it on her finger, then smiled. Time for this to have a new master. Only the old high elders and ancestors realized the significance of this gift. The young ones had no idea. Henceforth, she is the new Lord of Buddha Holy Ground. Wuxia then pulled her hand up in the air. Jaws dropped to the ground upon this declaration. The current sacred lord, Wuxia, had just given his position to a little girl. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, Buddhist radiance erupted in the region. Fan Bai herself became resplendent. A great image consisting of wondrous mountains and rivers materialized behind her, the land of the holy ground. The wise sages also appeared behind her, the Tao lords and other top masters. Buddhist energy surged in the vicinity. It was as if she had just completed a Buddhist avatar. Her aura amazed the crowd. Long live the sacred lord! The monk of wisdom prostrated along with the other monks from Heavenly Dragon Temple. Long live the sacred lord! The members of the other divisions did the same. This wasn't an official coronation, but due to Wuxia's interference, Fan Bai has become the next sacred lord. Okay, monk, it's your business now, I'm just an outsider. Wuxia smiled and said. Amitba. A monk suddenly appeared among the clouds. His facial features were fierce and aggressive. He didn't have an inner robe, only a kasaya, so his chest was exposed. His beard was unkempt as well, looking more like a brute than a monk. The first impression people would have of him was that he didn't follow any of the rules. This guy most likely drank wine and ate meat. Alas, this was strictly limited to his appearance. The moment he chanted, he looked dignified and serious. The aura around him also made up for his brutish appearance. Supreme. The older ancestors blurted out after seeing him. Supreme? Buddha Supreme? The young juniors trembled after hearing his title. Many became frozen because they thought that he was dead. Moreover, the young ones were taken aback by his appearance as well. The previous sacred lord was considered a hero for protecting Blackwood Cliff from the monsters of black tides. In their mind, he should be an enlightened monk, kind and stately. But this Buddha Supreme, he looked a little violent. Of course, they should have expected this if they had known about his previous titles: Ruleless Heavenly Sovereign, Ruleless Master, Ruleless Monk. He was none other than the merchant that Wuxia met in the abandoned land. They simply didn't know what to think. There were 3 generations of sacred lords in front of them right now. Long live the sacred lord. Buddha Supreme bowed towards Fan Bai, confirming her status. Others also followed suit because, by this point, there was no questioning Fan Bai's role. Heavenly Dragon Temple has done well in protecting the master. The division shall become the guardians of the young lord. He commanded. We humbly accept. The monk of wisdom and other high monks bowed towards the supreme. Their loyalty has been noted and rewarded. They were the first to step up without any hesitation despite the insurmountable odds earlier. Metropolis Division and Divine Ghost Division have also performed their duty and shall be rewarded with. He went on to reward the various powers that helped Wuxia. These powers were elated and thought that they had made the right choice. Otherwise, they would suffer the same fate as Vajra dynasty. Meanwhile, the members of Righteous and the East were watching attentively as well. Though Sacred Mountain rarely showed up to the point of being nearly forgotten, it was still in charge of the holy ground regardless of the perils. Chapter 3966. Buddha Supreme had rewarded all the sects that had picked Wuxia's side. As for the punishment, they were proportionally dished to Vajra's supporters. After this battle, everyone realized that Sacred Mountain was still in charge. The representative was merely transitory. There was a line that one couldn't cross. The existence of Sacred Mountain and its supreme authority kept the holy ground united instead of being divided into various regions. Your Majesty, would you want to visit our Sacred Mountain? Buddha Supreme bowed towards Wuxia after finishing his task. It would normally be an honor for anyone to visit Sacred Mountain. Only the top masters had this privilege. In this case, it would be a dragon visiting a shrimp's abode. Sacred Mountain would love to have Wuxia as a guest. Your greed knows no bounds. My little girl is staying at the holy ground, is that not enough? Wuxia chuckled. It's enough, more than enough. The Supreme glanced at Fan Bai and was elated. He nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken eating grain. Nonetheless, he still wanted the matchless honor of having Wuxia visit Sacred Mountain. Wuxia smiled and stretched while speaking. It's time for me to take my leave. Farewell, Your Majesty. The ancient empress prostrated to show her reverence towards him. Farewell, Your Majesty. The others also prostrated for they couldn't stand while she was on the ground. Moreover, to be part of this event was glorious. It would be the biggest story in their lives. He looked around and found Yang Ling, who was staring at him. You have a bright future ahead of you. He went over and gently patted her head. I will do my best, young master. She tried her best to not be sad about his departure. She clenched her fists and made a promise to herself. Everyone was envious of her, especially the students from Duality Academy. A regular student like Yang Ling had earned Wuxia's favor. This would absolutely pave the way for her future, more than enough to make her ancestors proud. The saddest person was actually Fan Bai. At the start, she was reviled and hated by everyone. Li Qia was the one who changed this and gave her warmth. Tears couldn't help streaming down as she stared at him despite her best effort to stay strong. Silly girl, no party lasts forever. He wiped her tears and smiled. Will we meet again, young master? She looked up and asked, realizing that he was a true dragon who would soar above the 9 firmaments. They might never meet again. He glanced at the sky and said, the path is long, but if you go far enough, there will be a chance. I got it. She clenched her fists and nodded, having made up her mind about always moving forward regardless of the trials and tribulations. I'm counting on you. He then told Mad Blade. Mad Blade bowed and said, rest assured, young master, I will take care of her. Li Qia laughed and stopped blabbering. He started heading towards the inner region of black tides again. I'll see you off, your excellency. Xian Fan followed Li Qia. Others kept on kneeling until the two could no longer be seen. A bit later, they finally stood up. Time to leave. The Empress said and rode the splashing waves back to the east. Others started departing as well after seeing this. Monk, the play is done, your holy ground owes my righteous sect a favor. The old voice from Righteous Supreme came from the clouds. Some recalled the battle between Righteous Supreme and Guan Tianba. It was a shame they didn't know the result. Of course, I'll be sure to write it down as a debt. Buddha Supreme laughed heartily, no longer as dignified as before. The clouds started receding and the members of Righteous Sect followed him back to their region. Okay, I need a drink. Buddhist Supreme raised one leg and suddenly disappeared. No one knew where he went. The crowd exchanged glances and thought that his previous titles made sense. Their Supreme was indeed different. As for Fanbai, she didn't want to leave and continued looking at black tides. Let's go. Guan Tianba urged her. Fanbai might be the current sacred lord, but she was still young and inexperienced. That's why Li Qia left him in charge. To where? Fanbai regained her wits and asked. In the past, she was a vagabond until she met Li Qia. With him gone now, she looked around and became lost since she didn't have a home. Wherever you want. Guan Tianba said without deciding for her. Let's go back to duality, I still have a while to go before graduating. Let's train there together. Yang Ling said. Fanbai nodded in agreement. The academy was one place that had a semblance to home for her right now. Myriad Beast Mountain no longer applied because he wasn't there. The two returned to Duality Academy while Mad Blade followed them like a specter. People were curious about Li Qia's departure. What is he going to the inner region to do? One curious soul asked. For example, if a big shot like Worldly Immortal were to suddenly visit the inner region, it would cause quite a stir in 8 Decimalaces. In this case, Li Qia was even more prestigious. Their curiosity couldn't be quelled. Of course, no one dared to follow him outside of Worldly Immortal. Even those with the power to do so found this inappropriate since they didn't have his permission. Something amazing will happen. One senior concluded. Li, no, His Majesty, who is he? One expert asked. Everyone knew that his name was Li Qia and that he was the sacred lord of the holy ground. This wasn't enough of an answer. Chapter 3967, Who was Li Qia? This question haunted the audience. None of his roles and statuses truly explained who he was. Perhaps they were only one of his many identities. His true one remained unknown. Unfortunately, no one had an answer because this was above their station. In the current world, people thought that Dao lords were at the top of the peak. They could control the myriad Dao, this allowed them to be unbeatable. There were other comparable beings such as Worldly Immortal or the Ancient Empress. Everyone believed that they were unreachable. However, Li Qia broke this notion after showing his dominion over these two cultivators. Thus, they had no idea what kind of existence Li Qia was. Even worldly immortal prostrated, don't tell me, he's an actual immortal? Or he's from above, one expert boldly speculated. Shut up, enough rubbish. His senior's expression darkened and put a stop to it. Do not discuss this matter. There will be serious punishment for violations. Many sects gave this order to their disciples. The top ancestors from these sects worried about some disciples offending Wuxia in some manner. That might spell the end for their sections. After all, it would be too easy for him to do so. In fact, he just needed to say the word and plenty of cultivators would be happy to do so. On the other hand, the juniors weren't the only ones curious. The top ancestors also wanted to know Wuxia's true identity. Is he really an immortal? A few good friends secretly discussed this matter. You're saying immortals do exist? One ancestor remained skeptical since no one had seen an immortal before. The existence of an immortal would answer their question right away. Only an immortal would have this effect on the ancient empress and worldly immortal. Don't forget about the legend regarding Blessed Tao Lord. A king in the group said. The others exchanged glances because virtually everyone had heard of these stories before. Blessed Tao Lord was the founder of True Immortal Sect. He was one of the top 10 Tao Lords in history. Some even placed him in the number 1 spot. There was no lack of legends regarding him, but the most popular consisted of his youth. In this story, he came across an immortal by chance and was taught supreme merit laws by this immortal. This eventually culminated in his future success. This tale was the reason for his title, Blessed. Are you saying that Wuxia is the immortal? Someone else brought this up. Most found this plausible but weren't confident. In another location, an erudite ancestor on the verge of death spent his remaining energy on reading the ancient scrolls and texts. Eventually, he blurted out in excitement, I know who he is. He's the 9 words. He suddenly stopped speaking because he realized the gravity of the situation. The names and titles regarding this being couldn't be said due to the risks of sect destruction. He's still alive, one era after another, even an epoch. He became uncontrollably emotional, not expecting to realize an eternal secret. This secret was purposely buried in history. He didn't know the underlying stories and reasons or the people who actively chose to hide it from the world. However, the legend has returned. A torrential storm was coming to 8 Desolaces. Everyone would be affected by this. I hope for the best. He quietly prayed and chose to not reveal this information to any of his juniors. He swore that he would take this to the grave. The inner region of Black Tides was perilous. However, due to the tidal recession, it became relatively safer. Moreover, they were meaningless before Wuxia and Xian Fan. The two took their time and eventually reached the deepest area of Black Tides. They saw an annihilated plain before them with a black crater in the center. It was special in that time and space had collapsed here. The crater was actually a massive void zone. It looked eager to devour all lives, capable of taking down billions in the blink of an eye, just like a primordial beast. The two looked down at the crater. Xian Fan spoke while glancing at the sky, this is the entrance. It fell down here. Back in the Great Calamity, a heavenly corpse landed and destroyed this region. Only a few survivors remained who clearly saw it. Xian Fan was one of them. Right. Wuxia smiled, aware of the event more than anyone else. Many heroes have come here. She continued, most died trying their best. I also attempted, but unfortunately, I couldn't get that far. There's not much to see, just a desperate struggle. He replied. Your Excellency, you wish to deal with it now? She asked. It's convenient since I'm here anyway. This can be considered bidding farewell too. He smirked. She was aware that this smirk meant death for his opponents. You can't see me off forever, go back. He added. She took a deep breath and said, I wonder when I'll get to see you again, Your Excellency. That's up to you, not me. He shook his head, you have all the right conditions on the Tao path, it comes down to your choice. I understand. She turned around to leave but hesitated. If you make it to the finish line and everything ends, what will you do then, Your Excellency? She asked. If one is traveling freely without any constraint, then where is the finish line? No need to worry about this. He answered with a question. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to respond. Seeking the Tao is a test for one's heart. The stronger the heart, the vaster the Tao path. Both can become infinite. He elaborated and smiled at her before jumping down the crater. See you again, Your Excellency. She whispered wistfully after his disappearance, then left the area. Chapter 3968, Bam! Li Qie finally touched the ground. In reality, anyone else jumping down would have been suiciding or being unable to find the bottom. The crater back in black tides was merely the entrance. Reaching Li Qie's position required spatial shifting from one dimension to another. He traveled through chaotic space, and just one wrong step would result in being trapped in a spatial vortex, resulting in being torn to pieces. One needed immense power and knowledge in order to make it this far. Li Qie looked around and saw a dark ocean devoid of life. There weren't any ripples and waves. The serenity here was rather creepy. Rough waves and winds would actually put any visitor at ease. At the least, the laws of nature were at work and there could be life. In this case, this tranquility made them feel as if they had visited a world consisting of nothing but death. The sky was a muddled expanse. Lights under the 9 firmaments couldn't reach this place, akin to being stuck in a dust storm. This reduced visibility greatly. The moisture and air coming from the ocean didn't have a salty taste. Most would enjoy the breeze and the splashing of the waves. Unfortunately, the water here was black and sticky. If one were to let them drip down between the fingers, long strings would be formed just like slime. Li Qie had a smile on his face while looking around. Splash! Suddenly, a terrible scene occurred. Skeletons began to come out of the water. One looked like a massive dragon and unleashed a tsunami due to its size. Another resembled a gigantic ape. Its head was tall enough to break the sky vault. Others looked like regular human skeletons. Some began reaching for Li Qie right away. 2 skeletal hands grabbed his legs. It seemed as if he had awakened them from their slumber. Meanwhile, ashes gathered above and formed a dreadful skull, capable of devouring skies and seas. Everything appeared tiny compared to this skull. Cultivators would tremble in fear upon meeting it, but Li Qie was still amused. He walked forward and ignored the skeletal hands touching him. He didn't summon any defensive treasures either, not considering them real opponents. Boom! Another tsunami manifested not far from here due to the appearance of a gigantic golem. The thing was shiny like a gem, looking like a mountain of treasures. However, this golem died long ago. Its eyes had a gray glimmer of death. I am the ancestor of the golems. The golem roared and rushed towards Li Qie. Rumble. Its movement caused loud detonations and waves. Rah! The skeletal dragon and ape along with all the other creatures also headed for him, wanting to crush him into a pulp. They didn't appreciate the uninvited guest, hence their rage. Tearing him apart was the only thing that would appease them. The most terrifying one was still the skull in the sky. Its roar nearly toppled the black ocean over. A powerful sucking force started pulling in everything around it. Alas, this still wasn't enough to wipe the smile off Li Qie's face. Buzz! A radiance emanating from him resembled the strongest force in existence. Each pulse had an unstoppable momentum and a burning affinity. Zzz, it immediately bathed the gigantic creatures and reduced them to ashes. Even the mighty skull couldn't stop it. The thick water itself fell victim to his light. It became clear as if the evil within has been purified. Or, maybe this evil presence had run farther away. The force of 1,000,000 suns exploding came from him, capable of purifying all evil and death in this world. The sky and the ocean became clear once more. His stroll through this ocean continued. Anyone else would have needed to fight their heart out. Even a top heavenly sovereign might not survive the battle. As for Li Qie, this was no big deal. Just his light alone was more than enough. He eventually found a continent also devoid of life. There were no grasses and animals, let alone people. The breezes here were dried and hot. However, it served more of a warning rather than inflicting any damage. Top existence would immediately put on their strongest defense. As he moved on, he saw signs of battles, broken mountains and severed rivers, unnatural craters and canyons on an open field. The signs of battles meant that finding corpses was inevitable. He saw one wearing a royal robe and an imperial crest. The weapon of choice was a crimson spear. This expert's chest had been penetrated, but he stood straight with the support of his spear. If an ancestor were to see him, they would instantly shout, "Crimson Flame God King." One old woman wore a 5-colored dress and held a resplendent fan. Her chest had a hole as well. She would be instantly recognized as 5-Fan Ancestor. Chapter 3969. Any of the dead cultivators could sweep through 8 desolaces. They were absolutely apex cultivators. Some were undefeated until they came here. Vajra Saint and his peers weren't qualified to be spoken in the same breath. Alas, they all had the same fatal injury, a hole in their chest. Upon closer inspection, their true blood and essences had been drained. Only their skin and bones were left behind. Something had devoured them during their last moment. Those who could make it this far would think about turning back right away, but Li Qie kept his nonchalant demeanor. He still didn't activate a barrier or ready a weapon just yet. The farther he went, the fewer corpses he saw. However, the quality only improved. The marks of battle here were incredible. The next thing he saw was a majestic fortress that could be clearly seen from 1,000 miles away. However, this was no fortress. Immense sword energies ravaged this area and didn't allow any intruder. The fortress turned out to be countless divine swords positioned into walls. Their auras alone would scrape any spectator despite the far distance. It completely separated the realms, an ultimate defense. Most wouldn't be able to get through this immaculate sword Dao. They would think that they were in the presence of the greatest swordsman. The destructive rays naturally couldn't harm Li Qie. He kept on walking and entered the Fortress of Swords. He saw a tall middle-aged man wearing a simple white robe. His hair still fluttered as he held his sword, the source of this domain. Though millions of years have passed, his sword aura still persevered. In reality, he was dead long ago. The thing keeping him standing was an indomitable will to fight. The corpses prior have lost their divinity from being drained. On the other hand, this man's aura and divinity remained dangerous and murderous. His corpse was relatively intact outside of the hole on the chest. His expression was full of rage and indignation. This unwillingness to give up allowed his corpse to stand straight. His title was Sword God, a cultivator who was actually unbeatable during his era in 8 desolaces. Though he wasn't a Dao Lord, others considered him to be on the same level. He personally came to join the festivity during the foundation of Duality Academy. He also listened to the master's lecture. Who would have thought that the great sword god would be dead here? Death is unavoidable, return to the earth now. Li Qie chuckled and said. He swung his hand, releasing a gentle breeze. It chased away the leftover snow from winter and called for spring. With that, Sword God's unwillingness and indignation dispersed along with the remnant sword energies. Clank. 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 The swords in the air came together to form a box. It took in his corpse and served as a steel coffin. It then drilled into the ground and a memorial tablet made out of stone formed naturally. No words were engraved on it. During this process, something fell off his body as if the box couldn't take it in. Li Qie got down and picked it up for a look. He seemed amused and put it away before moving forward. In the beginning, those who couldn't get past the ocean would be corroded by the black water and turned into the undead. For example, the golem ancestor, dragon, and ape. Those who made it to land were more powerful but still eventually died. Nonetheless, they kept their corpses instead of becoming undead. It was obvious that the danger gradually increased as one delved deeper into this region. However, whatever killed these cultivators didn't attack Wuxia. The reason was that Wuxia's visit was expected. The most dangerous things here couldn't kill him and would only be asking for trouble. Rumble. Loud bangs came from a distance in a rhythmic order. A giant seemed to be walking, each step caused an earthquake. Wuxia felt a supreme divinity, a sign of Tao and cosmic mastery. Others would immediately prostrate even before seeing the being after feeling this aura. He chuckled and kept on walking forward. The sounds became deafening, and once he got close enough, he saw the source. Rumble. It was no giant, just another youth. His red robe was ripped and torn in many places, also covered in blood. The scars on his body must have been there years ago. He didn't need an imperial crest to let others know that he was the ruler of all beings. His aura alone spoke plenty, the aura of a Tao Lord. Chapter 3970. One would find it astonishing to find a Tao Lord here. The new Tao Lord hasn't come out after the era of 8 Stallion Tao Lord. However, they would quickly notice that this young Tao Lord was already dead. His chest was also penetrated, but this time around, his divinity and grand Tao remained. The death of a Tao Lord would shock and horrify the world. They all believed that Tao Lords were invincible, yet one went down here. What made this corpse special was that it was still walking. Sword God and the others didn't move at all. It wasn't walking that fast, but the movement was clear, leaving a deep print every time. The ground seemed as feeble as soft bread. A faint death presence haunted him, akin to an unremovable curse. He seemed to be trying to leave this area, yet continued to walk in a circle. Perhaps this was due to two conflicting feelings. He wanted to return home because there were people waiting for him. On the other hand, he didn't want to give up like this. Though he lost the battle and his life, he still wanted to keep on fighting. The two conflicting obsessions resulted in the corpse's perpetual movement. As time went on, basins were formed from his steps. Scarlet Moon Tao Lord. Wuxia knew who he was right and the circumstances right away. He was a supreme genius of the Qi, eventually proving his Tao to become a Tao Lord. The world knew that shortly after his golden avatar attainment, he was presumed to be dead from unknown causes. This rarely happened after the end of the chaotic era. Once the myriad Tao era started, it became even less frequent. Scarlet Moon Tao Lord belonged to this group despite his incredible talents. Some said that even from a historical perspective, his Tao comprehension exceeded virtually everyone. He didn't let people down and became a Tao Lord. Alas, his ultimate fate was quite tragic. People didn't know about the minor details regarding his death, not even his own clan. Top masters had a general idea, but they didn't publicize this issue. Today, Wuxia finally met the famous Tao Lord. He had earned a Tao fruit and created a golden avatar. Unfortunately, he had the same hole on his chest with his blood and vitality drained. Nonetheless, his suppressive Tao power was still present. The aura of the Tao Lord attacked Wuxia with haste once he got closer. Peaks on the horizon were reduced to dust. The destruction from his aura alone was immense even before he attacked. How many would be able to survive this pressure alone? They would be instantly reduced to a bloody mist, then the mist itself would be annihilated as well. 8 Desolaces quaked before his aura. West King, in particular, felt something violent happening. A Tao Lord's power. Many became shaken and assumed that there was a fight involving a Tao Lord's weapon. This wasn't the case because this aura was clearly more powerful than a regular Tao Lord's aura, even though he was dead. After all, few cultivators could exert the true power of a Tao Lord weapon. Scarlet Moon Tao Lord set his sight on this uninvited guest. His eyes blinked as if he was still alive. They were gray and lifeless yet still pulsed with the mysteries of the Grand Tao. Laws were still being derived within. The Tao continued even though the user was dead. This powerful connection with the Tao made the Tao Lord special. Alas, this power was completely ineffective against Li Qia. The light coming from him had a better mastery of Tao laws. Buzz. The Tao Lord immediately knew that this was a terrible foe. His sharp instinct persisted after death. He summoned a weapon, a blood moon. The sky's color changed as a result. The blood moon poured down crimson laws, looking like it was bleeding. Inside the moon was a supreme grand Tao, ready to derive the most mystical truths in the world and create another Tao source. World Starter Blood Moon, this was the Tao Lord's strongest weapon, his patrimony weapon. The moon became resplendent as it opened a portal to the myriad ages. The power from these ages then poured into the Tao Lord's forehead. His power erupted as he became engulfed in a golden radiance. However, the brightest thing loomed inside his mind. There was a tiny tree with one Tao fruit hanging on a branch. Creating a golden avatar and Tao fruit was the process of a Tao Lord. Heavenly sovereigns didn't have their own Tao fruit. In reality, Sword God was most likely stronger than Scarlet Moon Tao Lord. However, the former was truly dead while the Tao Lord's obsession remained along with some fighting potential. This was due to the Tao fruit. Rumble. His aura also surged crazily. The region started melting due to the blood moon. Both time and space came to a halt, everything became trapped in an ocean of blood. The weapon showed its might even before a direct attack. The aura of this Tao Lord actually swept through 8 desolaces. Some people started thinking that someone was about to become a Tao Lord. However, a shade of red suddenly took over. Chapter 3971, Which Tao Lord is this? Numerous slumbering monsters were woken up by this unexpected development. Someone is still around? An old sacred ancestor wondered. 8 desolaces didn't have a Tao Lord after the departure of 8 stallion Tao Lord. Was there a hidden Tao Lord all this time? Not to mention regular mortals and cultivators, even ancestors found it impossible to stand due to the pressure. Boom! After a loud explosion, a red moon could be seen anywhere in 8 desolaces. What is this sign? Most living beings trembled because it looked like an ominous sign. However, older ancestors and sovereigns recognized this moon. Scarlet Moon Tao Lord, this is his weapon. One of them shouted. You're right. A king answered back because he had read the Tao Lord's descriptions before. So the Tao Lord is still alive? One ancestor shouted. No way, his untimely death is well documented. Another found this impossible. It could be a rebirth. Someone else speculated. Only the top masters could speak right now because the rest had become frozen due to the immense pressure. They didn't have the courage to speak. An animated corpse, a top sovereign thought of this possibility. His scalp tingled as a result. An animated corpse of a regular cultivator was no big deal. But as for a Tao Lord? One could actually massacre the world. The result would be unimaginable. As for the Qi, the members of this clan prostrated with utmost reverence. The Tao Lord has always been their pride. His death was an unspeakable loss. Back in Black Tides, the blood moon devastated the region near Li Qia. If anyone dared to get close, they would be melted into nothingness. Li Qia simply waved his finger in the air. Buzz. Laws were woven together in a complex manner on the ground and turned into a scripture. This scripture engulfed the area and had the ability to contain everything. It flashed brightly and a small tree drilled out of the soil. The branches and leaves were golden. They poured down chaos energy brimming with Tao profundity. Each strand of this special energy could start a supreme grand Tao. The tree didn't choose to refine the Tao Lord but simply went on the defensive, stopping the dreadful aura of the blood moon. It exuded serenity and protection. While standing below this tree, one would survive the sky falling down. Thus, the blood moon was impressive but couldn't overcome the tree. Time and space had been stopped by the moon, but Li Qie remained unaffected. In the next second, he appeared before the Tao Lord and spoke, "Let go of this eternal obsession." Having said that, he flicked the Tao Lord's forehead. A tiny law drilled into the corpse and reached the inner region of the mind. It then circled around the Tao Lord's tree and Tao fruit. Poof! The tree started burning with Tao true flame. The corpse's golden aura intensified as a result. The death energy haunting the Tao Lord was gradually being burned by this flame. He looked magnificent and divine after the purification process. The grayness in his eyes disappeared as well. They became bright and spirited, seemingly containing a galaxy. Of course, this didn't change the fact that he was dead. He first bowed towards Li Qie before giving a command to the ground beneath him. Rumble. It started shaking and the dirt and rocks came together to form a coffin. He then lay down inside, then the lid closed. Boom. The coffin then pierced through the void and crossed numerous dimensions. Back in 8 Desolaces, the blood moon and the Tao Lord's aura suddenly disappeared. This was akin to a gust of wind blowing by. Everything returned to normal right away. Nonetheless, everyone was still in shock. Where did this Tao Lord go? Of course, the top sovereigns heaved a sigh of relief. They assumed that this was a matter of a reanimated corpse. This seemed to not be the case any longer. A while later, the Qi had a solemn ceremony due to the appearance of a stone coffin in their ancestral hall. They realized that this was the corpse of their Tao Lord. Previously, the Tao Lord went missing and they couldn't find his corpse for a proper burial. Now, it has finally returned. They considered this an act of kindness from heaven. Li Qie smiled after seeing this and continued on his path. He eventually reached the end, a place where everything suddenly stopped. All affinities have been severed. The physical manifestation of this phenomenon was a steep cliff. Everything in front has collapsed and only a black void could be seen. However, Li Qie noted some flashing lights deeper in the void. To the front of the cliff were numerous Tao platforms engraved with peerless runes. Thick chains made from laws locked them together. The moment something happened to one, the rest would activate with haste. Each platform had something different on top. One of them had Buddhist laws coming together to form a palm, always eager to start its suppression. Another pulsed with a sword capable of decapitating the gods. The third propped up a divine mountain, heavy enough to smash everything to pieces. One more stored Buddhist hymns from the great Buddhas. They were meant for purification purposes. These Tao platforms were left here in order to suppress something beneath the cliff. Chapter 3972. Just one of these Tao platforms anywhere else in the world would be unstoppable. Their sealing power and Tao Lord aura were beyond imagination. Yet all of them were here solely to stop the thing beneath the cliff. This was a testament to the dreadful entity below. Numerous top Tao Lords have made it here and created these platforms. They seemed to be afraid of it escaping eventually. They knew that they alone couldn't stop or kill it. Thus, they offered their assistance. Maybe the Tao platforms prevented black tides from actually causing immense damage or drowning out all of 8 Desolaces. They minimized the worst outcomes. Li Qie continued forward towards the edge of the cliff. Boom! 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 Loud detonations blasted continuously. Suddenly, an immortal light surged out of the void and illuminated the world. Immortal laws emerged and the world resonated. Golden springs, magical dew, and holy scenes manifested. Anyone else would think that they have entered an immortal realm. Creak, a massive gate slowly opened in the void and out came a flood of immortal rays. The light before was only a candle in comparison. These rays appeared tangible and physical. People would think that they could touch the mysteries behind the light. Allowing the rays to enter the body would result in an ascension process, perhaps the most pleasurable experience in the world. They couldn't help being drowned in this wonderful moment. A path from the gate stretched to the edge of the cliff, seemingly welcoming Wuxia. Meanwhile, beyond the gate were images of dragons and phoenixes. Immortal springs and trees could be seen everywhere. Majestic palaces were built beneath the rainbows. All in all, any spectator would want nothing more but to travel across the path with haste. In the sky was a gigantic figure. He sat on his throne, looking supreme while wearing a tasseled crown. Dao lords and other top cultivators would still instantly bow down to him. There was no need for him to exude his aura and divinity. Just his very existence alone demanded reverence. Entering the gate meant having the privilege to meet this great being. They might become eternals as well in his presence. Visitor below, come forward and I shall teach you the way of immortality. This immortal finally spoke. His voice was gentle and comforting like the spring breeze. Any listener would start floating right away. Their heart would palpitate with excitement. To be able to see an immortal in the legend means the chance of becoming one as well. Patience was no longer exercised. The temptation was overwhelming. Even the experienced ancestors and kings would want to meet this immortal right away. There had been a precedent back in 8 Desolaces, the tale of Blessed Dao Lord. He was taught by an immortal and eventually gone down in history as one of the greatest. Wuxia was an exception. He stretched lazily while smiling. This despicable play might trick the unaware. They do not know who you are, but shouldn't you recognize me? Humph. A cowl came from the immortal paradise along with a destructive force. The wrath of an immortal was terrifying, but Wuxia withstood it without a problem. In the next moment, the immoral rays and gate disappeared. The paradise dispersed into smoke, replaced by a gigantic creature. The species was unknown since it wore a large robe. The robe was tattered and could be mistaken for trash. However, it was still an immortal item unavailable to others. The creature's weapon of choice was a long scythe. It looked like the god of death, capable of harvesting billions of lives with one swing. Even the strongest cultivators wouldn't be spared. The creature stared straight at Wuxia. The only source of light in this world seemed to be its eyes. The connected Dao platforms immediately activated with loud explosions. They shook violently, ready to unleash the strongest Dao Lord attacks towards the creature. As for Wuxia, he was quite familiar with the creature. It has been numerous eras, yet this thing was still alive. I shall take you down today. The creature spoke with an ancient language, but Wuxia still understood it. Stop blustering, paper tiger. I broke your weapon and pulverized you. Oh, I also refined that weapon now. I'm sure the likes of you won't be able to kill me even if I stand still. Wuxia smirked. The creature continued glaring at him without responding. This passivity lasted for a long while. Wuxia ignored its feeling and yawned. What now? Should I break it, or is it time for a nice talk? The creature pondered before disappearing from sight. The Dao platforms stopped shaking as well. Li, come down here. Ancient words came from below the cliff. Very few in the world have heard them before. Anyone else might hesitate, but Wuxia leaped down right away without putting up any defense. There was a valley beneath the cliff, being the deepest and roughest area of this region. Nonetheless, it still suffered immense damages and was split into 2 halves. He saw a small pond with a flashing law from within. It was naturally formed and had the shape of a spear. This represented absolute suppression. Not to mention regular cultivators, even Dao lords would be trapped here forever once shot by this law. It was an ultimate prison. The law must have come down from above and pierced through the ground, creating the void and this broken valley. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.